Welcome to the Championship Week Sitshow with Krisko. As always, I'm Evan Hoovler here with Jeff Krisko to give you fantasy football advice to help you win the ships. Jeff, what are you looking forward to most about seeing the Niners play Detroit tonight?
I'm looking forward to it being tomorrow.
Oh
That game
yeah.
is tomorrow night's game.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to not being at work. Excuse me, I cracked my drink and it's spilling everywhere. One sec.
While he's there, I'll tell you
You're
that
embarrassing
I'm
me,
getting
Yerbe.
I'm getting
What I'm most looking forward to is I'm in my fantasy championship and I have both Brian Branch and Amon-Ra St. Brown. So I'm looking like as of right now, I'm like a 75-80% chance to win, I believe. He's had some ups and downs. I've had nothing but ups, but he had T. Higgins and Joe Burrow. And it's like, oh, that's a big yikes. And Justin Herbert, also a big yikes. But also he had Ramondre Stevenson and Hunter Henry, who combined for zero point 0.1 points in that game. And he had George Pickens and James Conner, who combined for 10.8 points. So doing okay. I survived him having TJ Watt. But yeah, I'm looking like I'm everything goes according to plan. Looking like Cry Eagles Cry will be taking down back-to-back fantasy championships in my home league.
nice. I got to my League of Records finals, and I'm going against E-Rock, and I got higged yesterday. I got higged, but then
Oh, you got Higgs?
yeah,
Yeah.
but then I had McBride though, so it's
Oh,
still
yeah.
yeah. And I was telling my kids, I'm like, you can't complain when you get higged because it's the championship. Everyone's bringing it.
Yeah.
Like,
Everybody's got good teams. Yeah, I got Higged yesterday, but I also offset it with Trey McBride. So yeah, last night Trey McBride, Puka, Kyler Murray to a lesser extent really carried me. But yeah, feeling it's gonna be a fun day. This is my favorite week of the year because I can just watch. I don't have to watch and analyze because throughout the year we're watching. I'm like, oh, what does this mean for that? What does this mean for that? Well, um, we end our coverage at week 17, so it's like there's nothing that we have to worry about going forward.
all right,
Speaking of speaking of coverage, I few things I want to talk about real quick. Injuries and the weather today. So, the weather report, there are, let's see, one, two, three, four, or five. Dolphins Browns has 20-mile-per-hour winds projected. And then Titans Jags 97% chance of rain, 15-mile-per-hour winds. Mac Jones versus Mason Rudolph. Good luck in that one. Jets at Bills is going to be a windy game. Titans at Jags is going to be windy and rain. And then Falcons and Commanders 96% chance of rain, 13-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be wind and rain. So that's going to be rough sledding. I mean, for the Falcons, you're still starting your guys. You're still starting your Drake Londons, your Bijan Robinsons. You might stay away from Darnell Mooney if that's what you so desire. And then for the Commanders, you're still starting Jaden. You're still starting Terry McLaurin. And you're still starting Brian Robinson. But Brian Robinson's been less effective lately. On the injuries front, Evan, I'm just going to go through all of my. I'm gonna note dump so that we can help some folks.
okay.
Some impactful injuries today. Jalen Hurts and Anthony Richardson are out. Tua Tagovailoa is doubtful, so that means the doubtful designation means he has a 25% chance or less of playing, which means he's probably not playing. Alvin Kamara, Tony Pollard, David Montgomery are also out. Alvin Kamara, not surprising, he was announced earlier in the week. David Montgomery hasn't been playing, but Tony Pollard was up in the air. He's inactive today, so going up against the Jags in a weather game, I feel great about Tyjae Spears this week. He's been very productive in limited opportunities lately. He's been scoring touchdowns, so feel good about that. Wide receiver injuries are less impactful except for one. So you've got Curtis Samuel, Sterling, Shepard, Cedric Tillman, Kalif Raymond. Nothing super impactful there. Jaylen Waddle is unlikely to play. So that's a problem. But Tyreek Hill is likely to play. However, I do not trust the Miami pass game in this one. You've got, let's see, they're going up against the Browns and 20-mile-per-hour winds and Tyler Huntley, who can't throw, when it's nice out. Uh,
Okay.
Tight end injuries,
Can I,
David
oh,
Njoku and Cade Otton are out. Those are both also very impactful. Cade Otton's a saving yourself from yourself situation. Payne Durham's an okay streamer. I would prefer not to. But David Njoku's been a monster. So those are your injuries in your fantasy finals.
We have our first question from a guy who has an awesome name. That's the same name I chose for one of my sons, Calvin VV. All right, let's just break it down like this. First of all,
your son's name is Calvin VV?
Yes, pick a running back. Full PPR, pick a running back. Isaac Guerendo, Jerome Ford.
I'm going to go with Jerome Ford. Reason for that is twofold. One, I was talking about how it's going to be a weather game down there or up there in Cleveland. So it's going to be a lot of running backs. It's also going to be DTR this week. Didn't make the injury report because I guess he was going to play unless he was hurt. So I think it's going to be a lot of Jerome Ford in this one. Also, I don't trust the 49ers offensive line to make any holes at all whatsoever for Isaac Guerendo in this one. He'll get some passes and whatnot, but the Detroit Lions are still a good run defense despite all their injuries up front. And then the 49ers offensive line is decimated. If things go as bad as they could go, as they're looking as though they might go, they'll be on their 5th string left guard and 4th string left tackle.
Okay, so then so you went Ford. So then flex 1 PPR. Guerendo,
Okay.
Tyreek Hill, Calvin Ridley, Jonnu Smith.
Ooh, that's tough.
And this is the question I had for you too, which is I'm choosing between Tyreek Hill and Jonnu Smith.
Well, I know that when they went to Tyler Huntley in the past, that's when Tyreek Hill kind of cratered. Tyreek Hill versus Jonnu Smith. That's a good question. I'm gonna go with Jonnu over Tyreek Hill. I just don't trust what this passing game is going to do. And with the weather, with Tyler Huntley, it's likely to be a shorter range passing game, which means more Jonnu Smith, less Tyreek Hill.
Okay, so
And then the other one was go through the big one
so
again.
now we're
Sorry.
down to Jonnu Smith, Calvin Ridley, or Guerendo. PPR.
Personally, let's see. Calvin, it's with the wind. I don't think I can. God, it's hard. Weather's really bothering me because I don't know 100% how to account for that because I want to stay away from Calvin Ridley, but at the same time he's the best option there in terms of targets. Only 10 targets over the last 2 games. Probably going to get a lot more big chicken in this game. So I would go Guerendo, Ridley, Jonnu, Tyreek.
Okay, so to answer your question fully, Calvin, Guerendo and Jerome Ford. Those would be Jeff's picks.
A lot of good players with bad situations this week. So it's going to be picking from a lot of what risk you can tolerate. What's going to hurt the least this week is what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Because you either have you're looking at these games. There's only one game this week that's not affected by anything.
Thanks.
And that's Packers Vikings.
Yes, that's the only kicker I could start. I'm like, where's
Yeah.
the one game? You're welcome, Calvin. Thanks for the sub.
Thank you, Calvin.
What's up, Corn G 007?
Good luck, Calvin.
Half PPR, Jennings or McMillan?
Jennings or McMillan? Wow.
It's a must-win
it's a
matchup.
must-win
No
matchup.
shit.
It's win or go home. Also lose or go home. It's both. It's win and go home and lose and go home. Jennings or McMillan, half PPR. Oh man. So this is where it comes into what I think is a good part about having a lot of information already. Like we've had 6 games played, so we already have almost 25% of the schedule. Oh no. We've had over 25% of the schedule played, about a third of the schedule played. So if you need a big boom, I would go with Jalen McMillan. If you need to secure yourself fantasy points, I would go with Juwan Jennings. Reason for that is Jennings is most valuable in PPR leagues. So the half PPR does kind of hurt him a little bit just because he's not a huge touchdown guy for the 49ers. Also, I still think he could score this week, but Jalen McMillan has just been on an absolute tear. So if you want a guy that could get 0 points or 20 points, I would go with Jalen McMillan. If you want a guy that's range of outcomes is probably closer to 10 to 15, I would probably go with Juwan Jennings.
Awesome.
So it all depends on if you're in a huge hole or not. Like if you started T Higgins, you probably want to go Jawan Jennings. If you started Hunter Henry, you probably want to go Jalen McMillan.
Got it. I started against T. Higgins, so I'm a McMillan kind of guy. But
Yeah,
that,
this is the so I hate fantasy. I hate the way that they've done the schedule this year in the fantasy finals, just because it's just been a slow drip of information. And the thing that I love about the NFL, I was talking about this on the podcast, is I love the fire hose aspect of it. I love like getting just like a data dump on Sundays and just trying to like sort through it all. And this like little drip, drip, drip. I hate it, but it's also good for like day to day. You're like every day you're like, okay, where am I in my fantasy matchup? What can I do to fix it? And so it is giving you a little bit more tinkering ability, but that could also hurt.
would you start Cleveland, Tennessee, or Washington defenses over Las Vegas?
I would start Cleveland. I'm starting Cleveland in Waleed's DraftKings lineup this week. Weather's going to be a nightmare. No Tua, no Jaylen Waddle, and the offensive line is garbage. So I would definitely go with the Cleveland Browns this week.
Corn G is going with Jennings. He thinks, or they think, sorry, I gendered you. They think Evans will get a lot of targets because of contract incentives.
Oh, that's absolutely something to worry about too. Mike Evans needs that 1,000 yards. We all know that Baker knows that. Pretty sure that the rest of the coaching staff knows that. We saw it with Trey McBride last night. He scored his touchdown. Everybody celebrated with him. People know on the team know when players are going for things. So, oh no, we have to throw to our Hall of Fame wide receiver more. I mean, yeah, that is something to worry about with Jalen McMillan. That's why I said his range of outcomes is so wide. Because he could get you 5 PPR points. He could end up with like 2 for 30 because they just hyper focus on Bucky and Mike Evans. Or he could get you, 20 points because he gets, I forgot it was half PPR. So he could get you, 3.5 points? I forget what I said. But he could get you like 5 for 68 and 2 touchdowns or whatever. So it's like, it's a big range of outcomes with him. Whereas Jawan Jennings is more guaranteed targets, but I don't feel as good about the 49ers as a lot of people do because a lot of people are just ignoring their offensive line woes. So I'm not as bullish on Jawan getting a touchdown.
How are backup quarterbacks so horrible?
Hmm?
How is Spencer Rattler so horrible?
Oh, because he's awful. Like I can tell you exactly why. It's because he came into college as the big man on campus, and he never learned to play to the level of talent that he actually ended up having, his true talent level. He just got humbled to it. I mean, he's no good. He's not good. I call him 2 things. I call him 1, Spencer Badler. Easy. Second one, Spencer Rat Turd 2. Big reference to Cat Turd 2, Trump fan extraordinaire on Twitter, who is a dumb man. He's a very dumb man.
We couldn't have picked a better way to go out for Thursday Night Farce Ball than that 6-3 Seattle win over Chicago.
with Tony's last episode.
Yeah, and as a Grinch surprise, I picked up and started Seattle's D against Eric.
Oh.
So he had to root for Chicago for 3 hours, and he was miserable. And I'm like, troll, bitch.
That's so good. And that actually ended up working out for you, too.
Oh, yeah, they got 16 points.
Yeah.
I just did it for the laughs, on-air laughs, but yeah.
Now you did it for the fantasy points,
Sure,
too.
that's right. My analysis was pivotal.
Yeah, so I would just like to shout out to my sister who is in, I think, her 3rd year playing fantasy football. And she's not in the finals in this league, but she's already like this guy in the finals needs to lose because he won last year and he's been so insufferable about it. I'm like, yes, this is what fantasy football is good about.
That's another reason why everybody in the league wants Erox to lose. He reverse jinxes me. He's Eeyore, where he's like, oh, my team sucks. I'm like, you're in your 3rd straight championship. Shut the fuck up. And I'll never forgive him. In 2014, I was in the semifinals, and he was in the other semifinal. And with 9 minutes left in the game, Monday Night Football game, he goes, congratulations to Evan and my opponent for making the finals. Neither me nor his opponent made the finals. And I'm like, you asshole. Like, why do you do that?
He reverse jinxed you.
Yes, he did it this time, too. in the semis. I was up by 25, but he had Green Bay's defense against New Orleans, and Eric's like, "Congratulations on making the finals." And I'm like, I'm gonna come over and slap you." What's going on?
uh, it's the reverse jinx is the last vestige of a cowardly man, but we have I have been known to do it.
I've
The
just
pre-congratulations. I pre-congratulated all my Lions fans, mutuals, including Walker, last year in the NFC Championship game. So it works.
yeah.
It
I've
works.
also like rubber you're gluing it. Like he started Keenan Allen on Thursday, and the next day he texts me, "I can't believe I started Keenan Allen. I'm such a fucking idiot." And I'm like, "No, I'm a fucking idiot. You're a genius. Times infinity. No takebacks. Like, stop doing that. Stop it."
You're gonna do this to me. I'm gonna do this to you.
Yeah. Oh god. All right. Only one more week of this nonsense. One more day, almost.
Yeah, it's today and tomorrow, baby.
My wife.
Every
will be
time. So
happy.
every time we, I know. So will mine. Every time yesterday, I was like, it was like 9:55, and I was like, guess what time it is? She's like, what? I was like, it's football time. She's like, it's Saturday. I was like, yep. I was like, that's correct.
Yeah, my kids are like, "Who do you have in this game?" "Nobody." "Who's Eric have?" "Nobody." "Why are you watching it?" "It's football and it's on."
It's football. Yeah. We're gonna slurp it up like the little piggies we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. This week, so Monday there were what? Since Monday there have been 7 island games, and one of them was any good. The Bengals Broncos game last week was good.
Last night, yeah.
Last
God,
night, yeah.
God. Eric. Oh, I hate Eric so much. He had Cade York and T Higgins, and when Cade York doinked that 33-yarder, I was like, "Yes, everything's breaking Evan." And then T Higgins got 11 points in the next drive.
Dude, I know. I was
Hell.
like when Cade York lined up for the field goal, I was like, okay, 2 touchdowns from Burrow, 2 touchdowns from Higgins. I'm like, I can survive this. This is fine. I was like, the game's gonna be over. We're good. And then he freaking doinked it, and I was like, oh no.
AK is
Oh
excited for
no.
Snoop versus DTR. AK, don't you know somebody who has to go to that game?
Has to go.
Yeah, like in the pouring rain, watching Snoop
Uh-huh.
versus DTR.
Yeah, that's. I'm so happy that the Niners game has good weather tomorrow. Just because if it was like Thursday night football again, I would not be out there. I would not be out there. Let's be clear here. All right, so I didn't talk about my boom
You
my
have
boom
not.
players of the week this week.
Yes, who are your
All
boom
right.
players of the week?
All right, so on the Friday episode, I did this early for the Friday episode of the podcast. One guy that I really liked was Joe Burrow, so ding on there. But for today, we're gonna go Baker Mayfield. Pretty easy to pick on the Panthers here. We mentioned it with the Mike Evans incentives. The weather does scare me a little bit, but if you're looking at guys that have good matchups this week, you've got Brock Purdy. I mean, you can go with Brock Purdy if you want to. I'm very bearish on the 49ers tomorrow. Then you've got Kenny Pickett. I will not be advocating to start Kenny Pickett under any situation. Then you got Baker Mayfield. Then you got Burrow, who already played. Then you got Cooper Rush. So pretty easy here that Joe Burrow or Baker Mayfield's going to be my boom quarterback of the week. Some guys with bad matchups this week: Sam Darnold and Jared Goff. The Packers are actually allowing the fewest fantasy points to quarterbacks over the last 5 weeks. However, take that with a grain of salt, as that does include a Brandon Allen game for the 49ers. For the running backs, let's see. Best matchup this week is the Broncos running backs, but they have already played. Then you've got Jonathan Taylor against the Giants. I mean, it's easy to say that he's going to be the boom player of the week when he had 3 touchdowns last week, but I do think he does it again. If you're looking for a little bit more something a little bit more interesting, I think Breece Hall gets a lot of gets off the schneid this week. It's a bad weather game. The Buffalo Bills allow the 10th most fantasy points to opposing running backs over the last 5 weeks. So I would say like my primary is Jonathan Taylor. If you think that that's not spicy enough, I'll go with Breece Hall. Also, Bucky Irving has a great matchup, but again, I'm trying to stay away from picking on the Panthers. For wide receivers, Oh my God. Dante Pettis has the fifth. No, I'm just kidding. The Packers guys, Jaden Reed, Dontavian Wicks, Christian Watson, and Romeo Dobbs. Although it's looking like Christian Watson might not play. Those are guys who have a great matchup this week. But I actually really like Terry McLaurin going up against the Falcons. Falcons had a great week last week, but it was going up against the Giants. I know the weather's bad, but I think they'll scheme it to their best player, which is Terry McLaurin. So I like Terry McLaurin to have a good game this week. For the tight ends, it's a disaster. I do not recommend. There will be no boom tight ends this week. Here's why. Best matchup for tight ends this week: Cincinnati. So Adam Troutman. Did Adam Troutman do anything last night, Evan?
I don't even recall him being on the field.
No. Second best matchup: Indianapolis Colts. So Theo Johnson today. Well, do you want to start Theo Johnson in your fantasy finals?
I was not aware that was a guy that exists.
Then you've got Chicago, who already played, New England, who already played, Pittsburgh, who already played, Chiefs, who already played, Miami, who is playing. I don't even know who the backup tight end in Cleveland is. Then you've got Washington. Are you bad enough, dude, to start Kyle Pitts in your fantasy finals? Then you've got Houston, who already played, and you've got certified bad football player Dalton Kincaid with a good matchup. There are no quality players at tight end with a top 10 matchup this week.
And we got some chat here. AK says
it's out of control.
It says their best friend is a Dolphins fan and is dating a Browns fan, so they're going to the Dolphins-Browns game. Well, if that's their thing, fine. Afterwards, I might suggest they go see a play.
I didn't know his friends were into pain play.
Yeah, afterwards, you might want to have him go see a play called Sid and Nancy. Maybe on the way there, listen to some Ike and Tina Turner. Just,
yeah, really
go full on disaster mode. And best tight end this week is going to be the Jets legend Zach Kuntz.
Zach Kuntz, first of all. And actually, I kind of liked Kuntz coming out of college just a little bit. But time makes fools of us all. Because that did not pan out. So Evan, are you in any fantasy finals?
Yeah, my big money league against Eric.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Sorry.
I looked it up the last 6 years. Either Eric or I have been in the finals every single year.
That's right. That's like in my home fantasy baseball league. Me or my friend Kent have been in the finals every single year.
Yeah.
Last like 5 years.
And you're in the fantasy football finals. Nailed it.
We did it, everybody.
Yeah. Why are they even starting? Why are they even rolling out Tyreek Hill? Why not just shut him down?
Probably because they want to do something. I don't know. I have a feeling that my hot take is that what's his name? Mike McDaniel's on the hot seat, but nobody wants to acknowledge it.
That's fair.
Because I brought it up on the podcast, and Walker and Mike are both like, "Yeah, it's fine." I'm like, I kind of think he's on the hot seat, so I think he's trying to win some games down the stretch.
And I think they're technically still in playoff contention, but not really.
Yeah, it's one of those like Rube Goldberg situations where it's like, yeah, you're still like the Niners started last week, still in contention, but it was like 3 teams needed to win, these 2 teams needed to tie. It was a real.
AK Magic confirms Tyreek is. They are still in mathematical contention.
Yeah, so mathematical contention, got to roll whoever can play out there. If you throw in the towel, you're throwing in the towel on math. All right, so
Bob's back at it, ready to lose the championship after duds from Nico, Jason, and Boswell. Chase ceiling in half PPR. Oof. Londoner neighbors.
Chasing ceiling?
Yeah.
Neighbors. If you're chasing ceiling, if you're okay with floor, like I would go neighbors there. His ceiling is astronomical. The bad part is that I think it's Drew Lock. I haven't kept track of who is starting at quarterback there because it's neither one is good for fantasy guys, and I will not be starting either of them. So so I have not kept track of who's starting at quarterback there.
Because London has Pen 15 chucking it. That's his nickname.
Pen 15.
Could have.
Oh, Michael Penis.
Oh, I get it now. Gotcha.
Michael P-
That is kind of
Michael
clever.
Penis.
That is kind of clever.
Yeah. Have you heard the thing where one guy? I can't believe that we missed this, but it was like the thing about hey, having two African American quarterbacks with a one letter off from being a penis name for the uh, Atlanta Falcons because of Michael Vick. He's like, if I had a nickel for every time the Atlanta Falcons had a quarterback with, or an African American left-handed quarterback with one letter off from their last name being a word for penis, I'd have two nickels. But it's weird that it's happened twice. I was like, oh yeah, Michael Vick.
Um,
I didn't even think about that.
I'm worried about them having tape on Michael Penix now.
Yeah, I mean, Tony on the TH Fantasy podcast was saying that he was watching the Michael Penix tape and he actually liked what he saw. So, could be, could be one of those things where, I mean, usually you need a couple games of tape for tendencies, because you think about, like, I was thinking about it last night, why rookies struggle when you get, or why quarterbacks struggle after you get some tape on them. And it's because, like, oh, their tendencies when you like blitz the nickel off the same side where he's throwing. And it's like, oh yeah, that you need a few games for each of those situations to come to pass, So one game I'm not super like worried about it, but it is something I completely understand the trepidation.
Yup.
Yep. All right.
Anyway.
So if you want, so commissioning never stops. As I'm sitting here, I'm getting the keepers ready for my home fantasy baseball league. Because we have a thing where it's like up to 3-year contracts, so I have to delete, and guys drafted in the first 3 rounds are ineligible. So I have to go through and delete from people's teams manually who is no longer eligible. So
That sounds fun.
it's not bad. It's a good way to kill an afternoon and remember some guys from last year. Be like, oh yeah, I had that guy. Oh yeah, I had that guy. My team got 3rd place last year, and it should not have. It should not have. My team was so good, dude. Oh my god, out of control.
Great story. Why are they? Why is the weather so bad this week? What do the fantasy guys want from us?
Global warming, why cold?
Juwan, Strange, Chig, or Durham? That's got to be Chig, right?
Not Strange. Durham is spicy. I would go with. I think Durham has a better chance at a touchdown. But Juwan has more guaranteed points. Like Durham could just disappear. I mean, not Durham. Chig could just disappear. I don't think Juwan Jennings disappears. I'd probably go Jennings, Chig, go with your gut there, and then the other 2 guys throw them in the trash.
Interesting. Good stuff, and good luck to everyone in your fantasy championship. It's me. I'm watching a commercial for a cat litter box product, and it shows a crowd of people watching him use the produute. And when he scoops,
do they cheer?
Yes, when he scoops the poop, they all go "Wow!" And I'm like, "Huh." I hate life in society because of it. Yoko Ono, it is. And what else? Let me see if I have no decision to make besides Tyreek versus Jonnu, and I feel way more confident about Jonnu.
Yeah, I had one decision to make this week, and it worked out. So I was like, all right, I'm good. I in my flex spot because my team was, because remember when I was like full of hubris and I was like, you can't stop my team. These are my running backs, and they were David Montgomery and Alvin Kamara. And now I don't have either. So that's a problem. But the only decision I had to make this week was at my flex to start Mark Andrews or who was I? Mark Andrews or Andre Yossi. I went with did the cardinal sin of starting a tight end in my flex. So
Yeah, that's what I'm
But it
doing.
worked out for me this
It
week
feels
because
so good.
my tight end and my flex were Trey McBride and Mark Andrews. So I got 45 fantasy points out of them. So I'm feeling good.
Tracy
Ooh,
or Guerendo, half PPR?
who is the first name?
Tracy.
Oh, Guerendo. They're back to back in Walker's ranks. Actually, that's funny. That's funny that I was like easy Guerendo.
Good luck to Bob, says Bob.
Good luck to Bob.
Evan Hoovler approves of that message.
Jeff Krisko also approves. All right, it's 9:30. Let's see if there's any breaking news on Blue Sky, the Everything app. Breaking news: breaded and deep fried vegetable power rankings. You ready for this?
Yes.
All right. S tier. All right, you ready?
Yes.
Potato,
Okay.
onion,
All right.
jalapeno, and bell pepper.
Okay. I would add cauliflower to that.
Deep fried cauliflower?
Yeah.
Well, check this out. A tier. Sweet potato, okra, cauliflower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
The person who posted this, Lauren, she said character count limit prevented me from saying any vegetable pickled or brined jumps up a tier. So all right. B tier, we got broccoli, zucchini, and the interesting mushrooms. I don't know what qualifies it. Oh, non-button mushrooms. That's what it is.
So she was saying she can't put pickles on there. Is that what she's saying?
Yeah.
Because that's S tier.
Yeah. Pickle is all by itself. Oh man. Something about deep fried olives. I've never had deep fried olives.
That sounds bad,
Oh.
man.
I don't know. I'm a big olive guy. C tier, eggplants, button mushrooms, parsnips, and green beans. I disagree with green beans. I think fried green beans are pretty good.
Okay. Is there more?
What'd you say?
Is there a D tier? F tier?
Carrots.
Carrots. Whoa. Anything else?
Nope. Those are the
I would add corn to the D tier.
deep fried corn.
Corn on the cob, yeah. Doesn't work like you think it would.
I think if I'm thinking about it, I think Wingstop does deep fried. I think their corn that they make is deep fried, but they cut it into like little discs, so it's a lot more manageable.
That would be
And
better
that
than what I ate.
Yeah, that probably gets better coverage of the oil on the kernels too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the only. I'm pretty sure that's deep fried. That's the only carrot or corn that I've had, and I thought it was pretty good.
Noted. I'm watching the ESPN fantasy football show, and it's not good, yo.
Oh wow, here we go. Breaking news. Breaking news.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Los Angeles Lakers have agreed on a trade sending D'Angelo Russell, Maxwell Lewis, and 3 second-round picks to the Nets for Dorian Finney-Smith and Shake Milton, sources told ESPN. Wow. Wow.
Who would have thought?
We're listening to ESPN now.
Who would have thought the final week we'd run out of things to say just in time?
I know. Well, I think it's because very few people have a lot of decisions to make.
Oh yeah, I didn't expect it to be a storm today. Why is it when I open NFL.com on an app or a website, it loads like 40 screens down? Like it's not loading from the top. It loads, then I have to scroll up a bunch.
It does?
Yeah.
That's wild. I don't know.
So dumb.
Evan, we have breaking news. Big boat stuck again.
Oh God, where?
Big boat stuck. There's a ship stuck in the St. Lawrence River near Montreal.
Oh, that's not as destructive.
Big boat stuck. Oh, man.
Okay, I'm going to tell you NFL.com's writers' hot takes this week, and you're going to give me a 1 to 5 reaction about how much it moves your needle.
Okay.
Um, Jahmyr Gibbs scores 3 touchdowns.
That's possible.
So what is that? 1, 2,
Niners.
3, 4, 5.
I was gonna say, what's our? It's a 1 to 5.
Yeah.
Is 5 that
Let's
it's
make
a
it
hot
0 to
take, or
5.
0 to 5 is 0?
5
That is 0. No spice at all. 5 is scorpion
Yeah, that works.
pepper. Okay. That's a 1.
So
That's
1.
I put a little paprika on there. Not really any spice, but a little bit.
All right, that one's from Marcus Grant. Matt Okada says,
Oh, Marcus Grant, my blue sky, my blue sky friend. I guess all of a sudden, Marcus Grant and I chat on Blue Sky. So
"Oh, cool.
shout out Marcus.
Have spicier takes, dude." So Matt Okada says the Packers and Vikings will have 8 passing touchdowns to 8 different pass catchers.
Super spicy. Just if there's 8 passing touchdowns, Justin Jefferson's getting 2.
So is that what is that?
That's
Habanero?
4.
All right,
That's a habanero, baby.
All right.
That's habanero tequila because that's spicy and drunk.
This one's woof. This is Maurice Jones-Drew, Fantasy God. Michael Penix Jr. and Jaden Daniels will have the highest scoring contest between 2 rookie quarterbacks this season.
Okay, okay, what is this going up against?
I don't know.
I know Daniels and Williams played earlier this year, but was that a
I don't know.
command?
This is
It's -15, dude. That's -15.
bell pepper.
Yeah, dude, that's water.
yeah. You gotta like.
No, that's milk, because it's
Okay.
dissipating
It's
the
up
spiciness.
against Bo Nick and Spencer Rattler scoring 43 points in Week 7. That's still really watered down.
You know what? That's
It's a 22 to 20.
I have this really good sriracha salt. It's that's a 2. I can taste the heat, but it's not going out of control.
I have
Also shout out to Maurice Jones-Drew for getting yelled at on Twitter yesterday and immediately backtracking what he said about Joe Burrow. It was really funny. Going into the break yesterday, it was like when they were hyping up Broncos Bengals. He was like, if I could have any quarterback in the league right now, I would take Joe Burrow. And the first thing he says, he's like, he's beaten Patrick Mahomes several times. It's like, okay, so you would take Patrick Mahomes. And he comes back from break. He's like, look, I have to clarify what I said about Joe Burrow. A lot of people are saying Patrick Mahomes. It's like, oh man, the TV is talking to you, Twitter.
the hottest thing I own is the hottest thing that can possibly be, which is pure liquid capsaicin.
Oh God.
How do I say it?
Capsaicin? That's
Yeah.
how I say it. I don't know if it's
Capsaicin
correct, but
works
yeah.
for me. I watch enough hot pepper stuff. I should know it by now. Yeah, I have pure liquid. It's like 7 million Scovilles.
Yeah, dude, I'm not doing that. No, thank you. I've reached the point where my body is rejecting heat. Oh my God, Raheem Blackshear to start at running back
Damn
for the
it.
Panthers in Week 17.
Eric has him.
Oh my God, I forgot to say, yeah. What's his face was already ruled out this week. I wonder why he didn't show up on the injury report. That's weird. We've got no Chuba this week. But Raheem Blackshear, yikes.
Eric
Here,
had
check
Tony
this out.
Pollard. And this is just such an Eric thing where, your starting running back goes down. Whoops, your backup just got you 50 points. So you whined
he
about it the
hasn't-
whole fucking time.
He hasn't had more than 6 touches in a game since 2022, and he's never gotten double-digit touches in a game before.
Well, fumble it and play one and get Mike Boone in there.
Yeah, I would not worry too much about this. If he starts Raheem Blackshear, that's a boon for you.
All
Did
right.
you see what I did there?
Yeah. I picked up Mike Boone to block him, too, so.
Oops.
Okay, Michael Florio. Oh, God. Florio says.
No, it's not the bad Florio.
Oh, it's not. You're
There's
right.
There's two Mike Florios.
Okay. Well, I feel better, but not about this take. Jonathan Taylor will have 30 fantasy points.
That's a 3. That's a 3.
So, like,
I mean, That's like
Thai-
your favorite hot sauce.
a Thai hatch chili.
That's your favorite hot sauce.
All right. Mark Ross says George Kittle and Deebo Samuel each score 2 touchdowns.
That's liquid capsaicin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's liquid capsaicin, dude. That's out of control. That's that. No, there's not. No, that's not gonna happen.
David Carr says Michael Penix Jr. will throw 4 touchdowns.
Oh man.
I think that's a winner for me.
Poor David Carr. I mean, that's clear signs of CTE from his rookie year where he got sacked like 900 times. 4 touchdowns. Who are they going to?
Washington.
We've got
nobody.
I guess 1 to Bijan, 1 to Mooney, 2 to Drake London.
It doesn't matter who they're going to. We just know it's not going to be Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, dude, Kyle Pitts is so funny, man. I was listening to FF Today, the CBS Dynasty show last night. Shout out Heath Cummings, friend of the pod. And there, Sam Wagman was on, and he was talking about. They were talking about risky guys, and they were talking about how, like, oh, you know, Kyle Pitts losing value, blah blah blah, this, that, and the other. We hung on too long, and then they were like, but Dalton Kincaid, I feel good. Sam Wagman was like, I feel good about Dalton Kincaid for next year. I'm like, why? He's running the exact same path as Kyle Pitts. Both are also top 10 dynasty tight ends by ADP. Which is crazy. Go trade your Kyle Pitts away if people value him at a top 10 tight end. Go trade your Dalton Kincaids away if people value him as a top 10 tight end. Because those dudes stink.
In our Discord, Maddox wants to sit 1 half PPR. Ridley, Devonta, Debo.
To sit 1?
Yeah.
I would sit Devonta. Kenny Pickett under center. No, thank you. Kenny Pickett under center when last week, when Kenny Pickett got in, he was like a robot sent from the future with one mission, and that mission is to give AJ Brown targets.
That's fair.
What'd you say?
That's fair. All right. Oh, Hayden Long. Welcome, Hayden Long. Miller or Clyde?
Miller or Clyde? Clyde who?
Miller. Who? I'm gonna Google that.
There's no Clyde.
Edwards-Helaire got called up.
For who?
I'm unclear. This person is somehow.
Oh, the Saints? The Saints? Or Kendre Miller? Good God, man! This is your choice you're making for your fantasy finals.
How are you in the championship?
Oh God. Neither. I mean, Kendre Miller's been there. Clyde Edwards-Helaire got called up yesterday. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's no way to know. Like, there's no way to know. I'm gonna go with Kendre Miller because he's been there, I guess. But it's like, I have no idea. You're talking about 2 guys that have like Kendre Miller last week was ass. Clyde Edwards-Helaire the last time we saw him was with the Chiefs, and that was last year, and he wasn't very good either. God,
I'm going to Kendre Miller for a similar reason. Like Santa Claus versus the Easter Bunny, I can kind of convince myself that Kendre Miller exists. Just like I can kind of convince myself that Santa exists, but the Easter Bunny, there's no freaking way. Just like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I'm like, there's no way you're fantasy relevant at all. This can't be. This is not my universe.
Wait.
I'm in the wrong universe.
Wait. The Easter Bunny isn't real?
Yeah, man. There ain't no 6-foot-tall rabbit hiding dairy in people's houses. That makes sense.
So, Evan coming out strong against megafauna.
Yep.
Evan, have you seen this big bird?
Doesn't exist. Just like his friends.
Yeah, it's called an emu, Evan.
Oh yeah. Fair.
Yeah.
Have you seen Don't Breathe?
No.
Okay. Have you heard of it?
Maybe.
It was mid. Good news, they made a sequel. It was called
good.
It was called Don't Move. And I watched it
yesterday.
yesterday.
Okay.
And
How was it?
it was good because my son came in and watched it. I'm realizing that A, like, my son is old enough where I can watch some, horror movies with him, and B, my son is really good at making fun of horror movies. Like, he has,
Yeah,
of course,
that's good.
a lady who's paralyzed and being kidnapped the whole time, and every time it showed her on
Oh,
camera, yeah,
I've seen a trailer for this. She's in the woods.
yeah.
Yeah.
Every time we'd cut to her camera, my son would give her like directions, like acting directions. He'd be like, "Okay, sit there. Okay, perfect. That's perfect. Blink slower. Okay, now just lay there. Just lay there. You're doing great. Just lay there. You get paid for this. It's awesome." So she gets kidnapped by a guy who's really not good at his job and keeps messing up and murdering people who accidentally discover he's got a paralyzed woman. And then in the end, he's rowing her out to the sea to dump her body, even though he's already killed 2 people by now and just set their body on fire. And I'm like, what? That's not the go-to anymore. Why are you okay? And while she's at sea, she stabs him in the neck with a fishing hook, or a hook. He falls overboard. She shoots him, and then there's a hole in the boat, so it sinks. So she swims to shore. And I'm like, all of these violate the very premise of this movie. Like, what the hell, man? She's
Wait,
clearly.
I'm stuck on the fishing hook.
It was like a big hook.
A little guy.
No,
Oh, it
like
was a big hook.
Yeah, it
Okay,
was a
I'm
fishing
thinking the
hook.
little
It was
guys.
just a fishing boat with a giant hook on it for no reason.
Got it.
And I'm like, the whole point of the movie is you don't move. Like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Can't magically move
Yeah.
and then swim like the most moving you could possibly do.
Yeah, that is the most moving you
I'm
could
like, what
possibly
the hell,
do.
man? You're supposed to have her somehow subdue him without moving. This is the premise you've built to for 90 freaking minutes.
Yeah, like she should do the arm flop thing. We
Yeah.
also watched a mid movie last night. It was Amber Alert on Hulu.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, a woman's kid gets kidnapped, and then there's an Amber Alert, and then these 2 people chase them, and it's a very dumb movie.
Yeah.
Also dumb. Actually, kind of clever. What's it called? Antagonist in this one. There's an Amber Alert for his car with no license plate, and so he calls in the wrong license plate. But then the cops are like, "Oh, do you want the guy's phone number for whoever called in this license plate? Because it's 2 people who are like following the car around." And so then they call him, and then and then the most insane thing, the cops are like, "Well, we're not going to send anybody to this guy's house." It's like, why? And so the woman like steals the address for the guy from his ID card, and then these 2 random people just go investigate the house. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It's the most nothing hangs together in this movie, but it boogies. Like, it was 90 minutes and it respected our time. Like, it was in and out. It didn't drag at all. I did a really bad job at explaining it because I'm watching the trailer. Like, I popped up the IMDb and the trailer is on, so it's kind of bouncing around. So, guy takes a fare. A guy takes a fare on Lyft or Uber, one of those taxi services. But it's off the clock because he already put the sign down, and the woman, who is Hayden Panettiere, was like, "I'll give you a ton of money if you do this." And he's like, "All right, bet, I'll do that." And then there's an Amber Alert for this car, and they see the car, and then they chase the car, but it doesn't have a license plate. And then they catch up to the guy, and at one point they like come to a gas station, and Hayden Panettiere's like hiding on the other side of the car from this guy and talking, and it's like, I've been to a gas station, I'd be like, "Hey man, what are you doing over there?" Like, I would have more spatial awareness than that. And then the woman whose kid gets kidnapped.
Being an Uber driver with no license plate is hella sketch.
Oh no! They're chasing the car with no license.
Oh, okay.
The Amber Alert had no license plate on it. They have a license plate on the Amber, or on the Uber. I'm doing a very bad job of explaining this movie because it made no sense. But then the woman whose kid gets kidnapped like calls 911, and they're like, "Yeah, we're not sending out an Amber Alert for a Toyota Camry." And she's like, "But you have to." And the guy, they don't even escalate it. It's just like the head of 911 is like, "Yeah, we won't be doing that." It's like, you could at least tell the cops. Like, the cops could be looking for this. And they're like, "Yeah, man, we're not wasting the cops' time with this." The whole movie is premised on 911 being like, "Yeah, man, the cops are busy. I don't know. They're not gonna help your kidnapped child."
You can't put out an Amber Alert and say Toyota Camry license plate missing.
No, okay, Evan. What you need to understand, there is a license plate on the car. They just did not have the number.
Oh.
There's no license plate on the Amber Alert. It's very dumb. This movie is really dumb. I hate it so much. But the whole movie hinges on the 911 the 911 I guess like general manager being like, we will not be calling the cops. Because then the mom of the kid who got kidnapped finds the guy's address and then calls the two random people that had been chasing him around in the lift. And they were like, you have to go get my daughter. And they're like, okay. So they go to this killer's house. There's just two random people going to this killer's house. And then at the end, Hayden Panettiere gets shot in the chest. And they're like, it's fine. It's fine. She takes two in the chest. And they're like, we're good.
What? She just like walks away?
No, she crumples and she's like on the ground. But then the what's it called? The killer gets shot. And they're like, okay, we're all good. Like nobody tends to her at all. Like, she's just bleeding. And everybody's like, nah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, stupid movie, but it boogies. If you want to kill an hour and a half, this movie really respects your time.
I saw a horror movie about a killer stalking guests at an Airbnb that the characters were so forgettable. Apparently Alison Brie was starring in it. I didn't notice, even though I love Alison Brie. Everyone loves Alison Brie.
Oh yeah, I've seen that movie. I don't remember anything about it. It's like on the beach, right?
Yeah. Afterwards, they're like, starring Alison Brie. And I'm like, really? Huh.
Yeah, I remember nothing about that movie.
You can't make that lady sing? Then you wrote a bad script.
Yeah, The Rental.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it's got the guy from Shameless and the Bear. Jeremy Allen White. The guy who looks like a capybara.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
He looks like a capybara.
Yeah.
That's right. I hope everybody's enjoying our fantasy football show where I do a terrible job of explaining a movie.
Did you ever see that horror movie I talked to you about on the podcast years ago, where at the end the killer's chasing them, so they escape by getting in their car and driving away? And I'm like, you've been hiding from this guy for 2 days. Like, you couldn't just get in your car?
You couldn't have gotten in your car. I didn't. Shortly after you recommended that to me, my buddy who was doing the podcast with me got a real big boy job, so he had to stop doing it. He was working at a gas station before that because it was the pandemic, and then he got a job as an accountant. So he's like, yeah, man, I don't have time for this anymore. I'm like, oh, that sucks. So I ended up not watching that. Our last movie for that podcast was Street Fighter.
Tyreek, or I mean, assume that's Jawan, full PPR.
A lot of Jawan questions.
Yep.
I would go Jawan. We saw what happened with Tyler Huntley before. Like, we've seen this show before. And Jawan Jennings has at least, 7. Oh man, sorry, don't slam your base. He has at least 7 targets in 5 of the last 7 games, no fewer than 5 targets in those games. And earlier in the year, I mean, you can I'll just pull up what Tyreek Hill did with Tyler Huntley earlier in the year with Snoop. Nothing. He did nothing. Bottomed out with 1 catch for 8 yards.
Did you say don't slam your base?
Your base.
What's that?
It's an energy drink.
Oh.
Well, it's not really an energy drink. It's a yerba mate drink. So it has caffeine in it. It's like calling a coffee an energy drink. They're drinks that we stopped buying like 2 years ago, but I found we had them on auto ship, and I found a flat of 12 of them in our garage when I was cleaning it out. So I'm
energy drinks.
Oh no, yeah, what'll happen? This was Best by June 26, 2023. Well, I've had half of them and I'm still alive, so.
Uh-oh. Jeff is committing suicide live on air.
That's right. Suicide via Yerba. This is my DraftKings lineup for Waleed's contest. You ready?
Yes.
I got Baker. I got Bucky. I got Payne Durham in that game because he was like $2,500. So that means I could fit Justin Jefferson, Jacoby Myers, and Brandon Cooks, as well as Brian Thomas and Tyjae Spears, and the Browns DST. Those is all hinging on Payne Durham getting like 6 targets. This is hinging on Payne Durham getting like 6 targets and the Browns DST doing it to Snoop Huntley what I think they'll do. That's the whole thing hinges on that.
Well,
and the Panthers being bad.
that is
which
fair.
I think that's something that I can count on.
That is fair. Who are you going to the game with?
My wife.
Cool.
All right, I'm gonna enter this in another contest. Enter now. Now, why are you showing me full contests, stupid?
You're welcome, AK.
Stupid draft games. What's up with AK?
He says thanks. Yes,
Oh,
good
yeah.
luck to all of you and your championships.
Yeah, good luck to everybody. It's gonna be a fun day of football. It's gonna be a lot of. Just remember, if your players are in slop and they suck, everybody's players are in slop. Unless you're playing, like I said, the only game that escapes the slop today is the Vikings and Packers. That's the only game that escapes the slop. Everything else has some slop aspect to it, so everybody's in the slop this
And
week.
you're saying tomorrow's Niners-Detroit game should be good weather?
Tomorrow's Niners Detroit game, no bad weather.
Good.
It's 0% chance of rain. I think it's like 3-mile-per-hour winds. Should be a beautiful night to
I
end
have
the fantasy
Jared Goff,
finals.
and it's a 6-point passing touchdown league. So
Jared Goof. There is a small part that he goes Jared Goof mode. Just FYI,
he has
there's a
80
chance of
fantasy
that.
points in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, but he could go Jared Goof mode because he just does that at Levi's Stadium. He goes mom spaghetti at
No.
Levi's Stadium.
No, he will not go mom spaghetti at Levi Stadium.
Evan, there's vomit on his sweater already.
There
You don't
is?
understand this. Yeah,
Oh.
it's mom spaghetti.
And he's running light. It'll be better. So there's a lot
He's
of-
got those. Yeah, who's eating mom spaghetti before a game? I mean, the tomato sauce. That's a recipe for acid reflux
not,
right
not
there.
only mentioned flying your mom all the way out to San Francisco just to cook for you during the holidays. It seems kind of selfish.
Yeah, and I mean, there's some decent like Italian joints around Santa Clara. He doesn't have to have mom spaghetti. And it's spaghetti, dude. It's very like even the worst spaghetti is still good. So,
my dad's mom used to make spaghetti by putting dry noodles and sauce in a casserole dish and baking it in the oven.
And how was it?
He said it was one of the worst things he's ever had, and he had to have it on the reg.
Oh boy. Well, we'll go out with if we're going out with weird food things. I don't understand my wife's family when they have pasta, they have cottage cheese with it.
Huh. I like doing lunch at the elementary school because you walk around, you can totally tell which kids are going to be serial killers by their food combinations. Like, oh, you got carrots. What you put on it? Ketchup. All right, you're going to have somebody in your basement when you grow up.
All right, man. I need you to go talk to the cop.
Yeah,
That's the new
I need to call in
triad.
CPS. Like, one kid.
Yeah, instead of what is it? Late bedwetting, torturing animals, and what's the third one? The dark triad. It's like baby carrots and ketchup, torturing small animals.
Yeah. One kid poured her bag of Takis into her pasta spirals and mixed it all together and crunched it all up. And I'm like, you're not. I may need to alert CPS. This is not okay.
That's not allowed. I did see a great TikTok yesterday of a little kid asking for what was it, sticky waffle ketchup, and it was maple syrup. I want sticky waffle ketchup. All right. Well, it's 9:59. Thank you everybody for
your sentiment on cottage cheese and pizza.
It's out of control. Thank you everybody for an awesome season. This was probably the most fun that I've had, I think, because it was a refuge for me from work being garbage. So thank you everybody. We will not be doing any week 18 things. Here's our official advice for week 18. Stop it.
Quit your league.
Stop it. Podcast this week is going Patreon for this episode. In the off season, every other episode is on Patreon. We're doing the Absurdities this week, so it's our annual award show. So it should be a lot of fun. We're going to be recording that on Wednesday. So today we'll be recording that, and yeah, I'll see everybody next year. Let's go.
Bye. See you
And
next
Evan,
year.
silent.
All right, we out. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Sorry to keep doing this.
Jake Ferguson, and Cooper Rush just flat out doesn't see him and hits him in the face mask, and he's able to outrun the offensive line. And you can tell he was disappointed to leave that game last week. He felt like he let his teammates down.
Philadelphia's elite defense, ranked #1 in the NFL in terms of yards allowed, scores their first defensive touchdown of the season. And oh, how about that defensive play? Dane Belton over the shoulder grab for the interception. This was the opening drive for Joe Flacco in Indianapolis. Look at Belton, the Iowa Hawkeye product. That's as good as any wide receiver in the NFL could do it. Can't see if the ball hit the ground there, but it was called an interception on the field, and it is New York Giants football. The rain was falling steadily in Jacksonville in the early goings. However, Jacksonville got into field goal range, and Cam Little, their kicker, is able to put it through for the opening score. Jacksonville 3, Tennessee nothing. Scoreless here as Josh Allen continues to work.
The fact they can control the line of scrimmage.
That's a lot for him.
Actually, we're going to jump in here for a 3rd and 4 live.
This is like a full drop back scheme, so he's got some mental gymnastics to work through every single snap. The run game sure helps a young quarterback like that.
10th play, opening drive. O'Connell this time connects. It's a first down to Jacoby Myers.
Back to Cook off that left side again, and it's clogged up. No gain. This is the final home game of the season, regular season for the Bills.
For Las Vegas so far.
And this is a great set of openers for Scott Turner and this offense, mixing the run, mixing the pass, and really just some opportunities missed by the Raiders, or they'd be even further down the field and closer to the goal line. But I like the way they started.
4 first downs on the drive. O'Connell floats it to the sideline. Nice throw, and he's able.
DNA, possibly championship DNA to overcome things like
Finding a way to win. 3rd and 3. Going deep. Going down the field. Coleman, the rookie, has it. Fighting down to the 5-yard line. Keon Coleman, who averages almost 21 yards a catch. But this might be coming back.
Offense number 79. 10-yard penalty, replay, 3rd down.
So Spencer Brown, he's flagged for holding, taking away a 40-yard pass play. And it's a flag-happy start to this one.
Spencer's not happy.
Red marker. Myers is like, they're going to take this away from me here.
I think he knows.
Yeah,
Alontae Taylor.
Did he establish possession?
Yeah, whoever. That's great job upstairs.
To a 3rd and 13.
And, Coleman coming back in week 15, that's huge for them to get some games under his belt before the playoffs, and shows you the skill set when he's out there.
Here it is. Needing the big gain on 3rd down. Wide open. He's got Hollins for the first at the New York 30. Pickup of 23.
Expedited review, didn't have to take a long time upstairs. So a successful challenge for the interim head coach. And it ends up being 2nd down and 10. I think he's a little frustrated that he even had to throw the challenge flag.
I think you're right.
He felt like if that's an expedited review, then that probably was easy enough to call on the field. I imagine that's what Darren is expressing right there.
And of course, it's a lot easier to see those plays on the sideline.
That's the difference.
Boy, they love Hollins. What he's done is one of the X factors on this Bills offense.
Extra lineman motioning.
Handoff Davis. He's got 3.
You don't see that very often anywhere, Jim. Anderson, an old lineman who comes in as the extra lineman.
That all matters in the offseason, and you got to play for some pride. It's important for these players and coaches to go get a win today.
It's easy to look at the combined records, easy to look at the rest of the playoff picture and think, oh, wow, that's much more appealing. Fair. This is important stuff, the next 8 quarters of football for these two teams, and especially the individuals, as you talk about. We've covered games late in the year where teams might be out of it, whatever. Pride.
To utilize him in that win, hard-fought one, it turned out to be against New England. 2nd and 7. And now coming from behind, they almost got to him. Pass, Hollins, diving catch, 1st down at the 16.
Everything's a lot better. The food tastes better. Your girlfriend's prettier. Everything's nice when you win a game in the NFL, so it makes it more fun.
12th play of this Las Vegas drive. Another handoff on second down. And Abdullah is going to set up a very manageable third down situation.
We're going to go triple box right now. Upper left-hand corner, the Bills with a flat pass out to Dalton Schultz. He looks to have the first down. Upper right-hand corner, the Raiders in the red zone. Bottom of your screen, Carolina has just found inside of the 20-yard line. Couple of nice passes by Bryce Young.
Period of time and guys that came into the league with little fanfare. Blackshear runs into a crowd. No
in that low red zone area. And trying to move Bowers to get some access at him.
In the slot to the right. Here's a throw to Abdullah in the flat. The catch, the run, the dive. It's a touchdown for Amir Abdullah. Roundhouse. Raiders lead on a really impressive opening series. We'll have to look to make sure he...
Atmosphere. Lightly recruited out of high school, undrafted free agent, so you know the determination has always been there with that young man.
2nd and 10, Carolina trailing Tampa Bay 7-0. Young, step, throw, end zone, touchdown! The connection with Thielen. Major answer.
Passes this season, the fewest in the NFL allowed.
We always watch his legs, but I would wait for it until third down.
2nd and goal. He's got time now. Pocket collapses. Back of the end zone, through the back. And incomplete, but got a flag, comes down. We got a couple of flags actually in the end zone. Josh gives us the early signal.
Well, we got to go back to the triple box because on that Amir Abdullah touchdown, ruling on the field was a touchdown. They took a look at it and turned it away. It's 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. They said he stepped out inside of the 1-yard line. So 1st and goal in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. A defensive penalty against the Jets. Pass interference against Sauce Gardner will give the Buffalo Bills a first down.
I'll try to do it on this. The 14th play of the series, right back to Abdullah. And he got stuffed shy. Brazee and Davis and Granderson and a lot of bodies up front in black for the Saints defense. Second
hands, contacts, 1 PI, and here they go in the goal line situation.
Watch out for someone unique.
It's Josh Allen.
Super unique.
Super unique he is. Touchdown, Buffalo. He's just tied the Bills franchise record with his 65th career touchdown rush.
Alexander Madison is the deep back. Here is Madison and another New Orleans stop up front.
They pretend like they're not doing the tush push. They motion the guy in. And now you hear the MVP chants from this Bills mob.
Michael Mayer, oh man, he pushed him immediately. And that's the kind of strength and length this guy has. You see that punch. What they need, and go ahead and flex on him. That's a savvy bet now. I love that jump. He's still
16th play of the Vegas drive. O'Connell looking, dancing, backing, sacked. And it's Cam Jordan again, the all-time Saints sack leader. And it's 4th and goal, and the field goal unit's coming on for Las Vegas.
Well, that's a statement right there for this defense. But watch Cam Jordan right there, 90. Been doing it, baby.
So instead,
Cam Jordan, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year nominee from the New Orleans Saints franchise, comes up with the sack that may have saved them 4 points. The field goal is good, so the Raiders on top 3-0 in that game. We've got Dallas in the red zone.
2nd and 3. Ezekiel Elliott comes in for the first time. Elliott, who had a touchdown last week, gets blown up right here. Morrow Jumma. He's like the 5th guy on the list that you talk about up front.
Loss on the play turned in by the Eagles defense. This one was a nice play for Dallas on O. It's Cooper Rush dropping back right side. Brandon Cooks lost his man for a moment. 22-yard pickup. There was a late penalty that came in there. The flag icon was defensive pass interference, so they declined it. Took the 22-yard catch by Cooks.
D-line depth for days.
Cowboys, one of the worst red zone teams in the league this year. Looking at a 3rd and 7. From an empty set, Rush, 5 to choose from, time to pick, and then knocked down with a flag down in the secondary. Nolan Smith got his hand on it, but let's see what this call is.
I think they're going to get Nolan Smith. I know he deflected the ball. I actually think they're going to get him for defensive holding.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense, number 42. Penalty, automatic first down.
So a first down coming for Dallas. We'll get you right back there after we show you Joe Flacco threw an interception on the opening drive. Look at that little ad-lib play by Flacco. Little sidearm zing into Alec Pierce. That one got him over midfield, and the Giants have just subsequently given up another big play. It's 1st and 10 in the red zone for the Colts. Hand off to Jonathan Taylor, has a little room left side, pickup of about 5. 1st and goal for Dallas.
Elliott stays in a running back. Rush, quick throw. It's Tolbert. It's a touchdown. With that broken finger, Jalen Tolbert, a touchdown for the 2nd week in a row. How about that response for Rush and the Cowboys?
That's pretty impressive. I mean, a backup quarterback, granted, he's played a lot all year. This is just an alert.
Those 3 or 4 yards turn to 5 or 6 in the second. Then he rips off a 60-yard touchdown. Ends up with the game over 100 yards.
2nd down and 6. Taylor to the 15-yard line. Again, Pinnock in on the tackle. 3rd down and 2 coming up for the Colts.
Yeah, just take a look at Pinnock. He's coming all the way from the safety position, and he's been...
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers scored a touchdown on their opening drive. So did the Panthers. Now it's the Bucs' turn again. Baker Mayfield looking over the middle. Mike Evans, the man who caught the touchdown, has another 20-yard catch. Baker is 4 of 4, 62 yards passing and that touchdown. Mike Evans, 3 grabs, 31 yards.
Can't find anyone, and he's taken down back at the 14-yard line. So the Giants defense with a big play on 3rd down. Raheem Nunez-Roches takes down Flacco.
There's Raheem Nunez-Roches. He's going to get up the field, but just take a look at the coverage as well.
Checking back in on the Tennessee-Jacksonville game, you can see the water on top of the players' helmets as the rain continues to drop. Didn't stop that swing pass. Mac Jones outside to Travis Etienne, 26-yard pickup for Jacksonville.
And now the big play on 3rd down. 32-yard attempt, Matt Gay. This kick is good, so the Colts take the lead, but the Giants
get him down here.
That cleans up all the red zone drives at the moment. Let's pick up the Bucs at midfield.
It's 3rd down. Remember, the first play was Irving. Then that went down as a running play for Irving. They are very close to the 1st down.
In that case, maybe you just sneak this thing.
Hand it off. Irving. 1st down. We asked Todd Bowles about Bucky Irving.
In New Orleans, that Las Vegas field goal drive lasted 9 minutes. So this is the first play on offense for the Saints. It's a good one. Spencer Rattler getting another start for the injured Derek Carr. He goes 28 yards on the quarterback keeper on their first snap from scrimmage at the 5.5-minute mark.
Tackle and the vision to see the first hitter come at him, evade him, and get upfield.
Play action. Mayfield steps up. Mayfield flag down, delivers downfield, completion, and forced out of bounds. Devin Culp, the rookie tight end. Penalty marker is back at the 44.
Illegal use of hands to the face. Defense number 52. Penalties decline. Result of the play is a 1st down.
DJ Johnson.
Baker Mayfield is pushing that ball down the field. Another big completion for Tampa Bay. We've got Mac Jones stepping up in the pocket, has all kinds of room, and 3rd and 7 for Jacksonville. Turns into a 9-yard gain. and a first down for the home team. We don't like to focus on losing. However, the draft is in the crosshairs for many of these franchises that have already been eliminated. The loser of that Jags-Titans game will remain in position for a top 5 pick entering Week 18.
Major way for the Buccaneers. That's a 26-yard pass play. Pitch it, and Irving is swallowed up in the backfield by Jackson. A loss of 4.
And this was something that they're going to have to be aware of throughout this game. Ejiro Evero, the defensive coordinator for Carolina, I think he's going to bring extra defensive backs on obvious run situations to try and make these types of plays. Try and stop them in the backfield so they can't get going. They're going to take a calculated gamble. Bring an extra guy at that runner to make sure that they don't get moving downfield. And on that play, it worked really well. The corner, Mike Jackson, with the big hit.
And Irving was limping just a bit. Something to keep an eye on here. 2nd and 14. Little trickery to White. Gets to the edge, won't go down on the first tackle attempt. And he is hit at the 20-yard line. It's a gain of 7. NFL Today update. Let's go to
last week. They went for it.
This is 4th and 6, and the Saints lining up to go for it.
Well, let's see what the call is.
All start. Offense number 7.
Third down, they know they don't have
This
to
is
get
the
it all
Philadelphia
because they have
Eagles'
fourth down.
first snap on offense at the 5.5-minute mark. You had the pick 6 by the Philly defense and then a long touchdown drive for the Cowboys. Kenny Pickett maybe a little too keyed up. He goes over the top of his receiver.
Uncorks it. Strong throw to Culp. He's tackled inside the 5. 16-yard howitzer.
And do I have this correct, Ian? These are the first 2 catches of Culp's career.
Correct.
Because he has not been on the field that much throughout the season. But with the injury to Cade Otton, that moved him up in the pecking order. And they're getting him involved early. A lot of attention being paid to Mike Evans, number 13, and rightly so. Who else is going to make a play to beat them? Devin Culp has raised his hand as a candidate.
Buccaneers trying to regain the lead. Irving in the backfield, gets the call. And Irving is brought down. Bucky Irving had a head of steam, but he's held for no gain. Chandler Wooten leading that defensive charge for Carolina. We're gonna
get you back for 2nd and goal in Tampa after we show you 3rd and 15 for Kenny Pickett and the Kelly Green Birds.
Really feels comfortable in the system. Receiver A.J. Brown agrees, telling me that guy really shows confidence.
Hoping he benefits from a full week of practice with the ones. Swings it outside Kenneth Gainwell. And he's thrown down by Eric Kendricks. Should they get back?
2nd and goal for the Buccaneers. Motion man McMillan. Irving, they're ready for him. He is wrestled down at the line of scrimmage.
3rd down upcoming inside the 5-yard line for Tampa Bay after an update on the Giants offense. Drew Lock with another start at quarterback. He hands off to a good-looking rookie, Tyrone Tracy Jr. That's a 40-yard burst. You've got Tyrone Tracy already with 6 touches in this offense, almost 50 yards for the first-year player in the first quarter.
3rd and goal for the Buccaneers. 11th play of the drive. We're tied at 7. From the gun, Mayfield steps up. Mayfield tripped up and goes down. Carolina holds up, and it's a loss on the play, a sack for the Panthers D. Jacoby Windman had a sack last week. He's got another one this week.
Not a lot of room to operate because there's not a lot of real estate down there. 4-man rush and everyone else getting zones, and then when someone came into the zone, matched up with the receivers. No place for Baker Mayfield to go with it. He ends up going down. Field goal attempt time now.
He tried to make a cut. Cody Mauk was in the area. That's the starting right guard, and Baker had to make an adjustment. Carolina converged. 23-yard chip shot here for McLaughlin. Buccaneers take the lead. Long drive.
That's the Buccaneers' 2nd lead of the first quarter, 10-7 Tampa Bay. Back to East Rutherford.
He studies it the same way Bobby Wagner does, and because of that, his performance is as good as any linebacker in the league.
Bobby now with the Commanders. Locke swings it out to Neighbors. 3rd down and 14. And Neighbors picks up a first down into the end zone for a Giants touchdown. 31 yards from Locke to Neighbors.
These rookies stepping up. Kenny, you talk about Tyrone Tracy, what he did with the 40-yard run, and then take a look at Malik Neighbors. He's done this all season long. They love him, not like him, love him when he is having the ball in his hands for wide receiver screens. Anytime that he has an opportunity to go one-on-one and break the tackles, he does.
He needed exactly 31 yards for 1,000 receiving yards as a rookie.
He got it.
Hits it on the nose. Also has 2 rushing yards this season.
The Giants fans have not seen a home win all of 2024, but they've got a first quarter lead against the favored Indianapolis Colts. 4th and 1 here. Brandon Allen. No, sir, he did not get there, it appears. Buffalo's defense turns over the Jets on downs.
Last week had a chance to give Allen a pop on 4th and 1, and he didn't have him in the game. He said, I've learned from that mistake. Today he got him in there, and the Bills were ready for him. It was Russo the first to pop him.
I want you to watch right there. Russo comes flying in, shoots the gap. Veteran play, knowing they're going to run it inside. You don't expect that. And the Bills with a huge stand in the Jets again.
That'll take us to the end of the first quarter here in Jacksonville.
Got the, end of the first quarter here. We've got a TV timeout in the Giants and Colts game and a TV timeout in Bills-Jets. Back to Philly.
Grabbed the inside of his face mask because his left hand was clearly on Gainwell's shoulder. The crowd saw those last 2 plays, that last possession, and they let these officials hear it.
And Devontae Smith looked like he was in some pain there at the end of that play. Dallas backed up into its own end. That's thrown behind Kevontae Turpin, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, so you go back to Cooper Rush, and we talked about the early struggles in his first couple starts this season, and he told us, he said, I haven't played in a while. I got to get my feet underneath me. Mike McCarthy said, I've never called plays for him, but it's his evolution throwing the ball downfield. He's 7 of 8 on passes so far here early in the first quarter, past the sticks. That's something you didn't see from him early on in the season, and he's made great growth.
Yeah, again, you go back to his first game against Philadelphia. He didn't have a single completion more than 10 yards downfield. Dowda gets 4, 3rd and 6. Bond the tackle. Jeremiah Trotter. Rush 7 seasons as the backup, and Mike McCarthy said he brought with him a lot of credibility, a lot of trust already, because he's been around longer than just about anybody on the roster, and as even-keeled of a guy as there is. Definitely a quality you want when you got a backup quarterback coming in. Dallas 2 out of 3 on 3rd down so far. They hand it off on 3rd and 6, and Dowdle stopped shy by Josh Sweat. They got 4, and they'll punt.
A little surprised with the conservative approach there by Mike McCarthy. I mean, the first 2 drives, I know the first one ended in the pick 6, but they were moving the ball pretty well. And then, of course,
4th down, the punt team is on the field for the Dallas Cowboys. Anyone have either some Raiders offensive players? Brock Bowers has been a fantasy monster in his rookie year, or maybe the Saints defense going. Here's a 3rd and 7.
They can rush the passer, and you see they're all confused.
What we saw against
on
Washington.
offense, yeah, they're all over the place.
Las Vegas, the 1st and a half.
From that 3rd and 7 to a 3rd and 9 coming up for Carolina. Xavier Legette, the rookie wide receiver who was questionable coming into today, not able to come up with that pass. Legette with a hip and a wrist injury, but in the lineup today. 3rd and long.
Isn't that a little interesting? Because Baker operates off of perceived slights or real slights. How'd you guys come together? And somehow it worked really well.
3rd down and 9. That was the first incompletion of the day from either QB. Young goes down. Kalijah Cansey fired out of a cannon.
And he loops inside on this one, and it is beautiful. Watch how it works. Cansey coming from the outside. Watch as he goes upfield first and then loops to the inside. Now here he comes. And it's really good job there. Drawing the double.
Defense is going to play it.
From that stop by the Tampa Bay defense to the Saints trying to do the same thing to the Raiders.
Led to the timeout.
Another empty set for O'Connell. Underneath Madison. And trying to get to the marker, and Demario Davis took him to it. Let's see where they mark him. Seemingly the initial spot from the line judge is shy. And looks to be about a yard shy.
I thought he...
They will check the spot on that one. Live action, it looked like the Raiders had enough for the first down. Joe Flacco certainly has enough for the first down as he hits Kyler Granson on the pass right in stride, and Granson takes it 27 yards for the first down. Flacco has 94 yards passing and 1 INT in the first quarter. They just went to the end of the first quarter there. Yeah, they marked the ball carrier short, and we're going to get a coach's challenge.
We'll challenge
All right. Antonio Pierce wants them to take one more look at it, so they will there. Let's go back to Buffalo here, because the Buffalo Bills trying to win this game and lock up the number 2 seed in the AFC as 3rd and 2 just happened. Pass is caught underneath. It's a 9-yard gain. And Josh Allen, 5 of 7 passing, 65 yards through the air, has that rushing touchdown as well. The Buffalo score impacts the Rams and the Seahawks potentially in the NFC. It's kind of a wild situation that's going on in the race for the NFC West Championship. Well, you know, with games going to commercial timeout right now, we'll get a chance to document that for you just a little bit. Listen to this one. So the Rams won last night, beat the Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals are eliminated. The NFC West Championship will come down to either the Rams or the Seahawks. Los Angeles is scoreboard watching today. Specifically, Sean McVay said he'd be scoreboard watching. Hopefully you're watching right now, Coach McVay. To win the NFC West, the Rams need any of these 3 teams to win today: Buffalo, Cleveland, Minnesota, Washington, or San Francisco. It would give them a strength of victory tiebreaker. It's a deep, deep tiebreak. We'll spell it out for you, but just know this. Right now, at the moment, the things that could go well for the Rams are going well for the Rams. That would be the Bills with an early lead.
You know, it's really been a match made in heaven. They took one of the best backs of the generation in Saquon Barkley, and they put him into an offense with an elite offensive line and a reputation for being a really good run offense to begin with.
Wildcat, it is Barkley. And Saquon with 5. Stopped by Chauncey Golston. And before this third down play, we say hello to Carissa Thompson with a game break.
Thank you so much, Joe. Giants trying to play spoiler to the Colts, who are still alive for that wild card spot. Drew Lock hits Malik Neighbors, and he does the rest of the work for a 31-yard score. Giants in front, 7-3. Joe?
One of the lone bright spots for the Giants this year, who will face off with these Eagles next week. 3rd and 3 for Philadelphia.
Yeah, so think what we said in these situations. Gonna get a timeout here. In these situations with Jalen Hurts, this has been a run-heavy situation.
It will be 30 seconds. Please set the game clock to 1:44. 1:44 on the game clock, please.
Knowing that even if they end up a little short, of course, we all know what's coming. They're going to go tush-push. So the question remains, are they willing to manage the game?
With a stoppage there on 3rd and 3, we come back to a 2nd and 20 for Tennessee.
Factor in the running game and a running back success.
High snap, Rudolph's pass deflected, and it is picked. Devin Lloyd off the deflection. Just tremendous concentration. And Jacksonville finally making something happen as they get the take.
Double tip, once at the line of scrimmage and once with the intended target, and into the linebacker's hands. Turnover by the Jacksonville D.
It's Barkley. He's not going to get it. Just a yard. Eric Kendricks there for the tackle.
All right,
So here we go.
This is it. And
Just to let you know, we were on that Raiders-Saints game with Antonio Pierce throwing the red coach's challenge flag for the spot of the football on the third down completion. The ruling on the field stood, and so Las Vegas lost the challenge and had to punt the ball away.
Implemented in his time here in Philadelphia, and this completely changes the formula for Philly. This is 100% go if Hurts is.
So punt team out there in Philadelphia. We had a 3rd and 8 for Joe Flacco and Jonathan Taylor. The Colts, one of the few teams that would run it on 3rd and 8, but they've got the running back who can do it, although Taylor did not get it there. And so this is live. 54-yard attempt for Matt Gay. It's got to go left. It doesn't go left. No good. And the score remains 7-3 Giants with the lead. Gay looks up inquisitive to say what happened on that one. Wide right is what happened. They take a commercial break there. Back to Tampa Bay.
To really fire the starter's pistol, that'd be a huge advantage for them. So if you're Liam Cohen, offense coordinator, you're thinking big score right here. You're not thinking trying to get 3. How do I fashion a touchdown and give us a nice advantage?
Evans had 8 catches, 118 yards, a touchdown in the first meeting. Irving with the zigzag move. You can see why everybody's so impressed by him. 3-yard gain. He runs with confidence. Johnson and Wooten collaborate on the hit. Check in with Evan.
Yeah, and Mike Evans chasing that magic 11 straight 1,000-yard seasons, and he's not shying away from it, telling us, I'm always gunning for that. Defenses are going to set up against me. We know it, but if I'm targeted, we win. And, guys, he missed 3.
New Orleans took the punt from Las Vegas, got it into Raiders territory. Spencer Rattler will look out to the left side. No Alvin Kamara today for the Saints, out with an injury. So Kendry Miller, one of the young running backs, gets the completion for 16 yards.
And hitting his target, it's Jarrett. 11 yards on the hookup.
This offense is showing the elements that it wants to display.
After the Greg Lloyd interception gave the football to Jacksonville in plus territory, they go shovel pass to their excellent-looking rookie wide receiver, the first-rounder, Brian Thomas Jr. He goes for 17 yards. And Brian Thomas, he's set basically every rookie receiving record in franchise history. Most catches by a rookie, most receiving yards by a rookie, most receiving touchdowns by a rookie. All those distinctions his here in 2024, the fine product out of LSU. We've got Tampa Bay back into Carolina territory. The Bucs have been playing offense downhill so far against Carolina.
That's 2 have been wiped away for various reasons. Clay Martin giving us the call there. But this is a perfect spot on the field to dial something up if you're Liam Cohen. Running game's working pretty well for him up front. Mike Evans does not have the #1 cover guy on the field for Carolina, and J.C. Horn. We're operating out of a bunch here. See what comes out of this.
Single setback. Irving. Instead, it's Cameron Johnson. And the rookie from Division II, Barton, taking it to the perimeter, but a penalty marker is down at the 33-yard line. That's an 11-yard gain. Feels like it's coming back. Buccaneers are pointing in Carolina's direction. And they might be right.
Legal use of hands to the face.
They
Defense,
are.
number 94. 5 yards will be added to the end of the run. It's first down.
It's the veteran, Ashawn Robinson.
Second time we've had that call in this game. First one was on DJ Johnson, number 52. This is Cameron Johnson, Division II Barton, and he really turned heads in training camp. And his speed is what got him. And I have to tell you, Ian, every single time that I hear that cannon, it gets me.
You just flinched.
I have to keep remembering when they get into the red zone, that's when they fire the cannons. I jump every time.
From the 18-yard line now, Tampa Bay poised to add to this lead. 11:32 to go in the first half. Fake the handoff. Mayfield, a perfect 9 of 9, and now 9 of 10. He was looking for Ryan Miller. Second-year wideout from Furman, and that's the first.
That, believe it or not, was Baker Mayfield's first incompletion, and he made the grimace face like he knew he had something there. Still, he is 9 of 10, a $127 and a touchdown. Right side of the double box, Brian Thomas Jr., the aforementioned rookie, runs it inside of the 5-yard line. First and goal, Jacksonville. 2nd and 10 Buccaneers in the red zone.
For the Buccaneers. This is the number 3 passing offense in the NFL. Mayfield gonna step up, run with it, and the slide from Baker Mayfield. He's down after a pickup of 2. To the
Gabe Davis done for the year, the knee injury. And so they have needed even more from their sensational first-year player. Travis Etienne, the hesitation, trying to bounce it to the outside. What a play by Gifford. Luke Gifford, Arch, chance to start. He's wearing the green dot this week after Kenneth Murray was placed on IR this week, and just tremendous.
Reception here. He understands how important it is to put more points on the board in this ball game. He's had a magnificent year, throwing a few more interceptions than he would have liked. But right here, taking care of the ball, paramount.
3rd and 8 for the Buccaneers. Mayfield dials it up. Incomplete. He was looking for Culp.
Really a big difference from this linebacking core last week against the Colts.
Jones faking to Etienne, looking end zone. It is caught. Touchdown. Parker Washington. Well, they say he got both feet down. They'll take a look at this upstairs. I think, boy, if he made this grab, what concentration by Washington in the back of the end zone.
Watch the right foot. I don't think, I do not believe
the punter right Browning to hold. McLaughlin, he's got it.
In bounds, and I believe that's going to be overturned. Great job of going up in the air and getting it. He's made some really nice contested catches here for the Jaguars in the last couple weeks.
Arch, the key thing here, again, as always, is that the call on the field is a touchdown, so they need conclusive evidence to overturn. This is going to be close. Parker Washington, who has really come on over the last 4 weeks with the injuries that they've had, they just mentioned with Kirk and Davis being shut down for the season. Our referee today is Sean Smith. Looks like they're going to confirm it. And it looks like this thing's going to stick, and indeed it will. Parker Washington, touchdown. Point after here by Cam Little. And the Jacksonville offense turning the takeaway.
Jacksonville looking for their 4th win of the year. Double-digit lead for the home team there in Florida. Well, that was the Devin Lloyd interception replay that led to that, and they cash in. While we were watching the Buccaneers in the red zone and the Jags in the red zone, a little red alert here to catch you up on some other things. Look at this. Flea flicker on the toss pitch and the throwback to Spencer Rattler, who goes deep downfield, and Foster Moreau is on his own island. 30 yards to Moreau, touchdown Saints, and they're on top 7-3. Back in MetLife Stadium, we had a 3rd and 8. Drew Lock, empty backfield, has time to throw, hits a wide open Darius Slayton, who breaks a tackle and breaks the play to the goal line. 32-yard touchdown for the G-men. Drew Lock is 4 of 5, 95 yards and 2 touchdown passes. New York 14, Indianapolis 3. If the Colts lose, their season is over. Their playoff hopes end. They will be eliminated. 14-3, Giants with a surprising first half lead. Back to the 7-7 tie here with the Eagles trying to clinch the division with a win.
Earned the right to make that guy miss. Don't force your team to be in 1st and 20 because you're in bad position. They had the ball marked on the wrong hash mark, so they had it on the right. They had to move it over here to the left hash mark. That's what the delay was.
All right, so all ready for this 1st down and 20 play. From the 22. Rush looks to throw. He's given time. To the sideline he goes, and a perfect strike for Jonathan Mingo. Only his 3rd catch since coming over from Carolina. It's a 2nd-round pick last year and had a good rookie season with the Panthers, but kind of fell out of favor there. Traded to Dallas. And going to get a bigger opportunity, as all these guys are with Lamb out.
I think these next 2 weeks are going to be really important for guys like Jonathan Mingo. You mentioned the midseason trade had kind of fallen out of favor as a young player in Carolina. They want to see what they have here. They know CeeDee Lamb can play. They know Cooks can play. get some of these other guys rolling for next year.
2nd and 8, rush to throw again. Outside Cooks. Heavy dose early for Brandon Cooks. 6 yards, stopped by Darius Slay. 3rd and short. We're talking about CeeDee Lamb, what a season he had. This is only the 2nd game he's missed in his 5 seasons in the NFL. That shoulder just became too much to play through, but he gets to 1,000 yards for the 4th consecutive season. And will miss these last 2 games. Next most receiving yards that they have, 700 yards fewer from Jalen Tolbert. Timeout.
Charge timeout. Dallas.
Timeout there on a 3rd and 1. How about a live 3rd and 1 for the Raiders?
Gordon, Turner, Granderson, Young, all the names on those edges in particular. O'Connell floats it downfield, and it is a connection with another Louisiana kid, the LSU alum Terrace Marshall Jr., who's been a much bigger factor this last month for O'Connell and the Raiders.
Well, watch Terrace Marshall show like he's going to block. That's it. You got to give the illusion that you're going to block first and then sneak behind the defense.
Yeah, boy, deep drop on a 3rd and 1, but effective for Las Vegas. Chunk play and a 1st down. Speaking of big gainers, Breece Hall finds room left side against that Bills defense. And Breece Hall with a 21-yard gain. He has 4 carries for 40 yards. Jets still right around midfield in that one. Back to the 3rd and 1 in Philly.
Eagles had a hard time on 3rd down against Washington last week, and already 3 for 5 is Dallas today. On 3rd and 1, rush taken, a deep shot. It is incomplete. He wanted Mingo, who had a step on Mitchell. Well, rolling the dice there on 3rd and short. Now the punt team takes the field.
Yeah, a little surprise. The last 2 3rd downs, they kept the ball on the ground. I don't think Mingo found the ball. I mean, he was on top of Mitchell, and I mean, that ball's not poorly.
Well, the nearest team to the red zone is the Las Vegas Raiders. Converted that 3rd and short. Now in field goal range. We'll listen in.
That's where the run is headed with Abdullah. Tries to stiff arm Colin Saunders. And Saunders with a little extra for Abdullah at the end of the no gain play.
Well, watch Colin Saunders. They call him Big.
One of the surprising scores so far, the Colts trailing by 11 to New York. And Zaire Franklin, the leading tackler in the NFL, talking to his guys, saying they got to tighten things up. Down double digits at the 10-minute mark of the 2nd quarter.
Right through it. It's got to get blocked and cut off by Powers Johnson right there.
6 foot, 325-pounder, but incredible athleticism. This is Trey Tucker. From the receiver spot, he goes around the edge, and a gain of about 6 on the play as Tyrann Mathieu makes the step.
Well, Indianapolis just got a 1st and goal. You're going to see Alec Pierce get interfered with by the New York defender on the right side of the screen. And Joe Flacco put the football on him. Ball came loose, but obviously DPI almost as good as the completion. Yardage is the same. It's 1st and 10 in the red zone.
Fight forward once again, another 3rd and short. So when the Raiders are on track, they are on track, Adam. When they sputter is when they hurt themselves with some of those bad penalties and stuff we saw on the last drive.
McConnell fires it, and it's broken up. Good play by
the Giants 12. So miscommunication there as Taylor was still running, never turned around to look for the football.
Skill guys are just not on the same page right now. And I mentioned the defense didn't come out with the right mentality. This drive, even though they're all the way in the red zone.
Lattimore left. They moved Delonte Taylor, the former nickel, outside, and then Ugo Amadi they acquired from Seattle, and he's got to play big and physical inside, catching up to those routes on the backside of those passing concepts.
Of course, they lost Paulson and Debo 7 weeks into the year, too. The 2nd field goal try from Daniel Carlson, and he's 2 for 2 from inside of 40 today, responsible for all 6.
2nd and 10, fake to Taylor. Flacco underneath. Granson. There is a flag as Granson is taken down by Belton. Armand Watts is the injured Giant.
Yeah, that one doesn't look good, Kenny. He tried to get up, hobbled maybe 1 or 2 steps, and then fell right back down.
Watts made the big play earlier with the pressure on Flacco, which led to the interception by Belton.
They're already depleted at the
Ineligible
defensive line.
receiver downfield. Offense number 79. Penalties decline. Result of the play, 3rd down. Timeout.
So we'll take a break with the Giants.
Okay, TV timeout coming up there. Most of the games are in commercial right now. Let's go back to the Los Angeles Rams. Got a nice victory, last-second victory against Arizona yesterday on the end of the triple header on NFL Network, and that set up this scenario involving the NFC West. The Rams can clinch the NFC West today if 3 of the teams highlighted here win, 3 or more. Buffalo, who's currently leading in their game, Cleveland and Minnesota, who play in the late window on NFL Red Zone, Washington, who plays on Sunday Night Football tonight, and then San Francisco, who plays on Monday Night Football tomorrow. It's kind of a wild scenario. It would clinch the strength of victory tiebreaker for Los Angeles over Seattle. And with all that in mind, and the Rams not playing today, last night at his post-game news conference, Sean McVay was asked this.
Will you be watching scoreboards tomorrow?
No, I'm just going to put my head in the sand. What the hell can I? Yes. No, I'll be watching tomorrow, Gary, and see if there's a chance that we could win the division. I'm going to pay attention to that.
Well, Sean and the Rams, congrats on the win yesterday. Hope you're enjoying NFL Red Zone today. You want the Bills to win, but the Jets are inside the 20.
Here's Hall to the 12-yard line. It's interesting talking about Wilson. We had a chance to visit with Devontae Adams last night.
Do a little game rewind. We just jumped in with the Jets in the red zone. Here's one of the plays that got him downfield. Aaron Rodgers, play action fake, all day to throw. Garrett Wilson, 28-yard pickup. Rodgers, 6 of 7 passing, 66 yards, and now a drive inside the 20.
It's not too severe, and he gets out of the season healthy. This offseason, a lot of debate, but him lining up right here has been a game changer. You have a two-way go.
2nd and 8, ball in the air and intercepted. Intercepted by Jordan Phillips. And again, the Jets drive. They keep the football for a long time, and they come away not only empty, they turn it over with the pick.
One of the strengths of this Bills defense is the edge rushers. Russo, the size, the length, shows off again, getting his hand on the ball, tips it right.
And check back at Raymond James Stadium, where Baker Mayfield and the Bucs continue to work.
For the 2nd straight season. Irving.
Okay, and Bucky Irving over the right side. Carolina's rush defense, one of the worst in the NFL. They've been giving up about around 200 yards per game on the ground in the last month of the season. That was Bucky Irving on the run. This is Bucky Irving through the air. Irving through the secondary. Irving, one man to beat, and stepped out of bounds. He stepped out of bounds at the 1-yard line. Stepped out of bounds at the 1-yard line, and so Irving does not get the touchdown there. He thinks he is, but he'll turn around, and they'll be 1st and goal from the 1.
Here he is trying to get to the end zone. Does he make it? Or there's a step right there, the left foot before the ball gets to the right at the goal line.
Mayfield up in the air. Evans, the hands, secures it for the score. Touchdown, Buccaneers. Second of the day for Mike Evans. Tampa Bay doing exactly what they planned to do in this first half.
See that route there by Mike Evans? There's not much skill in that route, but there was strength. That was just simply Mike Evans looking at Caleb Farley and saying, I'm bigger, stronger than you. Just throw it up there, Baker. I'll go get it.
We asked Mike Evans, do you keep a book on cornerbacks? He said, no, I just remember how they play, and I store it away. Some guys switch it up. He said Casey Hayward was a player that switched it up on him.
Most of the guys he said did not, but Hayward, he was a challenge.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have 266 yards of total offense. They're at the 8-minute mark in the 2nd quarter there in Tampa. Well, Matt Gay's been active so far today, has missed one and made a couple. Two are good, and the Colts pull within 14-6 against the Giants. Spencer Rattler getting to put down some film and hits his man, Juwan Johnson, over the middle. Johnson with a little hurdle to pick up a couple extra yards. Play goes for 25. Saints and Raiders in a competitive game, 7-6 down in the Big Easy. Careful, it's the holidays.
Match up to the bottom of the screen here. 3rd down and 8. Pickett given time. Happy feet in the pocket. Lines up and throws it deep. Calcaterra! Circus catch! Grant Calcaterra, 34 yards.
All right, so there's a little bit of the Jalen Hurts scramble to throw outside the numbers. Kenny Pickett loves operating outside, and that is a big-time catch by Calcaterra, replacing Dallas Goedert.
Quickly back in the ball. Barkley for a couple.
You know, so one thing about this offense, whether Jalen's in or now with Kenny Pickett, the second reaction scramble is such a big part. So you see, that's Calcaterra's initial route. And then everything else is just scramble drill. And since he's coming to the league,
that's going to be a catch of the day candidate. Calcaterra going high to pull it in. We'll get you right back to Philadelphia after we show you a Mac Jones deep shot. Brian Thomas Jr., 31 yards over the shoulder. Made it look as easy as you please. Nice play.
2nd down at the 17. Cowboys showing pressure. Barkley. Stelmach stayed on his feet there as Bland just slid right over the top of him. Another little glimpse of the superhuman strength of Saquon Barkley down there in a deep squat. Stays on his feet and gets a few. Or did he?
After replay assist, the runner was down at the 21-yard line on the right hash.
All right, never mind. He's still strong, but he was down.
Correction, the 22-yard line, right hash.
Yeah, so there's the contact while his knee was on the ground. I thought in live action, Leofau might have been in the neutral zone. It was close. Thought they were going to get a free play there for Philly.
Instead, lost 4 yards, 3rd and 12. Cowboys coming after him. Pickett retreating, stepping up. He's got Smith for an Eagles touchdown.
You mentioned Andrew Booth. Next man up as a corner in this secondary. He's lined up on the inside, so speed at 3, meaning the number 3 receiver from the outside, Devontae Smith. He's just going to run right by him, but you want enough time? This matchup here on the right side, the best right tackle in football, Lane Johnson. His ability to operate no matter who it is, one-on-one on the edge, is such an advantage for this Eagles offense.
Well, 2 of the guys that felt the worst last week, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who was ejected, Devontae Smith, who just look at everything.
Well, the team trying to clinch the NFC East has a 14-7 advantage at home. This NFC East offense putting together a nice first half so far. Look at Malik Neighbors, just skied for that one. It was a 34-yard catch, and it is 1st and goal, New York, at the 7-yard line. The other rookie, Tyrone Tracy, celebrates Neighbors doing his thing.
Completely on their heels. They are torching them right now.
1st and goal from the Colts 7. It's Tracy. Works his way down to the 3. There's a flag. Here's Vinovich.
Personal foul. Chop block. Offense number 82. 15-yard penalty. Repeat 1st down.
So it's a personal foul committed by the tight end. Chop block. Daniel Bellinger.
Man, this is the first, major error. There's Daniel Bellinger. You're going to see him as he goes in. They're going to call this a wham play. And you cannot go low if you're going to be engaged with another player. So number 72, Jermaine Illuminar, their left tackle, he started engaging with that defender. Once that happens, Daniel Bellinger cannot chop block. They're going to call that every time.
Ball spotted back at the 22. 1st and goal. Keep it on the ground with Tracy, and we will check in with
Come right back to MetLife Stadium after show you a 3rd and 2 with the Jets trying to pressure Josh Allen. He evades it, goes underneath to his rookie wide receiver, Keon Coleman. 5-yard grab, first down, Buffalo.
In the NFC South. Neighbors split out wide to the left. Tracy in the backfield.
Alert, 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 alert. Hey, 34, still the mic. 180, what's that?
2nd and goal. Block, fires, Neighbors. He's got it. Marked down inside the 1.
And just take a look at Neighbors. He's one-on-one at the top against Jalen Jones. We've seen Neighbors now on the right side, on the left side, in the slot, motion. He's done everything that you can ask of a wide receiver.
No rookie wall for Malik Neighbors. He's over 100 yards receiving in the first half. Another Cam Little field goal splits the sticks. Jacksonville adds to their lead 13-0 against Tennessee. And Neighbors is now has more than 100 catches on his rookie season. Tremendous first year out of the first-round pick.
Challenging the ruling on the field for a completed pass at the sideline. Timeout.
Steichen challenging whether or not the ruling on the field will stand.
Looks like a catch.
Stunt.
And so they'll take another look at that with the ball slightly moving in Neighbors' hands. There was no question about the Devontae Smith touchdown, as Kenny Pickett looks like he took a peek, knew he had it on the outside, and put it on him to make it a 14-7 Philadelphia lead.
Against pressure, you're just not going to hold up in the secondary.
Cowboys playing from behind now. Rush on the roll as Tolbert open downfield, tracks it down. The ball comes out. I think Dallas was able to recover that. Brock Hoffman diving on top of that ball after it came out. Ferguson gets the catch, and then Hoffman dove on top of it, but it was just a wrestling for the ball. At this point, how are you going to figure out who's got it? It's probably changed hands 8 times.
Exactly. That ball's been pulled, prodded.
If Jordan Davis is in there, he's probably going to end up with it.
Yeah, you're not going to win that tug of war at the bottom of the pile with some of these big Eagles defensive linemen. And
please reset the game clock to 6.
they don't get much bigger than him.
And it's Oren Burks getting his first start as an Eagle that forced the fumble. Second Dallas turnover in this first half.
I mean, look, Jordan Davis there, he has barely a right hand on the ball, and then somehow he just rips it away from Hoffman. And
what's it like under there?
Oh, you don't want to be at the bottom of those piles. And guys are diving on top, guys are punching you, they're ripping your face mask off. I mean, there's no rules at the bottom of one of those scrums, and they love it.
The Wild West of the NFL, bottom of a pile.
Brutal.
Philly takes over, first down at the Dallas 39.
I can promise you, it's even worse for the guy who fumbled.
Yeah.
We'll come right back to the Eagles drive, which is in plus territory now after the turnover. Once we show you 3rd and 9, Josh Allen almost gives up a sack, gets away, almost gives up a sack, gets away. Cannot link up with his intended target. Coleman was down there, but incomplete. Oh, nice hop up there by Coleman, the rookie. But the Jets defense does its job and forces a punt.
But for a lot of this season, it's been a big problem. They started 3-7.
Left and right foot as he maintains possession going
out of the coach's challenge timeout, and the play on the field was upheld. Malik Neighbors makes a catch to make it 3rd and goal at the 1. Toss pitch to Saquon Barkley, left side. He plucks his way for 1 or 2. And, the Giants had it at the 1-yard line, and they're going to get a false start penalty.
Still 3rd down.
Jake Kubis, so 3rd and goal from the 1 becomes 3rd and goal from the 6.
And Jake Kubis, he's starting today because John Michael Schmitz, the center, he's out. They move Greg Van Roten, their right guard, over to center. In comes Jake Kubis. this, and we haven't called his name much. Offense has been performing well. Drew Lock has had a lot of time to throw the football. That tells me Kubas has been playing well for this Giants offensive line.
Neighbors top of your screen. 3rd and goal from the 6. Lock on 3rd down. Lock stumbles, now throws, end zone, touchdown. Rondale Robinson.
Smith. 3rd and 5, run it with Barkley. Saquon short. It was Booth that hit him at the end. Kendricks held on to him. 4th down, less than 1.
All right, so there's the formula. 3rd down run.
Leading sack guy for the Colts, working against Evan Neal. He almost gets the sack. Instead, Drew Lock uses that mobility, gets out of the pocket.
Push.
And they get it. It's not the Jalen Hurts push, it's the tush. It doesn't matter whose tush they're pushing. It should work.
I mean, they wasn't sure if they were going to be able to do it without Jason Kelsey and now Jalen Hurts. Tell you what, Cam Jurgens, tall task, replace one of the best centers in history. Watch the push they get. I mean, he starts clearly a half yard behind the line, and he got about 2 yards on that, and it also helps that Saquon Barkley's pushing from behind.
The guy who squatted 650 pounds at Penn State, putting those legs to work. Fresh set of downs from the 28. Play action. Pickett on the move. Throws incomplete. Wanted Calcaterra, who was defended by Kendricks. Micah Parsons applying the pressure. Micah missed October with an ankle injury. Since his return, that's really when Dallas has taken off and started to look like you'd expect.
Before the next snap in Philadelphia, let's come back to Mason Rudolph in Tennessee. Still looking for their first points. Throw it up, and Nick Westbrook-Ikhine comes down with it. Nice catch. 18 yards on the pickup. First down, Titans.
You have to pick up of 18 players, and we just haven't had them all on the field for enough games throughout this season.
2nd and 10. To the sideline, Brown. Bland continues to follow him around the field, pulled him down. It'll be 3rd and short.
Well, we just had some NFL history for the Las Vegas Raiders first-round draft pick. Brock Bowers, with this catch on the pass from Aiden O'Connell, has just broken Mike Ditka's rookie tight end receiving record in terms of yards. The Hall of Famer Mike Ditka had 1,076 yards in his rookie year of 1961, albeit in fewer games. Give Ditka his respect. But that 63-year-old record has just been surpassed. Brock Bowers, with a 13-yard pickup, surpasses 1,076 yards. What a find Brock Bowers is in that first round of the draft for Las Vegas. Here comes another brotherly shove.
They look pretty good here. Oh, that guy's definitely in the neutral zone.
I don't know, and I'm not sure that he got it. Somebody's hand set down there right on top of the ball, and they might have called it.
I think they got it this time. Sirianni was not going to let him get away with it twice.
Yeah,
offside. Defense number 11 lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Everybody trying whatever they can to stop that play. Speaking of trying to stop a play, Aaron Rodgers from his own end zone, no time to throw. The edge rusher comes and drops him. A.J. Epinesa comes through for the quarterback sack. That's a safety for the Buffalo Bills defense. Buffalo leads 9-0 over the Jets.
They're down at 4. They're trusting Irving to get it, and there's a reason why. Bucky Irving picks up 5.
Right. And back to Philadelphia. Tampa and Philly back and forth.
The run game and let the defense take over.
Barkley right into the arms of Maris Leofow. Just a yard or 2, second down. Yeah, Kenny Pickett, efficient enough. Hit a shot downfield, the touchdown throw to Smith. Continue to feed Barkley, chip away. And an early lead. That's such a big part of the deal as well.
Which has had its share of troubles throughout this season.
Here we go.
Line of scrimmage is now the 22. It's Irving again. Irving knifes through. Another strong run for Irving.
Hit them all, but just continue to make Dallas defend everything and not just Saquon Barkley.
Likely the final play before the 2-minute warning. To the sideline, broken up. Andrew Booth swatted it away from E.J. Jenkins. There's an injured offensive lineman for Philadelphia. It's Mekhi Becton, the right guard, just now getting to his feet.
It's the 2-minute warning in the Buccaneers-Panthers game. We'll bookmark Tampa at 2nd and 1 from the 13-yard line. Get you back when they come out of the TV timeout. One more play at least before the 2-minute warning here at Lincoln Financial Field.
Play outside of the 2-minute warning as Becton limps his way off. Ahead of this 3rd and 9 play.
And take a look. You see Becton here at the bottom. When Pickett gets pushed down, kind of rolls right up into the back. And it's typically how a lot of these linemen get hurt. Ankle, knees, just a lot of big bodies, guys falling into your back. And oftentimes there's nothing you can do to really protect yourself because you don't see them coming.
3rd down and 9. Kenny Pickett, 7 of his last 8 with a touchdown. Tyler Steen is checked in for him at right guard. Just going to have to use a timeout here.
Charge timeout.
The clock is running out.
Philadelphia.
And they had 3 of them.
It will be 30
so
seconds.
No big deal using one of them right there.
Another check-in on Tennessee. They go for it on 4th and 3 out of the shotgun. Mason Rudolph looking right, throwing right, hitting the former Jacksonville Jaguar. It's Calvin Ridley playing against his old team. 1st down, Tennessee. And just a moment ago, we had this in the Raiders and Saints game. Aiden O'Connell, Brock Bowers underneath. 1st down, red zone, Raiders. So Las Vegas in the red zone. Philadelphia in the red zone. Tampa Bay in the red zone. 2 of those games have gone to a stoppage. The Buccaneers still in the 2-minute warning timeout, and Philadelphia in the injury timeout. There is the graphic representation of what we said. Again, Mike Ditka played in a 14-game regular season. That was an unreal total that the Hall of Famer Ditka turned in, but it took 63 years for any other rookie tight end to surpass that total, and you just saw it here on NFL Red Zone. Brock Bowers.
Only 4-man rush. Pickett had it hit at the line. Chauncey Golston got his hand on it to force the field goal attempt.
And out of the 2-minute warning timeout in Tampa, the Buccaneers have it inside the 20. 3 red zone opportunities for these 3 offenses.
This is Mike Evans territory. Running play. Rashad White gets the 1st down.
I'm trying to find Pater. 1st and 10 from the 16. Abdullah continuing to break tackles. It's 1st and goal. Tackling's been an issue for the Saints. They've let Abdullah slip through a few times. Warner a little slow to get up after that. He's going to get checked on.
Well, the story for Abdullah here, the running back, is 2nd effort. He gets hit once, and he refuses to go down in the hole. He's got such good...
Their 41st play of the 1st half. Carolina has run 15 plays. 1st and goal, Mayfield pump. Mayfield looks, delivers, touchdown! Jalen McMillan. So another rookie gets in on the act. And Mayfield is dealing.
And how about Baker Mayfield going through progressions? I think he wants to look to the right for like a stutter go to Peyton Durham, the tight end. Doesn't have it, so he works his way back left. And Jalen McMillan continues on his route, runs it fully, and finds himself open.
These drives with touchdowns, not field goals.
That's Bowers up top. Coming across the field, O'Connell to the near side from Myers and a touchdown. This time the Raiders cash in, and they take the lead.
Adam, you got to use your hands at the line of scrimmage. This is twice now that Jakobi Meyers gets free releases. If you're going to give a quick guy free releases like that, he's going to make you pay, whether it's deep down the field or in the red zone where the real estate is at a premium. So good to stop and start like that by Myers, and then O'Connell dots him for a touchdown.
You're saying if Alontae Taylor is matched up with Myers, he's got to get a hand on him and prevent that easy first cut off the line of scrimmage.
And you have 5 free yards to be physical with those receivers for a reason. So play within the rules and get physical with those guys at the line of scrimmage. Don't let them get started.
Jake Elliott set a franchise record.
Well, we are out of the 2-minute warning timeout, 4th and 9. So Jake Elliott will try and make it a 17-7 Philadelphia lead.
Try and make this 2-score lead for the Eagles. From 31, he's got it. And now this from AT&T.
Temperature.
So it's a double-digit lead for Philadelphia, trying to lock up the division and kind of secure the 2 seed as well. That's probably where the Philadelphia Eagles will end up. Oh, Jonathan Taylor breaks loose on a 3rd and 2. Almost was able to house it, but still a big gainer and a first down for the Colts, who trail by multiple scores here on the subside of the 2-minute warning. Let's listen in.
Colts have 2 timeouts remaining, lost one on the unsuccessful challenge as Taylor spins away from the arms of Pinnock.
Great balance. Dory Jackson comes in, saves a touchdown.
From the 14. Flacco over the middle.
Nice throw.
Catch made by Josh Downs.
Tennessee trying to get on the board for the first time. Matthew Wright is correct, and that means the only team being shut out right now in the first half, the New York Jets, who trail the Bills 9-0 on the right side of the double box as we verbal it and show it to you with 35 seconds remaining. And that, by the way, that field goal by Tennessee takes us to the half at Jacksonville. Jags 13, Titans 3 at the half.
On roughing the passer as well?
There are 2 fouls against the defense on the play. Offside, defense number 99. That penalty's in decline. Personal foul, defense number 95. Unnecessary roughness. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Quinton Williams, they'll accept that big.
2nd down and 3. 10th play of the drive. Keep it on the ground on 2nd down, and Brian Burns makes the play.
Who had both penalties on him. He
Yeah.
lined up offside, does a stunt inside, and really gives Buffalo an advantage now with where they are on the field. It was going to be tough 15 yards behind there.
At the 29 now, they mark it with 35 seconds left in the quarter. Allen almost got sacked. Got it away and incomplete. Knocked out of the hands of Khalil Shakir by Sherwood. And that was nearly just the 2nd sack in a long time for Josh Allen.
I mean, great job getting the edge and just turning the corner there by McDonald. And this is a very scary throw. Josh makes it look like it's no big.
They used that down here. They were very, very efficient in the red zone with those quarterback runs.
3rd down and 4. The pitch to Taylor, and he will be stopped.
Loose, 2nd and 10.
Well, no one ran with him, so they know it's zone. So now you have 2 plays up. You go with your zone play.
Now, escaping, or will he? That's going to be, well, in the area of Kincaid.
That's
that
close.
pass. So they say incomplete and no flag. Again, McDonald is applying a lot of pressure.
So he gets outside the pocket. He flips it away to avoid the sack. There's a man in the area you cannot challenge.
Boy, I tell you, McDonald, who has 10 sacks.
You can't challenge anyone inside of 2 minutes. But
10 sacks on the season. McDonald showing how much he's progressed in his 2nd year. And there is Kincaid. He got a 3rd down coming up. From here, a field goal will be 47 yards. Again, pressure, pass, caught, Coleman, 21-yard line.
if you take it down to 4, I'd take the timeout, consider going for it. If you take it all the way down, you're obviously just kicking it. with 2 timeouts. If I had 1 timeout, I would have taken it down to 4. But with 2 timeouts, I would have probably called it and just thought about it, right? Kicking off with...
It is 4th and 5, and Shane Steichen has the offense on the field.
4th down and 5. Flacco throws. They can pick up the first without reaching the end zone, and that's exactly what happens here as Granson balls it in for an Indianapolis first down.
Yeah, Colin Granson at the end of the line, that's their pass-catching tight end. And that's the difference with Flacco and Richardson in there. Flacco anticipates that spin.
Yep, so we'll come right back here. It's 1st and goal, and the Colts with Jonathan Taylor likely are going to try and run this ball. They want to get it to a 1-possession game before halftime. The Bills are going to attempt a field goal right before the half. Here comes your 1st and goal snap for Indy.
1st and goal, down to 25 seconds. As Taylor is taken down, Burns again.
And we just had this in the Carolina-Tampa Bay game. 20-point deficit for the road team here, so Bryce Young takes a shot, and burning the defense is Adam Thielen, somehow getting behind the defense for a 40-yard touchdown. Bryce Young, 6 of 12, 118 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Jonathan Taylor says, let me join the touchdown party. The star running back for Indianapolis makes this a 1-possession game in Jersey.
Just watch what the left side of this offensive line does. I was just singing the praises of Quentin Nelson. He gets his defensive lineman hooked, Elijah Garcia.
2-minute drill, no timeouts, under a minute to play, taking hits and delivering strikes. I love it.
To the flat, it's dropped by Williams, but there is a flag thrown on the play. We'll check the marker. Rattler says it's all right. This is what you're talking about, Mark. I think even Rattler realizes I've got 3 points in my back pocket with Blake Grupe right now. The assumption is that he should make a field goal from this distance. I think that's a key point for both quarterbacks today.
Illegal formation. Offense number 75 was uncovered at the end of the line. A 5-yard penalty. First down.
Needed to have another man up at the line of scrimmage for that, but you said it about O'Connell.
And the last play before halftime in Buffalo is up and good. Tyler Bass makes it a 12-0 Buffalo Bills lead. Again, the Bills cannot be the 1 seed. Kansas City locked that up on Christmas Day with their victory on the Netflix doubleheader. So the Bills, with a win today, will lock up the 2 seed. And the Bills will be one of those teams kind of inching the Rams a little bit closer towards an NFC West championship. We've got the final 50 seconds here in the first half in Philadelphia as Cooper Rush on a 3rd and 6. Straight drop back, taking a deep shot. And, well, 3 green jerseys were there, only 1 Cowboy. And the math didn't add up. Well, it did for the Eagles. That is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who had the pick 6 in the first quarter, coming away with his 2nd interception of the first half. Final 8 seconds in the first half here in New Orleans. Spencer Rattler throws it out of bounds. What do you elect to do with 3 seconds? They'll bring out the field goal team.
Look at him avoid the sack on this. This is so crucial. You see, the confidence is starting to flow from both of these quarterbacks, but understanding, get the ball up and out of bounds. Nothing, if it's not perfect, don't try and force it. Let's get these 3 points, get the momentum going into halftime. We get it in the 3rd quarter. Now they get a chance to double up on points. That's exactly what I wanted to see from Rattler. And that matters as he matures in this league as a quarterback.
Yep. 1 yard longer than an extra point. We're a 3-point game as Grupe connects. That takes us to halftime. First half stats are brought to you by Allstate. Saints caught up a little bit after the Raiders down.
We have just 2 games with time remaining in the first half. 36 seconds with which to work for Philadelphia. They're on their own 35-yard line. And in the Tampa Bay-Carolina game, 46 seconds remain in the first half at Raymond James Stadium.
You don't even get the benefit of an arm punt because he brings the ball back to the 35.
2 timeouts, so they hand it off to Barkley. He's got room. Saquon Barkley, 15 yards to midfield. 29 seconds. Clock is stopped. They use their second timeout. They've got this 2-score lead, even though Barkley's not really done anything yet. Just 40 yards now.
30 seconds.
And Dallas showed kind of an all-up A-gap mug. We've showed it a few times on some of the passes, and then
let's go double box. Here are the two games with time remaining. Baker Mayfield, what a first half for him, and then a drop pass. Would have had more yardage for the signal caller for Tampa.
He's had a nice first half. His first mistake, Ryan Miller. See, he's turning to look upfield. Knows he has some open space, and he's thinking about the running, but you got to catch and secure it first.
2nd and 15 now for the Buccaneers. Protection holds up. Mayfield.
Touchdown! Pickett to Smith for the second time this quarter.
So with Deron Bland shadowing A.J. Brown, every single time Devontae Smith is lined up on Andrew Booth, Pickett's just going to throw him the ball. I mean, he didn't do anything fancy there. He just ran flat by him.
Taking a look. Did he get in?
Take a look here. Oh, so they're going to rule him short. You see that left knee is down before he reaches the ball out across the goal line. So
after review, the runner was down by contact at the 1-yard line. It will be first and goal from the 1.
Mayfield is 15 of 19, 216 yards, 3 touchdowns. Mayfield stepping up, lets it fly underneath. It's Devin Culp once again, but he is short of the first down and a timeout.
Again, I mean, he's 5 yards past Booth, and I think he thought he was even further. He kind of let up, on the gas. Sirianni's talking. They're going to wind this clock, so I think he actually can preserve his last timeout, and he's just getting his guys ready for play. Should be a 10-second runoff.
Please reset the game clock to 23 seconds and the play clock to 30.
Yeah, so if he keeps the timeout, they'll do a 10-second runoff because the clock was rolling.
Reset the clock now to 13 seconds.
Yeah, so there we go.
10-second runoff. The game clock will start on my signal.
Yeah, so
reset the game clock to 13 seconds.
Yeah, so smart for Sirianni there. He's saying on the 1-foot line, whether there's 13 or 23 seconds, it doesn't matter. We're going to run a quarterback sneak. But in the event you fail, you don't want to get into a hurry up because you don't have a timeout. So he keeps his third timeout in his back pocket. Plenty of time.
Long hookup, Pickett to Smith. Eagles looking for points here right before the buzzer. It's a sneak. It's a surge and a touchdown. Instead of the passing touchdown, it's a rushing touchdown. Actually, they're going to mark him short. Forget everything I said. You got the officials saying he's short. You got me saying it's a touchdown. You got the Cowboys saying we got the
runner
ball.
was down prior to breaking the goal line. And we got a charged timeout. Philadelphia, their third and final. Please set the game clock to 2 seconds.
How
2
is that?
seconds on the game clock.
Yeah, so you have to imagine here, under 2 minutes, they'll take a look at that because it looked like Kenny Pickett's entire body. Now the question is, where is the ball? I don't know if anybody really knows.
The ruling on the field of the runner short of the goal line is under further review.
Yeah, they're going to take a look at this. And you also have to take a peek at that back knee. It's pretty close to the ground. But Nick, I think, is everybody right now outside of Dallas saying, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's also important to point out, a lot of times down here they rule the forward progress, but it seems like Pickett is slowly
15 seconds left. Young, too high. Put it over the head of Jatavian Sanders. Penalty marker at the 40. 11 seconds on the clock.
Offside. Defense number 94, lining up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. It's 1st and 5.
That's Cansey. That's 5 yards. So
and now the question is, do they have a little wrinkle, or do they just say we're going to quarterback sneak it again?
They sneak it again. Pickett this time leaves no doubt. Got his helmet ripped off in the process, so he gets a little face time.
Yeah, and Cam Jurgens, the center, he's looking around saying, can somebody help me up? Back-to-back.
Guerrendo's long this season is 53, career long 56. Can they get into the range? Young, they can. Thielen, the catch, gets out of bounds with 6 seconds left.
And again, that's a matchup here in the second half. Mike Zimmer's going to have some sort of an adjustment because Bland on A.J. Brown, okay, I'm just going to throw the ball to Devontae Smith against man coverage, and they haven't been able to defend him.
Man, late getting off here for the Cowboys.
Yeah, so you got to wonder now, they're going to go for 2.
Defense.
They're going to kick it.
Quick one in before they have to trot out Pinheiro.
Time is of the essence. 6 seconds on the clock. Young, 5 seconds. Floats it up, incomplete. Down to 3 seconds remaining. And now Pinheiro will come out for the long try.
And you're right at what his long for the season is, I believe, at 53. Somewhere in that neighborhood.
It is. So he's going to try to match it here, get points on the board before we hit the break. 7-year veteran Eddie Pinheiro. The snapper is the veteran J.J. Jansen in his 17th year. Johnny Hecker, the holder. 53-yard attempt. Carolina trying to get a little closer. Pinheiro missed it. And that's how the half will end. Panthers offense did everything they could to get Pinheiro a legitimate chance. Couldn't convert. Down to Evan Washburn.
Coach, despite the missed so we reached the half there in Tampa. Buccaneers 27, Carolina 14. Tampa Bay cannot clinch anything with a victory today. However, if Tampa Bay wins out and Atlanta loses one of their 2 remaining games, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will win the NFC South for the 4th straight year. Buccaneers back-to-back division champions coming into this season. All right, the first game to kick off into the second half, Jacksonville and Tennessee. Look, it's a couple of 3-win teams, both already eliminated. Draft order is something to watch here. The Giants, who are currently winning their game at the half, have the #1 pick entering this week. The Patriots, by virtue of their loss yesterday, are 3-13. And in the second spot, then it's Jacksonville, Cleveland, Tennessee, and Las Vegas, who is also leading at 3 wins, trying to jostle for a top 5 pick. Jags with a 10-point lead as we start the 3rd quarter.
So Rudolph Arch buying himself some extra seconds. They pick up 19 and a badly needed first down.
It looks to me like Jacksonville was playing some version of man coverage, and then Okonkwo is just going to come from this side of the field and nobody picks him up. He's left all alone, and really a nice job from Rudolph, rolling to his left, stops, sets his feet, and gets the ball out. Really well done.
Since Rudolph has taken over the reins since week 15, he's had one of the highest completion percentages of any quarterback in the league. This is Spears sprinting up a seam, and that's going to be another Tennessee first down. So Spears picks up 11. Which we've seen Spears mostly do his damage as a pass catcher the last year plus. But today showing you what he could do with his legs.
Well, Pollard was more, well, he could do a lot, but he primarily was more of the inside tough runner. Really did a great job after contact. Spears has been more of the perimeter guy. Obviously, his prowess in the passing game as a receiver, but in this game, Spears really doing a nice job on the inside runs as well.
They're going to go end around, and Ridley lost it. Ridley's going to get it back, and he's going to make something out of what could have been a disaster. It's been raining here all throughout the morning, heavy at times. Ridley really fortunate that took a lucky fortuitous bounce. They pick up 8.
Yeah, and the toss was right there. The ball hits Ridley right in the 0. And really, I love using this word, fortuitous bounce. I love the word fortuitous.
Thank you. I'm here for you. I'm here. Whatever you need. Got the thesaurus under the table. Yeah, usually it is a DD breaking out the big words for us. So 13-3 Jacksonville. Ridley's going to get a breather now. And now they're going to go Wildcat with Spears taking a direct snap. He faked it to Chestnut. And Spears, in what is now a career.
And now we start to get some more games kicking off into the second half, including the Buffalo Bills, who booted away to the Jets. Aaron Rodgers and company, the only team being shut out right now out of the 12 teams currently active. Buffalo has a 12-0 lead in Western New York as we begin the third quarter.
Run game, whether it's around the edge or up the middle. And this rush offense really started off the season quite strong. In their last 2 weeks, hasn't been as good. They've averaged less than 3 yards a carry in their last 2 games. But really getting the job done.
Hard to finish, or they will be finished. Here's a 1st and 10 handoff, only a yard. As this running game, which showed some at times a little spark with Hall in that first half, that time Bills are on him quickly.
Yeah, they basically had some success getting one of the keys we talked about to the game, Hall in space, out on the edge. I call it the C gap, out by the tight end, trying to run up the middle against these box numbers and these looks. It could be tough.
There's Moses back in at right tackle.
They needed that.
There's Rodgers out of the gun. Gets it away quickly and through the hands of Adams, and that hit his hand awkwardly.
Quick reminder, less than 2 hours from now, it's one of the biggest games of the weekend. The Packers at the Vikings. Green Bay and Minnesota have been playing for 63 years against each other. This is the first ever Packers-Vikings matchup where both teams enter with 11 or more wins in the regular season. Huge one in the NFC North, huge one in the NFC playoff picture coming up in less than 2 hours here on NFL Red Zone.
He comes back next year. We'll get into that soon.
3rd and 9. Coming after him. And able to unload it with double coverage on Adams, who cannot believe. Now a flag comes out.
Yeah.
We'll check the penalty flag in that game while we show you an update of 3rd and 7, where Mason Rudolph hits Calvin Ridley. Field starting to show some mud there, especially in between the hashes, but Ridley scoops it up off the turf. And it's a 19-yard pickup and a 1st down for the Titans. The penalty in the Jets-Bills game goes against Buffalo. They said Devontae Adams, there was illegal contact by the defender guarding Devontae Adams, so that's an automatic 1st down and a kind of a bailout for the Jets offense.
First down for the Jets now from their own 36. Gets it to Adams. Milano not able to get him down, and Adams tiptoeing into Buffalo territory with a big gain for
the
New York.
Indianapolis Colts trailing at the half to the team that would have the #1 pick in the draft if the season ended today, the quote-unquote lowly New York Giants. Colts have some work to do.
Is taken out by Smith-Marset. Still going. Amir Smith-Marset, New Jersey native, takes it all the way for a Giants touchdown.
So how about that start for the New York Giants, trying to get their first home win of the season? And in the third quarter, they put up 27 on the kickoff return for the touchdown. The extra point can make it a 15-point lead. And for the Colts, this is code red right now for Indianapolis. There's only one playoff spot available in the AFC. One spot for 4 teams: Denver, Cincinnati, Miami, and Indianapolis. And if the Colts lose this game, they can scratch their name off the list. Their playoff hopes will end. Extra point is good. It is 28-13 New York at the start of the third quarter.
Can they cash in now as they play inside the red zone? 1st and 10. They go right back to the well in Spears. He has not had a workload quite like this in his NFL career. Again, no Tony Pollard. So Spears really the only proven back that they have in this game.
He's only been over 10 attempts 2 times this season. And so, again, it's been mostly Tony Pollard. But you can't help but be impressed by the way he's running the football.
12th play of the drive that began at their own 15-yard line. Fake to Spears. Rudolph near side. Completes. Gets it to the tight end, but Okonkwo, his forward body progress just took him out of bounds. Felt like he had a couple of more yards there in front of him. It's going to be 3rd down.
Yeah, I really like the way Brian Callahan is calling this 3rd quarter. Again, it really helps in a day like this with the rain and the wet field and the wet ball that you're able to get productive on 1st down. But this is really, trying to get rhythm and balance to the offense. It's been a moving target this season for the Tennessee Titans, but really looking good on this drive.
It's a drive that has chewed up now more than 8 minutes of game clock. Rudolph the fake. Rudolph over the middle. Wide open. It's Vanette for the Tennessee touchdown. And how about that opening drive to begin the 3rd quarter?
Well, check this out, because you're going to see, look at everybody here pointing their man. Everybody's pointing, but then nobody takes the tight end, Vanette, going to the other side of the field. So I'm not sure exactly what they were pointing at, but evidently not the right person.
So Mason Rudolph, Brian Callahan riding the legs of Tyjae Spears. And then when Callahan needed to make a play, he had Vanette wide open. Tennessee back in it.
You have Nick Vanette in your fantasy lineup today. He won't catch a more wide open touchdown maybe for the rest of his career. Aaron Rodgers liked to get a touchdown here. He's sitting on 499, but that one almost turned into an interception. That led to 4th down. This is live, 4th and 5.
Delay of game.
Delay of game. Number 8. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
And they now make a line.
Well, so delay of game, they're going to back them up. It'll be 4th and 10. And now is it punt? Is it long field goal? We'll find out in just a moment. Little back shoulder throw. Joe Flacco to Michael Pittman Jr. That's effective for a 19-yard gain. And Flacco, who's no stranger to second-half comebacks, needs one here today to keep his franchise alive in the playoff hunt. So Jets made their decision. That's the punt team.
Successful fake punt last week.
Not on this one.
But not here.
This is a very safe situation right there at the line.
4th and 10. Morstead. Look at that play. Monroe, my goodness. Textbook. 41 yards. That's all real estate.
Thomas Morstead and his gunner down to the ball inside of the 2-yard line. Excellent special teams by the Jets.
Of the Giants defense is depleted.
Taylor running up the middle. We spoke with Brian Burns the other day, and we asked him, what is your message to your defense heading into the game this week? He said, good things happen when you play hard.
That's all they're going to ask of them. I would take it the next step. Those young guys, this is your opportunity to show that you can beat a one-on-one block, lock out, shed your player, and then go make a tackle.
On 2nd and 1, Taylor is stopped short. Ty Summers in on the tackle. Giants defense, they've played hard right from the start. The interception on the Colts' first possession by Dane Belton.
Yeah, and Shane Bowen's done a nice job of mixing up man and zone. He's trying to help out this front 7, bringing down the safety. We've seen Pinnock get in on the action. Dane Belton is right now in the box as a linebacker. There, he's trying to help them, but he can't sit there in cover 3 and man all day long, not with Joe Flacco.
There goes Taylor. Takes it all the way for a Colts touchdown. His 2nd of the game. 26 yards, Jonathan Taylor. into the end zone.
We were just talking about the middle of this Giants defense. Even with the safety coming down, if you have a defender that peaks or gets out of his gap, Jonathan Taylor is going to capitalize on it every time. Just take a look at the blocking up front and look at Granson and what he does on this wham play. He's going to go in, he seals the end, and then from there it's all Jonathan Taylor. Uses that track speed to burst through the hole, gets a nice touchdown for the Colts.
So Indianapolis with an answer following the 100-yard.
Jonathan Taylor, he has turned it on here in the month of December. Had that one misstep by dropping the football going in for a touchdown, but other than that has just been pouring it on. In fact, he has 2 touchdowns on the day, and with those 2 touchdowns, he ties Hall of Famer Lenny Moore for the most touchdowns by a Colt in the first 5 seasons of a career. Hall of Famer Lenny Moore had 55. Jonathan Taylor's total up to that double nickel itself. 28-20. The Giants still with the lead and getting the football back, and Indianapolis needs to tighten up that kick coverage when they boot it back away. All right, 2 big games with playoff implications. The Philadelphia Eagles on the left side of the screen with a 24-7 lead. The Eagles, if they win this game, they clinch the division and the home playoff game that goes with it. On the right side of the screen, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with a 2-score lead against Carolina. Tampa Bay needs to win out and have Atlanta lose one of their remaining 2 games, and the Buccaneers can be division champs.
Speaking of greatness, it is Barkley over the right side. Turned the corner, got a few. Said, look, for us to play well, you just got to go be you. Lean on the guys around you. We talked about that from the start. He's done that, but he's also done his own thing at a pretty darn high level.
Absolutely. And listen, some elements he's going to be able to do similar to Jalen Hurts. They're not going to get everything out of him that Jalen brings to the table, but he's been excellent. When you have one of the best O-lines and one of the best group of skill players, you can just play point guard, and you can just kind of hold serve there and then make the big plays when they come.
Looking to throw it here. Rips one, and it's almost picked off. Deron Bland, who had 9 interceptions last year to lead the NFL, still looking for his first one this year. Pickett is injured.
Defense, number
with a
97.
flag down for roughing the passer on Odigizua.
First down.
Back up to the backup is Tanner McKee, who's never played in the NFL.
And Kenny Pickett, he was a little slow getting up. Watch the hit here. Comes in late out of the right side of your screen, just so late. I mean, Odigizua just took like 3-4 steps before he made contact there in the pocket with Pickett, and goes from looking like it's going to be a Deron Bland pick, and now they march off 15 yards, and they're on the plus side of Dallas territory.
Kenny Pickett, reputation for toughness through the years. As a kid, he wanted to grow up to be like his dad, who was a linebacker at Shippensburg, PA, Division II school. Still plays some of that edge. And as Pam told you off at the top, he's playing through his own injury coming into the game. Injured his ribs last week. Hands it off to Barkley. Head of steam coming ahead. And 8 yards on first down for Saquon Barkley.
And we'll watch that Philadelphia drive as they move the ball closer towards the red zone. Bryce Young, he's going to have to throw here in the second half, and a clean pocket allows him to get it into Jalen Coker. There's a name for next year's fantasy football drafts. This Jalen Coker, undrafted free agent rookie out of Holy Cross. He's got a couple of nice moments here in the back half of the season. That's a 20-yard catch for Coker. Bryce Young, 174 yards passing, 2 touchdowns on the afternoon.
Barkley again. First down Philly. Historically good in the second half for a lot of the year, but the last 2 weeks hasn't had it in the second half. Against Pittsburgh and Washington, just about 2 yards per carry. He had been averaging 7 in the second half.
Again, game flow has so much to do with whether you're good defending the run or you're good running the ball. You know, a lot of the conversations around defense in Dallas earlier in the year, they were kind of historically bad at stopping the run, and they've gotten a lot better, but they've gotten a lot better as their takeaways have gone up, and their offense has gotten better, and all of a sudden you're not defending as many runs as you were in the other situations.
Barkley again, leaning on him here. Saquon Barkley inside the 30 with a gain of 7, stopped by Hooker.
Well, there's so many levels to the run game. You can talk about the explosive nature of it, which allows them to allocate so much of the snap counts to the run game, but it's really the versatility. This offensive line can handle any run scheme.
Barkley, heavy dose, first down. Got 6. The offensive line you're talking about, their coach right there, Jeff Stoutland.
Widely regarded as the best offensive line coach in football. This just
check out what just happened in the Giants and Colts game. 3rd and 11. Drew Lock looks downfield, then checks it down to Tyrone Tracy. He has some work to do, but bang! Zaire Franklin comes through with a shoulder pad and knocks the ball into the sky against the rookie. The Giants were able to jump forward and recover it, but that will force a 4th down, and the punt team is on the field for the G-men.
By far his career high in touches, and he says he still feels fresh. He's dealt with a couple nagging things, but legs are feeling fresh for Saquon Barkley. His previous career high was 295 carries. He's now got 335, still with a game left. Replaced by Gainwell here. That'll be a question moving ahead the next week, assuming the score stays the same. How far do they push it, if at all, trying to get him that rushing record?
Well, you asked Nick Sirianni, how important it, and he said, how close is he? So I can't imagine it's at the top of mind, but you bet if next week he's close, especially leaving today, they're going to try to get it.
Gainwell to the 19. Linval Joseph gets it.
We'll get you right back for the next Philadelphia Eagles snap as we dip in real quick on a 3rd and 5 for Las Vegas.
Getting his legs warm for his next scramble, Adam.
I say, he's just happy that he didn't throw the pick. He's been really good about that lately. 3rd down and 5. They run it with Abdullah here. Interesting call. And often when you see a 3rd down run,
on 3rd and 4. Pickett underneath Smith has been his favorite target today. Devontae Smith with 10 yards, and it's 1st and goal.
And now you got a 1st and goal coming up for Philadelphia. We'll get you right back there. They're on the 9-yard line. Let's show you real quick. Aaron Rodgers underneath. Garrett Wilson. Good move to cut outside. Find the 1st down. 13-yard pickup for the young wide receiver for the Jets. New York still trailing, though, 12-0 to the Bills. 1st and goal here off the right side. It's Kenneth Gainwell who gets a couple of yards. 2nd and goal coming up for Philly. And the 4th down ended in a Daniel Carlson field goal attempt. 54 yards out, puts it right through in the climate-controlled environment of the Caesars Superdome, site of Super Bowl 59. Back live to Philly.
Make that declaration.
9 plays on this drive, 8 of them run plays. Same thing here, this one shut down. Kendricks there to finish him off after Mozzie Smith got another tackle. And so 3rd and goal. Opening drive of the 2nd half for Nick Sirianni's team, trying to clinch the NFC East, lock up the 2 seed.
So clear indicator that it's zone. Deron Bland is now out here at corner. You got Smith and Brown on the inside. Zone indicator.
Pickett, time to scan. Directs traffic. Back of the end zone. Brown! He gets his feet in. Touchdown, Philly. Found Smith for 1. Now finds Brown. And another flag in the backfield. Looks like perhaps a hold on Philly.
Holding. Offense number 69. 10-yard penalty. 4th down.
And of bigger concern, Kenny Pickett, in a lot of pain, just ran off of the field, down on one knee.
It's the 2nd big shot he's taken. So here you go. Here's A.J. Brown. Just kind of runs a mesh route. It's zone coverage. So now it just turns into red zone scramble drill. Gets matched up on Maris Leofau, the linebacker. Kenny Pickett does a great job just giving him a chance. And takes that shot there by Micah Parsons, but all for nothing. He takes the big shot, great play by Brown, but they get Jordan Mailata on a hold, and it's going to be 3rd and goal here from just inside the 20.
Tanner McKee hands it off to Saquon Barkley. Inside the 10, stopped by Jordan Lewis as McKee comes in for his first NFL snap, his first snap period in more than 2 years, back to when he was at Stanford.
So now the question becomes, you mentioned the health of Kenny Pickett coming into the game, wearing that flak jacket of sorts, protecting that midsection area, and he's now been slow to get up twice on this drive, still being looked at by the trainers and doctors right here in front of us on the near sideline. So keep an eye on that as the rest of this game unfolds.
Well, thankfully for the Eagles, they've opened up. Wow, that was not pretty, but it was good. A 3-touchdown lead as Elliott connects for the 2nd time today.
Okay, Philadelphia looking strong, but Kenny Pickett is a concern on the sideline. We'll check back there in a moment. Aaron Rodgers, 3rd and 19. He tries for all of it. He gets picked. Christian Benford comes away with the interception. Benford has a nice little return, and then, did you see that when he got knocked out of bounds? Aaron Rodgers was called for a late hit, pushing Benford, who just picked off his football right here. They call number 8 for that little push out of bounds. Certainly, shoe on the other foot. Rodgers would probably get that call. Benford gets the pick, and the shutout is preserved, at least for the time being, midway through the 3rd quarter. 12-0 Bills. Back in the Indianapolis, New York game, Joe Flacco. Good pass protection by the Colts front, and jump ball up top, and Michael Pittman Jr. makes the adjustment. Well done by Flacco to get it downfield. Excellent adjustment by Pittman to collect the football for a big gainer. 1st down for the Colts in Giants territory. And we just had this in the Tampa Bay Carolina game. Play action fake Baker Mayfield. Up top, Mike Evans. Catch, run into Carolina territory. The Bucs are approaching 400 yards of total offense, and we're early 3rd quarter in Tampa Bay. 27-14 as we go there live with the Bucs on the move in field goal range.
Came into this game number 1 in forcing missed tackles.
Injured Panther was A'Shawn Robinson, already on his feet, making his way to the Carolina sideline. Robinson has been a real defensive anchor for the Panthers.
Indianapolis getting towards the red zone. Buccaneers pushing their way towards the 20.
3rd down and 1. Taylor on the toss. Burns chasing it. And Taylor looks for the
takes it to the 20-yard line. Irving has now cracked 100 yards on the ground.
I think he enjoys seeing the colors of Carolina. Remember their first game in Charlotte? He goes for 152 yards and a touchdown in that one. Here he is over 100 yards here at home. Back-to-back games.
Just short. Looked like his foot went out of bounds. The ball was short while his foot went out of bounds.
So it is 4th and inches. On 4th down, Taylor.
I don't know if he got it.
It will depend on the spot as the officials come charging in. No signal yet.
All right, 1st down markers at the top of the screen. You get good push, and then Jonathan Taylor, as he lands, see, he was still able to fight forward.
So the Bucs just ran an offensive play. There was an offensive offsides, kind of a curious call, offensive offsides penalty, which was declined. The play only picked up a yard, and Jonathan Taylor, he's short. That's just by the index card. Shout out Gene Steratore. And Brian Daboll's defense turns over Indianapolis on downs. 2nd and 9 in Tampa.
Mayfield guns it, complete. Caught by McMillan. Spun down inside the 10. Chandler Wooten, the linebacker, makes the tackle. It's 1st and goal for the Buccaneers.
All right, if you notice with this team, their formations, a lot of them are really...
Bucs offense looking really sharp. Here is the Kenny Pickett hit. It was Micah Parsons laying a shoulder on Pickett as he released the touchdown pass to A.J. Brown. And Kenny Pickett has just gone into the locker room. The backup quarterback, you may have heard the game announcer say it, Tanner McKee. Stanford's 6th-round draft pick has never taken an NFL snap. The Eagles have a 20-point lead.
Mayfield tosses, Irving the catch, makes his move inside, and he is spun down short of the 5. Baker Mayfield has just gone over the 300-yard mark. Damani Richardson helped save a touchdown as Irving was trying to dance his way towards the goal line.
It seems like a routine tackle, but Bucky Irving in the open field, nothing routine about that. You just mentioned that's really a touchdown-saving tackle by Damani Richardson in the open field. Nice play by the rookie out of Texas A&M.
Tampa Bay knocking on the door once again. They lead it 27-14.
And you're going to get Evans and McMillan next to each other at the top.
Mayfield delivers underneath. McMillan the catch. And the Panthers get there. Slammed down by Richardson.
Back-to-back in the open field, right?
Richardson initially on one side, then does it on the other side.
These are not easy plays. When you're dealing with shifty, elusive ball carriers, to be able to get them down one-on-one in the open field, that's well done by Damani Richardson, who came in undrafted this year and has forced his way into the starting lineup. Jordan Fuller, who's supposed to be the starter, healthy and active today.
3rd and goal at the 5. They send wide in motion. Mayfield upstairs, touchdown! Payne Durham! Number 4 on the day for Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield with a performance here. Did you have him in fantasy football? He has 1, 2, 3, 4 touchdown passes on the day.
To the end zone. Oh, what a catch! Amari Cooper pulls it down for the touchdown.
What a throw and catch. It's really perfect defense. He's covered, but because the ball is back shoulder, Eccles is right where he needs to be, but the ball's got to be on his left shoulder behind him, and then he times and high points the catch perfectly, and Coop, as the crowd here is saying, I think he got his wind knocked out.
Yeah, that's the kind of fall that would do that to you. He just a couple of plays before that crossed 10,000 yards on his career. Bass with the extra point, good. And just 2 plays later, it's one of the greatest catches of his career.
I agree. And the mental fortitude to stay in it.
Buffalo looking strong. Josh Allen padding those MVP candidate stats, and that is a heck of a grab by Amari Cooper, hitting the ground hard. And Josh Allen, yep, saying right over the top there for the touchdown that gives them a 19-0 lead over the Jets.
Abdullah in on pass protection, giving O'Connell time, and they break on the ball and on Mayer. It was Tyrann Mathieu and Kool-Aid McKinstry jumping in on Raiders' number 2 tight end.
But watch Tyrann Mathieu. He's going to fly out of the middle of the field to chase this in route. Robber coverage. Adam, that's what he's doing. He's watching the quarterback.
We bring you back to Lincoln Financial Field. Quarterback change for the Eagles. Kenny Pickett is injured and in the locker room. Here is Tanner McKee.
Down to their 3rd quarterback here. Tanner McKee with Kenny Pickett, who would replace Jalen Hurts, leaving the game. The former Stanford Cardinal flip it outside to Saquon Barkley. 9 yards on 1st down. Donovan Wilson, the tackle.
You can bet Philadelphia will use Saquon Barkley steadily here with a 20-point lead and a 3rd-string quarterback in the game. Backup quarterback, the Giants have used 4 quarterbacks this year, including Drew Lock, who puts it on Wan'Dale Robinson for a 9-yard catch and a 1st down New York.
Is eligible.
And Barkley's up to 87 yards, trying to get to 134 to keep that needs to average right where it is going into the last game for the NFL record. He's got a first down and done so. Barkley's over 100 yards and across the 35 on a run of 22.
So here's now where they just start wearing you down, and it's just the vision, the elusiveness of Barkley. Everything looks inside. Watch Jordan Lewis at the end just dip inside. He's the edge player. He thinks the ball, so now he gets inside. Barkley sees that white jersey, and his instincts as a runner just take over, and it's just so hard to bottle him up for an entire game. We haven't seen many people be able to do it this year.
Got it again here. Ozzie Smith drops in for a loss this time. And it's easy to draw boxing metaphors with the way he plays, the body blow after body blow before finally knocking you out. And it's fitting when you consider his lineage. You've got his dad, who was a Golden Gloves boxer. His uncle was a champion boxer in 3 different weight classes. And Saquon fought a little bit as a kid, some of it formal, some of it, just little side battles he'd get in. He says if he hadn't fallen in love with football as much as he did, he figures he probably was headed for a career as a boxer, like his dad, like his uncle. There's Iran Barkley, great uncle, 3-time world champion. Smith goes back to get this ball, and McKee's got his first career completion.
Prior to that last explosive run by Barkley, it's really been one of his least effective runs. You see him there. I mean, I don't know, man. We see a lot of retired former players that get into these kind of there is no chance I get in a ring with that guy.
Yeah. Still part of his workout regimen. Handed to him here on 650 pounds, bench 455. I mean, the guy is just...
There's that famous video from college, right, where they were doing kind of like an inside run drill, and there was like 20 defenders, it looked like, and he made every single one of them miss, and the whole team kind of lost their minds. That kind of went viral. It might be the best play of his life.
He's got it here. Short game. Born in the Bronx, grew up in Pennsylvania.
Well, the Jets are in a 19-0 hole. Buffalo looking to lock up the 2 seed in the AFC, and down goes Rodgers. So an interception on the last possession. That's Von Miller doing the honors there, future Hall of Famer, coming through with a quarterback sack on a Hall of Fame quarterback. The Jets are 0 for 4 on 3rd down. They have 154 yards. It's just coming apart for the New York Jets, and that means good things for the Rams. As a shot to the end zone. You kidding me? Oh, A.J. Brown hauled it in with one hand. It was going to be one of the highlights of the year, but they say he's out of bounds. Let's see the replay.
2 feet in.
Yeah, this is just flat out sick. Take a look. Yeah, that's his 2nd foot. Clearly comes down in the white, but there was no bobble. That thing just flat out stuck in his palm. And it's been a matchup all day. Deron Bland's been following him around the field, and one of the best vertical contested catch players in all of football.
Timeout here with play clock running down. Actually a flag. They're going to get Dallas offsides. Make it 3rd and 3.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense, number 11. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
Yeah, so they call it on Parsons. Lined up here on the bottom of the screen. He clearly jumps.
Second time he's been called today. Lined up in there.
I mean, typically, you can cross the neutral zone as long as you get back, and as long as the offensive lineman in front of you doesn't move. And I think now Philly's going to take a timeout. So we'll get all this sorted out.
It will be 30 seconds.
And you see so often when a defensive player gets into the neutral
Okay,
zone.
before the 3rd and 3 for the Birds, we got Birds on the field in Tampa. Punt formation for Carolina. Oh, watch out for the duck. Watch out for the duck.
And Hacker has it blocked. Tampa Bay's got it. Scoop and score. J.J. Russell. Buccaneers doing it from all angles. Chef's kiss.
Was that the Buccaneers' duck decoy defense? You have him out there, and here comes, is that Tryon Shoyinka? It was, number 9. Comes right up the middle, and what a job he does taking it off the foot of the punter to avoid running into him. Well coached, well executed by Tryon Shoyinka.
And the extra point from McLaughlin. This is now a rout. Clean block. It lands right in front of Russell, who is untouched to the end zone. 41-14.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers look like they are on their way to a victory. That means that the Washington Commanders cannot clinch a playoff spot here in the early window. If Tampa Bay would have lost that game, Commanders would have locked up an NFC playoff berth. Another shot to the end zone, and A.J. Brown has it this time with 2 hands and a touchdown Philadelphia that may just help them clinch the division championship.
He stabs one with one hand. He ends up out of bounds. You see how happy McKee's teammates are for him. That's pretty impressive in your first NFL action. You get to throw a touchdown to one of the best players in football, and it's a really good ball. Back shoulder, inside fade versus press coverage.
One more replay look at it as the Jags are inside the 20.
And he's just going to run it out of bounds. And boy, was there a late hit there. No flag. Crowd here certainly thought that
in his time in Philadelphia, the best 3-year stretch in franchise history.
He makes contact with Mac Jones while Jones's right foot is still on the ground.
And kind of pulled up just enough at the end.
Yes.
So it looked worse than it was, with Jones kind of losing his footing. And they mark the football now down at the 11.
That's a good no call.
Well, but I like the coverage.
We'll let you know what happens in the Jags-Titans game. There are no playoff implications there in the Jacksonville game. We do have playoff implications for the Indianapolis Colts. We are now into the 4th quarter in MetLife Stadium. The Giants lead 28-20. As an injury timeout will stop the game between the Colts and the Giants. Let's just rewind it here. They just had a 4th and 1. Did New York toss pitch to the rookie, and Tyrone Tracy gets taken down for a loss on the play. Big defensive stand for Indianapolis that gave Joe Flacco and the offense the ball back, but Joe Flacco will have a 3rd and 11 after the injured player is attended to. Speaking of defensive stops, Spillane gets in for the Las Vegas quarterback sack of Spencer Rattler. 3rd and 10 here.
Jones gets it out quickly. Just masterful from Jones as he finds Thomas for the Jacksonville touchdown. Boy, Jones knew he was potentially going to get lit up. Free edge blitzer. And he drops a dime to the rookie Thomas.
It is just beautiful. The touch on this ball from Mac Jones and the ball placement. And then late hands, and Brownlee, he just can't react fast enough to be able
Brian
to play
Thomas Jr. We're sitting here in the studio going, how great is this rookie receiving core that came into the league this year? Brian Thomas Jr. looks like an absolute A1 starter. Malik Neighbors has put up huge numbers. Brock Bowers breaking records. Marvin Harrison Jr. has had his moments. Ladd McConkey, not a first-rounder, but a high-impact player. Keon Coleman, and on and on and on. Roma Dunze has shown flashes. What a great job receiving rookies have done this year. Oh, the duck. Let's go. Ball boy, you got to be gentle here. The sideline personnel. Now, look at the Hillsborough River is not too far from Raymond James Stadium. Let's find that guy a nice home here for 2025, shall we?
Is coming out as he was held up by Reed.
I don't think it's just that one. I think it's another penalty. I think Quinnen Williams pushed down Allen after the play, so this ball will go half the distance to the goal.
He's trying to make a case if it was a flop.
He's actually hit Allen quite a few times today, sometimes right at the throw, and a couple times a little bit after the throw. He's playing hard, though.
All right, I'm going to ask you this, because it's going to go against the Jets. You know, the main thing for this team, all they talked to us about was winning the game.
Defense, illegal use of hands to the face, number 4. That penalty's declined. Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 95. Penalties half the distance to the goal line, first down.
We know how much people are
one-on-one matchup versus Cordell Fly.
3rd down and 11. Flacco on 3rd down, Burns with pressure, and a pass. Josh Downs.
Now they're signaling.
I'd want to give the ball to Allen here. The problem is the right play is to run this football.
And that's what they're going to do with Cook. Cook trying to close in on it. He's down to the 1.
That helps Josh.
That's big time help. That should be enough for
He gets off the football. Bernard Ryman had no chance, and because of that, he rushed the throw, and Josh Downs couldn't hold on to the football.
That's what I wanted to hear. They fumbled it. This, hold on. Goes through the end zone if he's down. Unless he's down.
He's 100% down.
Okay.
Quarterback sneak it.
Yeah, this would be for his 3rd touchdown of the day, if that's the call. 2 on the ground, 1 via the air.
If it's not just a simple fade here.
Oh, he's going to hand it off to Cook. How about that? They go with what they had to do to get it across. And James Cook has his 15th rush touchdown of the season.
And that's the right thing to do. I mean, if you're going to win an MVP on 1 extra touchdown pass or something, I don't think that's
I know
right.
you don't have a vote, but you know how voters are influenced. It always gets down to these numbers.
I think they're tied in my brain. I think that Josh Allen might get the edge only because Lamar's had 2. If Josh had 2, you're going to side with a guy who doesn't have 1. That's just human nature, in my opinion.
They've set a franchise record for touchdowns in a season with 61 with that one. And that's the most rushing touchdowns in the league this year by anyone, 15.
And I like that. I appreciate when you just do the right thing, not trying statistically to do something.
And pass, who has that?
Well, you saw A.J. Brown score the touchdown. A.J. Brown wanted to bless some fan up in the 100th row of the stands, so he throws it up in the stands. The problem was, he goes, oh, no, that was Tanner McKee's first ever NFL touchdown pass. Oh, I should have saved it. He's like, hey, I got to get that football back. He's yelling up into the stands, and look who goes over to get it. The white hat there, that's Big Dom. You remember him from the sideline controversy last year. And then the Eagles fan in the black sweatshirt says, okay, I caught it. I got you. Let's go. He'll probably get an A.J. Brown jersey and a new football or something. But Tanner McKee's first NFL touchdown football is safe as a souvenir for the young man out of Stanford. What happened to the Duck? What happened to the Duck? The Duck? Oh, yeah. In fact, the mullet, was that a Duck Dynasty guy going over there? It could be. I don't know. Hey, beautiful. Good stuff. Find him a nice home or her into Tampa Bay or the local estuaries on the Gulf Coast of Florida. All right, look, let's go big picture. 6 games here in the early window. Hope you're enjoying Week 17 action on NFL Red Zone. It's Fantasy Football Championship Sunday. So many of you seeing these touchdowns and seeing swings of emotion left and right. The Bills look like they're on the way to a victory to clinch up the 2 seed. The Eagles look like they're on their way to clinching the NFC East. Tampa Bay looks like they're on their way to getting a victory. We have 2 one-possession games. It's between the Saints and the Raiders, and the 8-point lead for the Giants trying to eliminate the playoff hopes of the Indianapolis Colts. We've got 15+ more minutes of game clock and 60 more minutes of football here in the early window, as it's the witching hour, when wins become losses and losses become wins. Only 2 more witching hours left, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to MetLife Stadium, where the Colts' playoff dreams are on the brink in the 4th quarter.
Block, moving to his right, throws back the other way. Incomplete.
It's a little too high for Darius Slayton.
Samuel Womack defending, and now the Giants will...
So Indianapolis going to give the football back to their offense. Speaking of offense, Brock Bowers has broken another rookie record. Earlier, he got Mike Ditka's single-season rookie tight end receiving yardage record. Well, he has 107 catches on the season, does Brock Bowers, and that breaks Puka Nakua's record. This is a record you can see where it's been set just recently. Jaylen Waddle did it 2-3 years ago as a rookie. Puka Nakua did it last year in his first season. Now Brock Bowers stands alone atop the mountain. However, Malik Neighbors this season as a rookie at 101. But some amazing rookie reception production out of these fine names who are going to have great careers, as best anyone can tell, going forward in the years and decades to come, quite frankly. Aaron Rodgers and company, oh boy, the wheels coming off. Rodgers hits Garrett Wilson. Wilson puts it on the ground. The Bills recover it. They call it a catch and a fumble, and Buffalo is going the other way, shutting out the Jets, and it looks like an embarrassing whimper to the finish line for the New York Jets. My goodness. We'll get you back to Western New York when we can. Jacksonville and Tennessee in a game that'll shuffle the top 5 of the draft one way or another.
Rudolph in this offense, how do they navigate the set of circumstances now? 3 and change with all 3 timeouts. They need 2 scores.
You got to keep an eye on number 15. He's a touchdown machine.
It's Westbrook Akine. Rudolph just slinging it to the far side of the field. It's incomplete.
And we'll go double box with the Raiders in the red zone, trying to extend their lead.
It is Amir Abdullah still pushing ahead. It'll be 3rd down and short for the Raiders, who have had the ball for
NFL scores and highlights on the State Farm postgame show.
Little bump here, but then really it's Walker off of the edge. Both Walker and Hines Allen really have had a good game working on these tackles and getting pressure on Mason Rudolph.
10th play of the drive that has chewed up now nearly 4 minutes. Rudolph again feeling the heat. Rudolph buried.
They got to finish this drive.
Another double-digit play drive for Las Vegas today. A toss, a floater towards the middle for Myers. A lot of traffic there for O'Connell. May have gotten away with one there, to say the least.
With Walker and Armstead on the edge, Hines Allen, and then you get an inside push like you got right there from Smith. That's what you need out of the pass rush.
3rd and 13. Officials are going to whistle the play dead, potentially a false start.
Defense number 55. 5-yard.
Looking for their 5th score in 7 possessions. It would be a 4th Carlson field goal. Try to make it a 2-possession lead, which he will.
Okay, 2-possession lead in that game, 2-possession lead for the Jags. We'll let you know if the Titans get a touchdown, but the pressure point is here in the 4th quarter. It's another catch by Michael Pittman. That's actually Josh Downs coming down with that one. Pittman caught the pass prior. Colts with the football in plus territory, needing 8 to tie this thing up.
Maybe why they're staying in gun and passing the ball, but he just didn't jog like himself. He looked like he was limping a little bit, so really anxious to see if they give him one of the carries, how he's able to move on those ankles.
Second down and 5. Flacco looking for Pittman. There's a flag. And a second penalty marker and a 3rd. Flags aplenty.
Pass interference. Defense number 3. Spot foul. Automatic 1st down.
Deontay Banks, who was shaken up during the last Colts possession.
Clearly holding the right arm of Michael Pittman. He was trying to plead his case that Pittman was pushing off, but if you're Deontay Banks, you can knock the arm down. You just can't hold on to it and pull and grab it. Knock it down, look back, play the football.
Colts pick up 19 yards on the penalty. From the Giants 20, the handoff, Taylor. gains 5 down to the 15-yard line.
We'll get you right back for the next snap for the Colts after we show you 3rd and 9 for Buffalo, trying to put the finishing touches on a victory.
Here's the 3rd and 9. Time to survey. Time to look. Now you got to get rid of it. Into the end zone, and it's caught. Coleman pulls it down. And can you believe it?
On 2nd down, Taylor again.
Yeah, he's just not hitting the hole with the same amount of burst or explosiveness as he did prior. Like, we saw him when he hit the hole for the 26-yard run. It was boom, gone, touchdown. Now he's getting subbed out.
The penalty was against the New York Jets. The Bills touchdown stands. Josh Allen has 1 passing and 1 rushing touchdown as the MVP race is going to be interesting. Dallas in the red zone, put it on the ground on 3rd and 6. They'll have to uncover that pile. Philadelphia dove in there for it. So did Dallas. 3rd and 3 for Joe Flacco.
8 in the 4th quarter. Flacco to the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown by Pierce.
And you wonder why Joe Flacco saying he has no thoughts of retiring when he can still throw the ball like that. This was money. Just watch the way that Alec Pierce runs the route and then the ball placement by Flacco. Alec Pierce, 6'2", 6'3", goes up, and only he can get that ball. Now the Colts going for 2.
Looking to tie the game. Timeout taken by the Giants.
To the helmet as he walks by him.
Well, how has the defense turned it around the way they have? Nick Sirianni's telling us, yeah, it helps to have one of the greatest defensive coordinators ever, Vic Fangio.
With recovery by Philadelphia. After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, original offense, number 73.
And let's show you how the Tennessee Titans drive ended. It's Matthew Wright with a chip shot 28-yard field goal. 1 possession game there in Jacksonville. Jags 20, Titans 13.
Came out flat in the first half. Start off the second half with a 100-yard kickoff return touchdown for the Giants. They've just been scratching away, man. This is really good to see. Second half Colts much better than that first half.
Well, there is no question the pressure point between the Giants and the Colts is #1 right now in the NFL for a couple of reasons. But we'll double in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are back in the red zone. There's a lot of fantasy implications for players who you might be managing in that Buccaneers offense. But a 2-point conversion to tie the game. The #1 draft pick might be on the line here. The Colts' playoff hopes are on the line here. Oh, they had it set up and they go incomplete. It was a little hook and ladder, and they could not execute it. Jonathan Taylor looks like he had the pitch in his hands from Michael Pittman, but he dropped it to the ground and it goes incomplete and out of bounds. And so the Giants maintain a 2-point lead. It looked like it would have been a walk-in for JT. Wow.
Mayfield throws it. Caught by Evans. Is it going to stand?
If it does, that should give him a 100-yard day.
Evans currently at 97. It does appear to be against Carolina. Jadeveon Clowney. But is it enough for a first down? It did not appear to be, at least on the initial spot.
The catch, and then here comes the tackle, but he's got a chance to make a move.
Offside. Defense number 7. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Wow, that was called in from New York. It would appear that they said that Mike Evans did not get the first down, so Bucs accepted the penalty instead. Interesting little dynamic right there with Clay Martin, the referee. Spencer Rattler running for it on 4th and 2. Rattler sacrificing the body to get 8-yard gain and the first down. Saints down by 9.
343 yards passing for Baker Mayfield.
Look how wide they get Evans on this one, hoping to get him a little more space if indeed they want to throw it to him.
Mayfield rifles it, open. McMillan, touchdown, Tampa Bay. It's a 5 spot for Baker Mayfield. On a day where everybody knew what the Buccaneers needed to do, Baker Mayfield has done it.
If you're going to blitz, you have to be in a position to get there and have impact. Richardson coming from way too deep. And another well-designed, well-executed play. Liam Cohen, offensive coordinator, he's got it going on.
Extra point, McLaughlin. That's 48 on the board for the Bucs. Baker Mayfield, everything he has touched today has turned to gold or pewter.
Baker Mayfield, one of the best seasons he has ever put together. He now has 39 touchdowns on the season, 39 passing touchdowns, has a few rushing touchdowns as well. The Bucs are rolling. Tampa Bay will beat Carolina. Just a matter of the final score, and Tampa Bay will stay alive and scoreboard watch tonight to see if Atlanta loses on Sunday Night Football in their matchup.
You take an offensive line that typically, regardless of who the back is, gives them a lot of yards before contact. And then you add a back like Saquon Barkley, who can do so much after contact, and you put them together.
Crashes ahead here, couple yards, within 28 of 2,000, by the way. Time for a game break. Here's Carissa.
Thank you, Joe. So the Colts fighting for their playoff life.
So we'll double box in that 2-point game in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Drew Lock needs to be careful with the football and work some clock.
Neighbors. 5th catch today. That's 102 on the season. 2nd all-time in franchise history.
Last time we checked in on Spencer Rattler, he was running for a first down on 4th and 2. This one, looking for the pass, floats it high, bats through the intended receiver's hands and into the arms of Jack Jones. Interception, Las Vegas, and the Raiders, whose team plane, by the way, the Raiders, you may have read this online, Raiders team plane didn't land until after midnight New Orleans time last night, had some mechanical problems or whatever. Raiders looking fresh and sharp in New Orleans.
Yeah, there's just been nothing doing. Offensive line for the Giants haven't been able to get enough push on that Colts defensive front. Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary, they just have nowhere to run the football in the second half.
Tracy had that big 40-yard run in the first half, which led to a Giants touchdown. But aside from that, 14 carries for a total of 11 yards.
Yeah, Tracy has not been there at all.
3rd down and 3. Lock complete. Wan'Dale Robinson picks up a Giants first down. Out across the 40. Robinson having a nice year. Came into this game.
Let's go back to Philadelphia. Saquon Barkley is 18 yards away from 2,000 on the season.
Well, and then he's going to have a chance at the record next week if they decide to play him against the Giants. Hurdles his way into the secondary here. Saquon Barkley crosses the 25. 21 more. And 2,000 for the season for Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I think he's allowed to take. This is the exact same scheme he popped on the long touchdown in the first half against Washington last week. Just pull and counter, backside guard, backside tight end, E.J. Jenkins, and it was over that left side of Jordan Mailata. He went the distance last week and just got himself another explosive run there here today.
And you see Jeff Stoutland, the offensive line coach. This is much the O-line's mark as it is Saquon Barkley's. 2,003 yards, season high 31 carries for him today. And they're going to take a timeout here just to allow Barkley to get his due from this crowd.
Saquon Barkley, only 8 other men in history have hit 2,000 rushing yards in a season. Let's listen in Philadelphia.
over 2,000 and exactly 100 shy of Eric Dickerson. And so even though things are going to be wrapped up going into next week, that's going to be a tough decision for Nick Sirianni.
The 8 men who have gone before Barkley into the 2K club: O.J. Simpson, Eric Dickerson, Barry Sanders, Terrell Davis, Jamal Lewis, Chris Johnson, CJ 2K himself, Adrian Peterson in 2012, Derrick Henry in 2020, and now Saquon Barkley in 2024. And let the record show that Saquon did it in his 16th game. He did not need the extra game to get to 2,000. That is a footnote that needs to be noticed. What a player. And you know who could use a guy like that? The New York Giants. Oh, I kid. Too soon, Giants fans. But hey, you're up by 2 in the fourth quarter with the football.
Very good getting in and out of his breaks.
2 set of downs for the Giants. Catch made by Neighbors. He breaks free. Neighbors down the sideline. He's going to take this all the way. 59 yards. His second touchdown today.
Can he just get the ball in the playmaker's hands? Find different ways to get him the ball. Just amazing.
A star is born in New York City. Malik Neighbors, not that it was a question about it beforehand, but that young man looks like he could be a major superstar in the NFL. A touchdown with breathing room for the G-men. Double box in the Buffalo Bills. It's another jailbreak here. It's Mitch Trubisky, by the way, in at quarterback. So the backup's playing for Buffalo, and the stampede of the Jets continues.
We got a quarterback competition now, Jim.
A controversy.
Trubisky is on fire.
Shaver's first career reception.
This is what makes him special. Breaks through 2 tackles, and these are good tacklers. Kenny Moore, one of the best tacklers for the Colts, burns him right down the side.
And he becomes the 13th different player with a touchdown reception on the season. That ties the all-time NFL record. They had 13 players with touchdown receptions, one of whom, by the way, is Josh Allen.
It's a blowout Sunday on the last Sunday of 2024. Philadelphia goes to the end zone again. My goodness.
Second of the day, this one from 25. And the Eagles are routing the Cowboys.
I think the only remaining question is hopefully that ball was not thrown in the stands.
What does he need? A second?
I think he's going to keep a touchdown. Listen, this is Jalen Hurts' team. He's the 3rd string. He's just happy to be out there. I think at this point, you keep them all. Little inside chair route. Calcaterra clears it out on the corner, and we came onto the broadcast talking about some of the quarterback carousel in Dallas, and it's really been exploited here today by Philly.
Tanner McKee playing the part, looking the part. Philadelphia is 10 minutes away from the NFC East Championship, and there will be a home playoff game, at least one home playoff game in Philadelphia in January.
Serving and surging, and Lodge has got a man! It is Tucker! It is held on to for the touchdown! The placement of the feet, the placement of the ball on the throw, the hold of the ball by Tucker for the score.
Everyone's getting into the fourth quarter touchdown action. Las Vegas extends their lead to 15 points. Here come the Colts. Their desperation now. 8 minutes, they're down 2 scores. Their season and their playoff hopes on the line. They have to win or they're eliminated.
For 2,000 yards for the season. He has since left the game. Only needs 101 yards to break Eric Dickerson's record of 41-7.
And who do the Eagles play next week? The Giants. Now, if the Eagles are locked into that second spot, they will certainly rest a number of their key players.
You would imagine so. I wonder if Nick Sirianni, Saquon Barkley, if they're kind of talking about it.
Flacco, end zone, incomplete, looking for Mitchell.
the first times you see Joe Flacco a little high with the football. But if you notice, coverage starting to get a little bit tighter. Adoree Jackson right there, and you see Adonai Mitchell is a little frustrated. That ball is a little high. He's like, man, you've thrown it on the money to everybody else today. Just give me one right between the numbers, please.
Second and 10. Flacco looking. Now throws near side. Jonathan Taylor. Taylor will be marked down at the Giants' 8-yard line. 7:11 on the clock. Fourth quarter with the Giants leading by 9.
And it's another job of good coverage. Deontay Banks with Adonai Mitchell, excuse me. And you see that Flacco, he's looking that way. There's nobody there. Throws to the check down, and Jonathan Taylor brings up this third down for the Colts. Given the time on the clock, I imagine they'll go for a fourth down too.
Worth kick a field goal, make it a one-score game. On third down, Flacco to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Pittman.
This is a great route by Michael Pittman. Just watch what he does to Adoree Jackson. And he's going to get him to turn his hips. And as soon as he turns his hips outside, bam, he goes right back inside. There is no way that anybody was going to make a play on that football except Michael Pittman. That was a tremendous job. Michael Pittman running that route. As soon as those hips opened up, get right back inside for a touchdown.
Extra point is good. It's a 2-point game.
Yeah, who saw 68 points coming between the Colts and the Giants? Well, Joe Flacco, when he gets installed into a lineup, he can do things, including chucking one up into double coverage. Alec Pierce comes down with it. That set him up in the red zone, and you just saw him cap it off there. We have a 35-33 ball game with 6.5 minutes left, with the Colts fighting for their playoff lives. Well, it's all over for the Giants, or excuse me, for the Jets, as New York has pulled Aaron Rodgers with the score 40-0 in the fourth quarter. Tyrod Taylor is your quarterback right now for the Jets, who look like they're dropping to 4-12 on the season. Buffalo will get the victory, and they will lock up the 2 seed in the AFC. So Philadelphia, the 2 seed in the NFC, Buffalo 2 in the AFC, both looking strong in their respective games. Final 14 seconds. What do we got here? Okay. Hey, here's the situation. Tennessee has the ball on the 26-yard line. They need a touchdown, as you can see, and an extra point to tie it up, or maybe a 2-point conversion. This is going to shake up the top 5 of the draft one way or another. 14 seconds remain. Here we go.
Spike it if you pick up a first down. So to me, your only option right here is to protect, and you've got to take a shot at the end zone.
Play clock down to 1. And boy, Jacksonville taking a timeout with the play clock about to expire. Tennessee, remember, out
of it looks like the only 2 outcomes that are in doubt, Titans, Jags, and right here, Colts and Giants.
For the Giants in the first quarter. 66 years ago yesterday. Blocks pass incomplete on first down. By the way, the Giants coordinators in that game.
Yep.
Offensive
to be able to spike it. So your best bet is take a risk, knowing that, hey, I'll take a shot past 10 yards and get out of bounds, or your only option is to go to the end zone.
A Tennessee team that has not won a game since week 12. That road game at Houston, 4th and 10. Rudolph towards the end zone, batted down. Antonio Johnson saves the day for Jacksonville. It was Westbrook-Ikhine whom Rudolph was looking to, and Jacksonville is going to win it here in Week 17.
It's a nice job by Johnson, because I thought initially he was so wide. Johnson is up here, he gets wide, and I thought they were going to be able to fit this in to Ikhine, but really a nice recovery, reading the quarterback, breaking on the football, and making a play to finish off the game for his defense.
Arch Rudolph maybe a little late.
Back in the Buffalo and New York Jets game, a little bit of fantasy implications here. Tyrod Taylor scrambles right, throws. Davante Adams is there. They say he caught it, but you see Adams stays down on the ground. Davante Adams shaken up. The catch was good. That was his 5th catch, 47 yards. Obviously no touchdowns with the Jets not having anything on the scoreboard. But one of the stars in the NFL down and getting some attention from the athletic training staff there in Buffalo. Okay, now this is live. Actually, good news. You can see bottom of the screen, number 17 is back in for the 3rd and 10 play.
Just hard, and so find any motivation.
And back to MetLife Stadium to get a conclusion here in the last 6.5.
Touchdown on their last possession, 59 yards from Locke to Neighbors. Their longest completion of the season. Prior to that, just 43 yards. Robinson makes up for the last play with a diving catch for a Giants first down in Colts territory.
Yeah, how about the trust in Wan'Dale Robinson? And I love Dable dialing it up for him again. He's the first option on this pass play. Yeah, that's a catch. That is a nice job.
Giants quickly back up to the line following the 18-yard connection. And a nice catch there made by Malik Neighbors. Womack thought he had an opportunity for the pick.
Yeah, or at least a pass breakup. Malik Neighbors was able to corral that all hands, but going back to Dable, really love that he goes right back to Wan'Dale. He says, look, man, you dropped the ball. It happened. We'll go right back to you, and Wan'Dale makes a play for him.
First time the Giants have scored at least 35 points since New Year's Day 2022 season, January 1st, against these Colts. That was the year Daboll and the Giants went to the playoffs, won a road game against the Vikings, as Tracy gains a couple. We approach 5 minutes remaining.
Another third.
Big play coming up. 3rd down with the Giants leading by 2. And the Colts looking to keep their playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, Wan'Dale Robinson comes back in. Malik Neighbors is in there. I would love to see Malik Neighbors one-on-one. But if I'm the Colts, I'm obviously going to do something with the double coverage, bring a safety over to Malik Neighbors. So allow for an option route with Wan'Dale Robinson. He's in the slot position right now.
Giants must get to the 36 for a first down. Watt throws. It's Robinson. He was wide open, still going. Picks up a first down and a lot more. Finally tackled at the Colts 9-yard line. Gain of 35 from Locke to Robinson.
Yeah, what I love about Locke on this play is that Locke made sure to go wide to Malik Neighbors. He wanted Wan'Dale Robinson the whole time. He also knew that if I start to look over Malik Neighbors' way, all of the secondary is going to go that way, which is exactly what happened. Turns right back around and fires it to Wan'Dale Robinson for a first down.
First and goal from the Indianapolis 9. 4 minutes remaining. Block hands it off. Tracy. Tracy still on his feet. Will be marked down at the 5.
We'll get you right back to the next Giants snap. How about a 61-yard field goal for Brandon Aubrey? This could win or lose someone a fantasy championship. Stoink! Off the right upright. Aubrey, maybe the biggest leg in the game, cannot connect from 61. It had the distance. It just went a little too far right, and wouldn't have really mattered in the game overall. It's 41-7, but off the right upright and no good. So they'll play on with 3.5 minutes remaining. Philadelphia on their way to a victory. It's 41-7 at Lincoln Financial Field.
Second and goal. Fake to Singletary. Looking for Neighbors in the end zone. Incomplete. No flags.
Well, here's a fantasy football implication. Aaron Rodgers on the bench, Tyrod Taylor in, Tyrod Taylor throwing. Garrett Wilson, one-on-one coverage. He goes up, makes a nifty catch, lands hard on his back, and there will be no shutout in Buffalo this afternoon. Jets are on the board with the Garrett Wilson touch. How good is that? Pinning it with the left hand up against his face mask and shoulder pad. Great job by Wilson as the Jets probably going to go for 2 to try and have a little respectability at the 7-minute mark of the fourth quarter in what we expect to be a Bills victory.
One score.
And the Colts still have all 3 timeouts remaining, 3 minutes left. You obviously want to hold them to a field goal here, so you only need a touchdown as opposed to 2 scores.
3rd and goal. Fake to Singletary. Block. Looking. Block runs to the end zone. Touchdown.
The best part of his game, Kenny, extending the down. Does a nice job not trying to force the ball into any of the wide receivers, and then he runs it in for a touchdown for the Giants.
A career day for Drew Lock. In his 6th season, started 21 games for the Broncos. 2 starts with Seattle, his 4th this season with the Giants. Involved in the Russell Wilson deal. Went from the Broncos to the Seahawks. Looking for his first
win. And with that
touchdown,
it means the Indianapolis Colts are 3 minutes away from being eliminated in the AFC wild card race. We told you at the start of the day, 1 spot remains in the AFC. 4 teams are battling for it. Denver, Cincinnati, Miami, who plays coming up in about 10 minutes here on NFL Red Zone, and Indianapolis, and the Colts with a loss will be knocked out. They have 3 minutes remaining. They're down by 9.
It's been inconsistent all game long, though. They had good moments. They've stopped the run when they needed to.
Oh, boy, watch what just happened in the Eagles and Cowboys game. These 2 heated rivals boil over. The Eagle player is Sidney Brown, the defensive back, in there with one of the Cowboys, gets pushed out of the ring, basically, and up into the tunnel. A couple of officials come over. One more look at the replay here. Police officers diving out of the way to avoid any contact there. Penalty flags obviously flying. This was just about 90 seconds ago that happened. They still, I don't believe, have announced what the penalties are or if there are any ejections. Obviously, the outcome of the game is basically determined with the Eagles having a 41-7 lead and Philadelphia about to clinch the NFC East. Let's listen to Brad Allen on the announcement.
Disqualifying fouls. Dallas, number 83 and 32. Personal foul. Disqualifying foul. Philadelphia, number 21. Those fouls were offset.
So it's Sidney Brown, Pam, ejected for Philadelphia, Troy Pride, and Jalen Brooks for Dallas. Go ahead, Pam.
Well, Joe, we'll put a bow on this. We'll see how the week goes. Before this game, Kenny Pickett, the reason he wasn't ruled out is they wanted to keep him as an emergency quarterback if they needed him. Perhaps you can glean from that Pickett's injury may be better than feared.
Okay, so good news. Kenny Pickett in Philadelphia. But again, the hope is Jalen Hurts is back, ready to roll this week, gets through concussion protocol.
There are a couple of happy NFC East home crowds in Philadelphia with the division title about to be clinched, and here in New York, New Jersey, where the Giants can get their first home win of the year.
Flacco and the Colts offense back to work, and is picked off. Second interception today for the Giants. Drew Phillips, the rookie out of Kentucky, with his first NFL interception.
And Drew Phillips, he gets his first interception, but you got to watch the pressure that Joe Flacco was under. He's going against Brian Burns. He's got 2 guys on him, beats Kylan Granson, gets around Matt Gonzalez. And because of that, Flacco couldn't step into the throw and airmails it for an easy interception to Drew Phillips.
So the New York Giants, hey, the players on the field, they play for keeps. And the Giants fans that had tickets to this game and went there, they wanted to see their guys have a good performance. They're over 40 points. They haven't scored over 40 points since, I think it was Daniel Jones's rookie year. It was years ago. 2019 was the last time the New York Giants scored more than 40 points. They've got 42 today, and they have the ball in the red zone. They've already run one play. It's now 2nd and 8. Let's pick it up with Drew Lock and company. And I know that some Giants fans out there are like, are you kidding me? We had the #1 pick. We were the only 2-win team in the NFL. Yes, that's true. And we're trying to do the math here in the NFL Red Zone studio. We do believe if the Giants win this game, they might at least temporarily be out of that #1 overall draft pick spot. They would be at 3-13. That's what the New England Patriots are after the Patriots loss yesterday on NFL Network. We'll sort that out, but let's see once we get a final here at MetLife Stadium.
You played for the Jets.
I have a prescription for it.
2nd down and 8. Crazy. Colts call another timeout. Clock stops at 2:29. What an afternoon it has been for Giants quarterback Drew Lock.
And Drew Lock showcasing why, he may not be the starter, but he can be a very, very formidable backup. You can use him in production when you have the starter go down, and look at what he's done, extending the plays, knowing where to go with the football, running this football in for a touchdown now. I mean, he's done everything you've asked of him. More importantly, he has not turned the ball over.
First since 2014, Eli Manning with all of these numbers in a single game. 300 yards in the air, 4 touchdown passes, and a rushing touchdown. Eli now in the final 15.
Yeah, congratulations, Eli.
As far as Hall of Fame nominees. Adam Vinatieri, former Colt, also in the final 15, along with Terrell Suggs, Luke Kuechly, Marshall Yanda, all in their first year of eligibility. And I know it's been debated. In my opinion, Eli, you win 2 Super Bowl MVPs. No pun intended, you're a lock.
Never missed a game due to injury. He showed toughness.
210 consecutive starts.
And then you also think about who he beat in those Super Bowls, right? It wasn't a gimme at all. He had to fight, earn those,
and all of the other
teammates.
road postseason wins.
That's right.
There's Guerendo, 30-yard attempt. Extends the Giants' lead.
That was such an easy game to lose.
You got a 4th down back in Buffalo.
You got a division opponent. You get down early to New England.
Here's a 4th and 3. They go ahead and run a play, and he'll turn it over on downs. Yeah, he's going to go to.
He's just kept them poised week to week. It's about this week. It's about today. Improving, learning. That's why they're in this position to have a shot to make a run to the title. The #2 seed all locked up. I'm giving them the win, Jim.
I love it. You're going out on a line, and Jim Rickoff is living dangerously himself as he's gone ahead and given Buffalo the win at 13-3. This is a team that clinched the division with 5 weeks remaining. I mean, think about that. Sure, they had a lot to play for with seeding and all that. They saw the #1 seed get out of reach for them. But they're the first since Peyton's Colts of 2009 to clinch the division, a division, with 5 weeks remaining in the season. Of course, that team went on and won in Super Bowl 41 down in Miami.
This is probably the most packed I've seen at the top and the bottom in the National Football League. The league is built for parity, so teams should be more around 9-8, 8-9, right? 7-10, 10-7. We have so many teams that are going to have.
I got Conklin for a loss.
So many teams that are going to have 3 or 4 losses. I mean, 5 right in the AFC, but the NFC, you got Kansas City with 1 loss.
Yep.
That's crazy in a 17-game schedule. No one would have predicted that at any week throughout this season that they would have ended up finished the season 1 loss. Now, they might finish with 2 after next week. If they played the starters, you'd say they'd have the advantage. But we'll give them 1 or 2 losses. You've got Buffalo, who would technically finish with 3.
Offense number 79.
Cut back to MetLife Stadium. The Colts, they need 2 touchdowns here. 2-minute warning still to come. Colts have no timeouts remaining. This would be one of the all-time Flacco miracles should they be able to pull this off.
You don't win this game. This one stings. You really have to evaluate. Forget the X's and O's. You have to evaluate the culture. Like how come we were not ready for this game? What did we do or not do in practice? What was said, not said? Like there was something off in the first half.
First down and 20. Pass over the middle, caught by Trey Sermon. As the clock hits the 2-minute warning here at MetLife Stadium. Colts needed a win to stay alive. Giants winless at home this season. They lead
10, 11 wins. I mean, it's just so separated, so top heavy and so bottom not good heavy.
All right, first down for the Jets. Just playing it out here. Continuing to move down the field.
Well, if you're Buffalo, you're trying to make sure no one gets hurt randomly right here, right?
That's Yeboah with the catch. By the way, just seconds ago, the Eagles thrashed the Cowboys 41-7, and that is the first NFC team to actually clinch a division. So the East belongs to Philadelphia.
Look at this: 13, 13 and 2, 13 and 3, 13 and 2, 11 and 4. I mean, they could finish, 11, 12 wins and finish not even close to the division winner.
Big game tonight against Atlanta because the Falcons will need to win to stay a little bit ahead of Tampa, as that goes out of bounds with 2:40 to go in the game. Now it's going to be all the conjecture about how do you play it out. We've already speculated. We think Bills will accommodate Josh Allen, let him continue his consecutive start streak. But what about
Well, the late window has 2 games in it. The Miami Dolphins still mathematically alive for a playoff spot, and they are kicking off in Cleveland to take on the 3-12 Cleveland Browns. Basically, Miami needs to win out and get help. They were rooting against the Colts. Indianapolis is in code red right now in New Jersey. They're rooting against the Broncos in Week 18, rooting against the Bengals in Week 18. All of those teams, Denver, Cincinnati, and Miami, benefiting from the Colts if the Colts lose with 2 minutes remaining there at MetLife Stadium. But the ball is lined up, and we're underway. No Tua Tagovailoa today. It's Tyler Huntley, the backup quarterback, going for Miami. That's one of 2 games in the late window. And basically, we're going to go to a double box and just go back and forth between the action in Cleveland and the action here in Minneapolis. Sam Darnold, one of the greatest stories of this regular season, trying for his 14th win with the Minnesota Vikings in his first year in Minneapolis in a huge NFC North matchup against the Green Bay Packers, who come in 11-4 and rolling off a shutout victory on Monday Night Football this past week. Big one in the NFC North. That kickoff is 19 minutes from right now here on NFL Red Zone. A final to be determined here in Jersey.
Touchdown passes and ran for another. Colts will be eliminated with a loss. Here comes Thibodeau. Ball is loose. Giants recover.
Elijah Garcia gets a fumble recovery, and Kayvon Thibodeau gets another sack. This is sack number 4 for him on the season. Thibodeau is going against Bernard Ryman, and Brian Burns had been having his way with Ryman.
Well, the New York Giants, they had lost 10 in a row. The franchise's worst losing streak in history. They were 0-8 at home. They only had one winless season at home in their 100-year football history. That was back in 1974. They were playing in New Haven, Connecticut, when Giants Stadium was under construction. Well, there will be no winless home slate this year for the New York Giants. It is victory formation. They'll get their third win of the year. The Colts are going to be officially, mathematically eliminated from playoff contention. And yes, Giants fans, you will at least temporarily drop out of the #1 overall pick in the draft with one more game to play next week to wrap up the regular season. But congrats to this New York football team. They played to win the game, as another New York football coach once said, and they won the game against the Indianapolis Colts, knocking Indy out of the playoff picture.
A whistle against Miami. Our referee is Ron Torbert.
False start. Offense number 30. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
It's on the fullback, Alec Ingold. But before that flag came out, McDaniel was going nuts on the sideline.
What's interesting is that Mike McDaniel is obviously trying to get Tyler Huntley's attention, but the problem is he's behind the play. So the quarterback, nobody can see him, and eventually he got play side.
Second down and 9. Huntley steps up, throws on the move. He's got Tyreek Hill in Cleveland territory, and that's a Miami first down to the 44-yard line. A gain of 15 and a late flag, and now some pushing and shoving. Isaiah Wynn, who's starting at right guard in the middle of that for Miami. And there is a penalty marker down.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense, number 77. 15-yard penalty, the down counts, first down.
It is against Isaiah Wynn, his first penalty of the season.
Yeah, you're going to see Isaiah Wynn. This isn't actually where it happened. This is just him pushing back on Rodney McLeod, but
after the penalty enforcement, it
here he is
first
coming
and 10.
in, just laying out McLeod. Can't take.
So 40 the scoring, assuming the Jets don't try an onside kick down that celebration here. Let's see what he's come up with.
Just get a hand on him. You see the burst right there from Myles Garrett to get the sack, and we've seen already Tyler Huntley and that quarterback. We talked about Mike McDaniel going crazy on the sideline, trying to get him to check the play. They've gone some hurry up right there, fumble snap. This is some of the things when you're running this offense and you're still getting accustomed to it.
They give Garrett the sack. He's got 13 on the year. Quick pass, Achan, and he's tripped up by Grant Delpit. And another flag is down. Ron Torbert, who is an Ohio native, born in Youngstown, home for the holidays for this game.
Yeah, it's likely going to be a hold out on the edge in this quick screen that they ran. It's really unbelievable when you think.
Holding. Offense, number 10. Penalty is declined. Result of the play is third down.
It's really amazing when with Tyreek Hill's catch, they were up near the plus 40-yard line. Now they're back all the way to 32.
And we have an update as the Colts have lost to the Giants, which is certainly pleasant news for Miami Dolphins fans. They are now out of the playoffs, the Indianapolis Colts. So the formula is simple for Miami. Win their last 2 games and hope the Broncos lose to the Chiefs. On third down, Mostert has it. A little bit of room to run. And he gets stopped at the 46-yard line. A gain of 13. It's 4th down, and Mike McDaniel sends out his punt unit.
And right here on 3rd and long, not much you can do for Tyler Huntley. just getting the ball to Raheem Mostert and trying to see what he can do. But a drive for the Dolphins, and Tiki, you kind of alluded to it. You get the pass to Tyreek Hill, and you're kind of in business, and then get some penalties and some negative plays, and it marks you back. And now it is, you're punting the ball on this first possession.
James Prochet is back deep, and Jake Bailey will punt for Miami on 4th down and 5. High snap, Bailey fields it, and Prochet calls for a fair catch at the 19-yard line. So Miami not able to score on its opening drive. Cleveland
Dorian Thompson-Robinson getting ready to take his first snaps of the afternoon in Cleveland. They take a commercial timeout. We come back to the only game with time still left on the clock.
Oh, man into a tight window, and it's picked off by Thomas Harper. And a celebration, and then a little bit of pushing and shoving and extracurriculars after all that. But Harper comes away with the pick. The second of the day for this Raiders defense. They're 8th in the last 4 games. And they can celebrate back-to-back wins for the first time this year.
See some of those Raider fans here in the Big Easy. But Harper's going to show up in the screen right there and jump that route. He baited Rattler into that. And so important to find that backside safety.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Passing team number 70. 15-yard penalty will be added at the end of the play. First down, Las Vegas.
A celebratory moment for Thomas Harper. Couple of different stops in college. First year in the NFL.
Oh, the Raiders, get this, the Raiders, whose team plane I mentioned to you didn't land until like midnight, like 12 hours before the game was kicking off. The Raiders plane landed. They're the only road team to win here on Sunday. 6 games in the early window, 5 home teams won. Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, New York Giants, Jacksonville, and the Buffalo Bills, who have clinched the 2 seed in the AFC. Home playoff football coming to Western New York in the snow, if it should it come in January. Fun stuff. 40-14 dominance over the Jets today.
I think he did enough.
You do.
And that means the early window has come to a close. 6 games have gone final. Convincing wins for Buffalo, clinching the 2 seed. For Philadelphia, clinching the NFC East. For Tampa Bay, keeping their NFC South Division championship hopes alive. A solid win for the New York Giants, snapping a 10-game losing streak. But for now, it's the Browns.
The Cleveland Browns will not have David Njoku today. The Miami grad out with a knee injury, a big loss for their offense.
Yeah, he's a guy that they rely on, especially when they get down in the red zone of trying to get the ball in his hands, but they've had to make do without him and look for Dorian Thompson-Robinson to have to create plays with his legs today.
Judy goes in motion, and he catches the pass. Judy is tackled at the 22, and it's Dotson again. After a gain of 3, 3rd down coming for Cleveland. And there's Anthony Weaver, who actually was with the Browns, their defensive line coach in 2014 and 2015. He's without, as we mentioned, Anthony Walker today, and also Kendall Fuller was placed on IR yesterday. Third down and 6. Thompson-Robinson fires incomplete in the direction of Elijah Moore. Kader Kohu had the coverage, and Cleveland, which is last in the NFL
Well, punt team coming out on the field for Cleveland. Let's take a look at some of the players to watch in the late window today, courtesy of DraftKings Sportsbook. Big NFC North matchup in the afternoon window today between the Packers and the Vikings. A revenge game for Aaron Jones, who has 7 touchdowns this season. Justin Jefferson has 10 receiving touchdowns and has 5 receiving touchdowns in his last 3 games. Tucker Kraft leads the Packers with 7 touchdown catches, which is 3rd most among tight ends in the NFL. A reminder to download the DraftKings Sportsbook app for the latest NFL odds and markets. TV timeout coming up there in Cleveland between the Browns and the Dolphins. So let's take a look at the AFC playoff picture as it stands at this moment. No seeding changes with what we saw in the early window. In fact, the only change at all is the Indianapolis Colts, by virtue of their loss to the Giants, have been removed from the in the hunt category. The last playoff spot in the AFC will go to Denver, Cincinnati, or Miami, based on what happens this afternoon and leading into Week 18. Over in the NFC, no seeding changes at all. However, there was a clinching moment with the Philadelphia Eagles beating the Dallas Cowboys, getting to 13-3 on the regular season, and Philadelphia clinches the NFC East Championship. Congratulations to them, although questions at quarterback going into Week 18 with their top 2 guys having been lost to injury in the last 2 games. Big one coming up in the NFC, though. We are just 7 minutes away from kickoff between Minnesota and Green Bay. And at the site of the game is NFL Media's Tom Pelissero with a Vikings-Packers preview. Tom?
A massive game today between the Vikings and the Packers. And Green Bay is going to be a little bit short-handed. Cornerback Jair Alexander out once again, still dealing with some swelling in his knee. Wide receiver Christian Watson, who banged up his knee on Monday night, I am told is not expected to go. The Vikings still have a path to earn the NFC's #1 seed if they beat the Packers today and then win next week at Detroit. Wide receiver Jordan Addison told me that would be real big to get home field advantage. We're thinking about this as playoffs already. We got to go 1-0 this week. Packers have a lot at stake, too. With 2 wins and 2 Vikings losses, they could leapfrog Minnesota and get the #5 seed. Senator Josh Myers told me they blared rap music all week in practice. They worked on their silent cadence because in Minnesota, as Myers said, it can get crazy loud.
Tom, can't wait for that one. Coming up in just a matter of minutes. Just a little call to action here, ladies and gentlemen. With only 2 games in the late window, we want to talk about what we've seen so far this season. Hit us up, #NFL Red Zone. Next week, the season finale for NFL Red Zone Season 16, we're going to go through some of the plays of the year, the best plays that we have seen on NFL Red Zone this season. Hit us up. What were your favorite things that you've seen on NFL Red Zone this year? #NFL Red Zone. We'll try and show you some of the candidates here later on this afternoon as we roll through the 2-game late window. Miami Dolphins and the Cleveland Browns getting ready to resume their play in Cleveland, and 5 minutes away from kickoff between the Packers and the Vikings.
Here goes Huntley on first down, and he completes that one to Tyreek Hill. And AJ, you were fortunate enough to work 2 NFL seasons with Greg on the road with him each and every week, and we know how much he meant to you as well.
Absolutely. To go from watching him on television growing up to working with him was a literal dream come true. He was a legend, a trailblazer, a cheerleader for so many, especially black broadcasters, and to know him was to love him. He made you feel like family. He is so truly missed.
Well said. Huntley had to get rid of it as the pressure was coming. Also, they've taken away the sack from Myles Garrett. They called it an aborted play. So Garrett still has 12 sacks on the season.
For this Browns defense, how can they create movement to be able to get to Tyler Huntley? We saw in that last play that entire defensive line was shifting to the right on the snap of the ball, which makes it challenging for those offensive linemen to pick up their blocks and puts more pressure on the quarterback.
On second down, quick pass to Jonnu Smith, and he's got some room. Jonnu Smith with the first down to the 40-yard line, a gain of 12.
Jonnu Smith, as a free agent, was searching around for a place where he could grow into the next stage of his career, and Miami's been perfect for him. He's just realized different ways to be used as a tight end, not in line all the time. Sometimes he's lined up out wide. You get essentially a wide receiver screen to a tight end, and he makes a big play.
The last 2 years, he had 77 catches. That was his 77th catch of this season. Achane. And taken down for a loss by Grant Delpit. The Browns' leading tackler this year. And a loss of 1 on the play.
Yeah, this is a fantastic job by Grant Delpit. It's really tough for tight ends to insert and get these safeties that come down inside. You can see 81 there. Smythe not able to dig out the safety, and he just gets penetration and blows up any run.
Second down and 11. And Achane is knocked down by Denzel Ward. Nice hit by the Ohio native, and now third down coming for Miami.
And already we've seen all the ways they use Achane. Split out wide, throwing him a pass, an end around right here, and Denzel Ward comes up and makes an excellent tackle. And Ward is a guy we're keeping our eyes on to see where he aligns. He's been aligned into the boundary so far today of how much he's going to match up with Tyreek Hill in this one.
Third down and 8. Huntley steps up, throws, and it's low. Achane. And they're calling that a catch for the time being, but there is a flag down back behind the line of scrimmage.
Holding. Offense number 55. 10-yard penalty. 53rd down.
And that's on the center, Aaron Brewer, who now has a hold in 4 of his last 5 games.
Yeah, you're going to see Aaron Brewer has been one of the important cogs for Mike McDaniel's offense. But let's take a look at this catch. That looks like a catch if it would have stood. Great job by Achane. You talked about it earlier, Devin, Jason, how
it's okay, Rondé.
Right, how many ways they use him. That previous play was 31 personnel. You never see 31 personnel.
Third down and 18 for Miami. Huntley has time over the middle. Achane with Jonnu Smith blocking. Achane bounces his way up to the 36-yard line. Again, a 12-yard pickup, 4th down and 5. And Jason Sanders, the kicker, will come out for Mike McDaniel.
A positive play right there on third down to get them in field goal range and give Sanders a chance to go ahead and kick this field goal in a really cool design by Mike McDaniel where they sit.
Let's go double box for the only 2 games in the late window. Field goal attempt upcoming to open up the scoring between the Dolphins and the Browns. And on the right side, the unmistakable Skol chant. What a season for the Minnesota Vikings. And this would be one of their sweetest wins yet. If the Vikings win out, they will be the #1 seed in the NFC. That game next week is against the Detroit Lions, but first things first, Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers rolling in with 11 wins for a massive NFC North matchup.
America's game of the week, and here we go. And downstairs we go to Aaron Andrews.
Well, Kev, as you guys mentioned, it's exactly what head coach Matt LaFleur said to us this week. This is exactly what our team needs. This is the perfect storm. Coming on the road, wild setting, facing a great Minnesota team. He said if we can come in here, get a win today, that would do so much for our confidence heading into the playoffs. He also said, I'm a big fan of the atmosphere here. Why? He told us they don't let many Packers fans in. So it's literally us against everyone in the stadium.
Sure is, and it is rocking and rolling to start. Packers have it first on the 30. And here is Josh Jacobs, who breaks through 1 tackle and has to fight his way for a short gain of 2. So here's Jordan Love. Last time these two played, Tom, it was week 4. He was just coming back from a knee injury. He was a little off his game, but the last 5 games, Jordan Love has been on fire.
Yeah, he's been on fire, obviously.
and deal with this.
Against this Packers offense that's without Christian Watson, their deep threat today. Wide receiver missing this game with a knee bruise, so he's out, but they kind of spread it around on offense anyway. And so right away, Matt LaFleur gets to see how his team reacts, facing an early third down and everyone on their feet. Four-man rush. Love throwing near side. Wicks holds on. He's got a first down. So on third down, where Green Bay's been a little uneven on the year, they convert their first one, settle things down a little bit against this Vikings defense, which you talked about, Tom. Third overall in scoring defense, and they create turnovers like nobody else.
Yeah, they sure do. It's a confusing defense to go against. They do a lot of things with their front, and they do a lot of things with their coverage. So a lot of the things that happen that the offense has to deal with happen after the snap. It requires a lot of good communication by everybody on offense. If you slip up a little bit, you get confused, and that's where the big plays for the Vikings defense come.
Jacobs slipping and sliding through the middle and works his way into Minnesota territory as we go downstairs to Tom Rinaldi.
Well, Kevin, we heard EA mention the atmosphere and the noise inside this building. As for the outside noise, Kevin O'Connell said the team doesn't focus on it, but they are aware of it. It's like he said, we are patted on the head with a seat at the kids' table. Nobody really believes in us. A key message as to why he believes in them. One other note on this noise inside this building, 19 false start penalties so far this season for opposing teams. The most in the NFL, just as Tom said, to challenge that communication for the Pack.
Always a factor here. Second down and 4. Again, it is Jacobs. Right side, nice seam. First down to the 40. It's Josh Jacobs. Ball is out. Minnesota saying they have it, and they do. What kind of dance does Cameron Bynum have ready for us today? Another turnover. They do it better than anyone. Tillery forced it. Bynum recovered. Minnesota has it.
Really hard against this Anthony Weaver-led Miami defense. You're 8th overall. They're really great against the run, only giving up 83 yards per game. So it's tough sledding for this Browns team today.
On second down, Thompson Robinson over the middle, right back to Akins for a first down. Tyrell Dodson makes another tackle, but 11 yards for the tight end Akins out of Central Florida.
And talking to Thompson Robinson, asking him what he felt like he did best in this offense, he talked about playing on time when it came to the short and intermediate game. And that's right there. Hits his back foot, goes from the right to the left, and is able to hit Akins on a nice pass right before Jordan Brooks is able to get there. Need to see more of that for this offense to really get going.
Play clock at 3. Just get it off in time. A pitch to 4. Chased out by Brooks. What a tackle by Jordan Brooks. And what a season for the fifth-year man out of Texas Tech.
You see the Miami defense is 5 down up front, which leaves everybody man-to-man, which gives a clean lane for Jordan Brooks, which to come in off the backside and bring down Jerome Ford before he ever got a chance to make a decision where to be.
Brooks was injured in the fourth quarter against San Francisco last week, a quad and knee on the injury report, but he is out there today, and a loss of 1 on first down. Thompson Robinson, pressure coming. He steps up. He's looking deep. Down there is Michael Woods, and it's nearly intercepted. Javon Holland got back there after Thompson Robinson takes a shot, and there's a flag down right at midfield.
Prior to the pass, holding. Defense number 36. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
That's on Storm Duck, who is starting today for the injured Kendall Fuller.
And he's the guy that's going to be outside and is going to be matched up. And we're going to see him one-on-one right here, and he gets beat off the line of scrimmage, and that right there forces him to hold, which a lot of times you tell a DB to do that, not knowing and not wanting to give up the big play down the field.
Here is Ford. And still going. Finally taken down by Ramsey and Sealer. Jerome Ford tied a career high with 131 scrimmage yards last week against Cincinnati.
If you're Ken Dorsey, the Browns offensive coordinator, now the play caller.
And we'll double box in the only two games going right now. Back to Minneapolis.
Ball a little loose. It's like a shark smelling blood. And yeah, Jacobs knows, man, he can't let that one get away. That's not the formula to beat this team.
Yeah, third fumble lost from Jacobs this year.
I said hot, good. So what's up?
On the play fake, blitz is picked up. Darnold rips it right side. He's got a completion over there. It's a first down to Johnny Munt, the tight end, fighting for more yards into Green Bay territory. Aaron Jones had a great blitz pickup there.
Oh, he just steps right up in the pocket, right here, and takes Cooper right in the face. And that is absolutely textbook how you do it. And then he's got Munt just in the flat. So that's just an easy check down. This team calls a lot of play action passes. Sam Darnold wants to read those things top down to his dynamic receivers, but if he doesn't have it, just throw it out in the flat and gain a bunch of yards.
I said hot, good. So what's up?
Jones, right side. Oh, tripped up. He had a little seam there, it looked like, but Edgerrin Cooper kind of his revenge there and gets back after the block and makes the tackle. Sam Darnold, it's been awesome for him, Tom, right? I mean, all the troubles that he went through, his top draft pick early in his career with the Jets and trying to find a home. Well, he's found one, and he's won 13 games under Kevin O'Connell this year.
Just been awesome to watch him play. Has this amazing arm, and he's got escapability. He was such a top pick, and I think the adversities that he's gone through in his career, including being on different teams, a few injuries, have toughened him up quite a bit. He's absolutely playing the best football of his career.
Four-man rush. Darnold. Oh, trouble. Just going to float one out of there. He had no one open. Good coverage downfield. Vikings offense, look, they've got talent, man. I mean, obviously, you know Justin Jefferson is great, but it's not just him. It's Jordan Addison and T.J. Hawkinson, and yes, the former Packer Aaron Jones.
Man, they got weapons everywhere, and it allows Sam to distribute the ball to who's ever open. So you got a couple great receivers in Addison and Jefferson. Flip the ball out there to Jones. I bet Jones touches the ball a lot today. He's going against his former team, but Sam can just spread the wealth. That's exactly what you want to be if you're the quarterback.
Third and 9. Darnold. Pressure. And gets away. Keeps it alive. Underneath for the Ham, but he's going to be well short of first down. It's only going to pick up a yard and a half, maybe 2. Again, good.
Strong on second down. Versus course and gets to the 41-yard line. Dotson with a tackle after a gain of 5. We are doing our best to not call him DTR.
When Green Bay paid him the last time, as you said earlier, KB, they were down 28-0 to start the game. So anytime you get into these second times you play the same team in the same division, it starts a lot differently. You got to feel good about that.
And his kick sails out of bounds inside the 15, but the Packers D gets a stand after the Jacobs fumble. They'll get it back.
Talked about Jerry Jeudy, who Coach Stefanski said is their best player. They got to find ways to get him the ball, but you have to do it in certain situations when you have single coverage, as was the case here, and a throw that can be made by Dorian.
Jerome Ford is back in and takes the handoff on first down. Ford at the 20, Ford to the outside, and pinballs down inside the 10. 18 yards for Jerome Ford. First and goal for Cleveland.
Yeah, this was a great job by Jerome Ford. First, getting through the line of scrimmage. He comes straight downhill and makes the big move, though, is the one he makes on Javon Holland. It's a subtle shift in your hips that forces the DB to declare, and he just ran right past him.
They do not have to snap it, and they will not. But a good-looking Browns drive right here. 5 first downs on this drive. And they have it first and goal when we come back to start the second quarter.
Both games in a TV timeout. Let's flash back to the early window. The Philadelphia Eagles clinched the division championship with a convincing win over Dallas. A.J. Brown on a catch from Tanner McKee, the backup third-string quarterback, forced into action today. A.J. Brown and company roll the Philadelphia Eagles, roll the Cowboys by the score of 41-7, making the Philadelphia Eagles the division champion for the third time in 6 years. It was a clean operation for A.J. Brown, with one possible exception, as Mike Garafolo of NFL Media found out in the post-game interview.
The other day, and I said, I'm going to see you on the field post-game after a win. You said, I have to earn that interview with NFL Network. Here we are.
Yeah, I think I did okay today.
Listen, I don't think it was the touchdown catch or any of the other. To me, the most impressive part of your day was the best pass I saw on this field. You throwing Tanner McKee's ball into the crowd. What happened there?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking. I just launched the ball. I'm glad we got it back for his first touchdown. So, yeah.
We cut a deal with that guy. When are we going to get him after the game?
Yeah, I got to go sign a jersey for him. You know, it's well-deserved.
That's good on you, man. Listen, you had your season-high points with your second-string and third-string quarterback. I'm sure Ian Book could have come in today and even scored some points. How impressive is that for your team?
It was good just for us to get rolling. I know we're missing Jalen, but those guys stepped up and played big, and we put points on the board. So,
well, the good news for Jalen and for all you guys is you can even chill in Week 18 if you want to. You think that should be the case?
For me. Rest up, heal up, and get ready to go.
One more for your offense. Saquon Barkley, over 2,000 yards for the season. How happy you were about that?
Man, I'm so excited for him. He worked his tail off all season, man. Couldn't happen to a better person.
I appreciate you keeping our appointment here.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to live action.
Looking for a shot and nothing there. Looking for Romeo Dobbs. So you touched on it in the open, facing this pressure defense from Brian Flores. What's on Jordan Love's plate today?
Well, first of all, you have to deal with a lot of identification of who the blitzers are. Coach Flores likes to put a lot of guys up into the line of scrimmage to challenge the communication between the offensive line and the quarterback. So the problem is, if you're focused too much on the front, you don't focus on the coverage as much. And if you focus on the coverage a lot, you don't focus on the front. Then you get confused, and then you have problems. It's confusing.
There's Love trying to avoid being confused, being pressured, floats one deep, has Wicks down there, can't catch up to it. He had a step and had an opportunity.
Yeah, he coaches every position, it seems, right? Just kind of like Bill Belichick used to.
First and goal for the Browns. Ford. And he is stopped for a loss on the play. Benito Jones and Calais Campbell combine on the tackle.
This is where you got to get stout down here if you're the interior of this Miami defensive line. You just saw in that last play, just penetration. Calais Campbell, the old vet, the old head in that locker room.
Not great football.
Third and 10, pressure. Love sees it, throws high, and that is it picked? Harrison Smith, no, incomplete, incomplete.
So close.
Is batted up in the air and nearly picked. Flag down on the near side of the field at the line of scrimmage. And a penalty against the Browns.
Illegal formation. Offense. Number 3 covered up the tight end. The penalty has been declined. Result of the play is third down.
Penalties have been a problem for Cleveland this year, tied for the second most offensive.
Now it's Daniel Whelan to punt it away from his own goal line. Booming punt. Powell's going to call fair catch and does so back at the 35. Terrific punt from Whelan. And Viking.
Third and goal. Ford trying to turn the corner, and he cannot. Shoved out of bounds. Dotson, Agba, all in on the stop, and on fourth down, out comes Dustin Hopkins. Strange play call on third down.
Yeah, it was, but it actually had a chance. He just got a missed block at the point of attack, and as a result, Jerome Ford had to spread his route a little bit longer towards the sideline, which allowed everybody else to catch up.
Now Dustin Hopkins has missed 12 kicks this year. We watched him in pregame warmups. It was still raining at that time. It was not pretty. Let's see what he can do here from 25 yards away. And that one is good. And a huge cheer from the Browns fans here at Huntington Bank Field. Early second quarter, tied at 3.
Yeah, they've had some kicking adventures for the Cleveland Browns. Both games in break. Let's do today's Good Hands play of the day, presented by Allstate. You want to talk about good hands? How about the focus, concentration, little hand fighting with the Jets defender? It's Amari Cooper, full extension, and landing inbounds for one of the Buffalo Bills' several touchdowns in their commanding victory over the New York Jets. Josh Allen saw it and said, my guy got over the top right there, and the Buffalo Bills win it 40-14, the final score. Buffalo 13-3, second best record in the AFC, behind only the one-loss Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs have locked up the 1 seed. They did that on Christmas Day. The Bills today lock up the 2 seed in the AFC. Amari Cooper, today's Good Hands play of the day, presented by Allstate. Speaking of the Bills' win, here's their defensive leader with NFL Media's Cameron Wolfe after the game.
Vaughn, congrats on another win, and for this defense. You guys had a few tough weeks, but y'all responded really well today. Shut out Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. What went right?
Just about everything today. You know, we just took it one play at a time, though. We had a lot of respect for A-Rod and the offense. They got some stars over there. And we just played our game. We knew we had to butter up the run. They were still able to get some runs in. You know, Breece Hall's a really good back, but for the most part, we did our job.
You personally got another sack. Yeah. You passed Ricky Jackson for 16th all-time on the sack list. Passing another legend, what does it feel like for you to do that at this stage of your career?
It feels great, man. 14 years in, and it's still something to play for. Every time I come out here, it don't matter, you know, what stakes is on the game, where we playing. It's always something for me. I got a great team around me, great coaches, and everybody's super supportive, man. We just want to keep racking up wins.
You guys clinched the 2 seed with this one. You'll have a couple home games, potentially at Orchard Park. But your quarterback, 5th straight year with 40-plus touchdowns. What did you see Josh Allen today all year?
You know, we talked about this earlier in the week. I really can't put my finger on it. It's truly special. You know, I played with some great quarterbacks. You know, Peyton Manning, Matthew Stafford. And those guys were special in their own right. But it's something that I really can't compare to with Josh Allen. And I'm just sitting back witnessing, man. It's been a pleasure to be here and just watch greatness happen.
We talked about scoring defense week 12, number 2 ranked run defense since week 12, doing a lot of things well fundamentally to stop the run. They're sacking the quarterback even though they don't have a premier pass rusher, so they're doing a lot of great things, and I give Coach Halfway a lot of credit for that.
3rd and 2. Darnold again can't find what he wants. Pulls the trigger here, and he's got a completion for a 1st down. It's Hockenson, the big tight end, to keep the drive going.
Wow, so many ways, great coverage, but look how much time Darnold has in the pocket. This offensive line up front, they've given up a lot of sacks, but they handled that so well. He's got all the time to survey the field. That was about his 4th or 5th option finally coming to find Hockenson.
45! We go stop! Yeah, 1 step. Lady! Hot, we're good. Trouble stop!
Aaron Jones right up the middle, slicing his way down to the 40, maybe even the 39 for Jones.
You got just a moment ago in the Miami and Cleveland game, Tyler Huntley will drop back on 1st and 10. Quick pop pass to Tyreek Hill, and just a shoestring catch brings him down, but it's still a 25-yard gain, and Miami is past midfield in business.
I've been in his for a long time. He played in Green Bay, was a phenomenal player, and then, look, sometimes you get an opportunity to go to a new place, and guess what? You get to play a former team, and I know how he feels doing that. He wants to go out there and show out today.
Darnold, play pass, looking deep, taking a shot deep down the field. Addison, no, it's incomplete. Had his hands on it, could not bring it in. Keyshawn Nixon did a great job to help knock it away.
Wow, he had him open. It was just a little bit underthrown. Still should come down with that. Addison I've seen him make so many of those this season. He goes up and high points the ball, and just as he hits the ground, the ball pops out. So give Nixon a little bit of credit for playing through contact. The ball slightly underthrown, but that was a big play opportunity they missed right there.
Sure was. Green Bay shorthanded in the secondary, too. Jair Alexander remains out the top corner. Here's Darnold. Pressure. Looking. And just going to throw it away. Boy, he had a lane to run there, and it was Nixon again.
3rd down and 9 for the Dolphins. They're 0 for 2 so far on 3rd down. Huntley flushed out. Hicks is there, and Huntley just throws it away. Great pressure from Jordan Hicks, and it's 4th down.
Jim Schwartz, a ton of credit on that 3rd down there. Myles Garrett was lined up in.
We call that trying to steal some 3rd downs, but he just couldn't do it and couldn't find anyone open there.
Try a long field goal here by Riker. 57-yarder on the way up, and it is. Oh, it's off the crossbar, no good. His career long was 58. He looked like he had it, but just a hair short, and so this game remains scoreless. Just see how close this was. Riker overlay until the end. A single doink. One doink.
He's going to try to escape from, and he takes off from his stance and is able to force him to throw that ball away.
Bailey to punt. Prochet the deep man. And Bailey crushes this one, and it goes into the end zone. Now what he wanted to do right there with 11:20 to go in the first half.
Yeah, he needed to club up on that one.
All right, both the games take a commercial break simultaneously. That's going to happen often. We will fill the gap in between. Want to let you know about the Green Bay and Minnesota game. That's just the 4th division game in 25 years to have both teams entering the game with 11 or more wins. Packers exactly at 11. The Vikings come in with 13 wins. It's the first game in 40 years featuring teams with a combined total of 24 or more wins, with neither of them having the outright lead in the division. Of course, the division lead goes to the Detroit Lions, who are 13-2. Lions play the 49ers tomorrow on Monday Night Football. What a football week it has been. We had the doubleheader on Christmas Day. We had Thursday Night Football with the Seahawks beating the Bears. And then yesterday, a triple header on NFL Network. The Chargers got a win in New England. The Rams got a home win against the Cardinals. And the Bengals took care of business against the Broncos. This one was high stakes. Joe Burrow and company need to win out and get some help. The Broncos could have clinched a playoff spot with a victory head-to-head, and it looked like that may be able to happen with a 4th quarter deep shot touchdown. Marvin Mims from Bo Nix, 51 yards on the strike. We were tied up at 17, but back come Burrow. Just about 2 minutes left to go in the game. Jamar Chase, one of his 9 catches for 102 yards, and Cincinnati is in business. They didn't play clock management. They said, give us the touchdown immediately. Burrow sneaks in for the touchdown. He gritties afterwards. Cincinnati just needs a defensive stop to end regulation and get the victory. But Bo Nix with a heave into double coverage, and down comes Marvin Mims for his 2nd deep shot 4th quarter touchdown, and the Broncos are able to tie this in the final seconds of regulation. One more look at it. We would go into overtime. They both had a possession. Cincinnati got it, and then a stoink off the left upright when Cade York could have ended the game, but it's no good, so we play on. There was a thought that maybe Denver would tie the game. A tie would have given a playoff berth to the Denver Broncos. Instead, Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, massive game for Higgins, hauls it in for a 31-yard gain to make it a chip shot field goal. But they said, yeah, Cade missed one before. Let's go for the tutty. They do just that, and it's Higgins. Capping it off with a 3-yard score, a thrilling overtime victory for the Cincinnati Bengals over the Denver Broncos, taking their playoff possibilities to 21%. Denver remains at 62%. They have one more game to play in Week 18.
Quick pass, Judy dropped it, and then takes a big shot. There was no whistle on that play. chop Robinson had to hit.
The question will be, was this a backward pass or a forward pass?
They're going to need Josh to break these off like that.
Like that, right up the middle for a first down. So that quiets the crowd real quick. And, you know, you think about it, too, for Green Bay in this run game. They run it, especially the first half, to get ahead. And, look, when they moved on from Aaron Jones, everybody loved him, was a great Packer. Part of it was getting a little younger. Part of it was getting the identity. I thought Kevin O'Connell said something really interesting. When Jordan Love was out, he said, that's when I thought Green Bay found their running identity, and then Love came back and plugged in and playing at a high level. Love to throw, a lot of pressure. They're going to set up a screen play to Kraft, has some blocking. Tucker Kraft, first down, on his feet, down to the 20. That was a good-looking play.
There's a lot. Almost at the 15, at least a 14 and a half. Another good job of replay assist expediting these.
Yeah, no doubt. Gene, happy holidays. Always good chatting with you.
Guys go down, whether it's your quarterback or your running back, certain receivers.
Personal foul,
wait for the penalty.
Low block, number 22, defense. That 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the play, automatic. First down.
Yeah, it's a very disappointing thing when guys are out, your key players are out. Certainly when Jordan Love was out, there's the penalty right there for Harrison Smith going low. But what does it do? Other guys come in, and they have to fill a role. They have to fill a void. And then you understand that if they fill the void well, like Josh Jacobs did when Jordan Love was out, wow, we can really count on this guy. And since then, he has been absolutely their workhorse. He's in there in the red area. They touch it early. Has more touches than almost anybody in the first half of any game this season. He touches it so often. So rely on the guys that are as dependable as he is.
Love going to throw it far side, and an immediate tackle made on Melton that time. Nicely done by Harrison Smith. And talking to Mike Pereira on that penalty. Mike, this is a questionable call. He's kind of at the midsection here, no?
Yeah, I think it's right at the midsection. Look, you're below the waist it has to be. And really the offensive player pushes him down a bit too. So that to me should not have been called.
There you go. So gave the Packers great field position. 2nd and 9 it is for them. Love, Jacobs makes the cut. Not much there. Ran into a little bit of a wall. Jalen Redmond is back today from a concussion. Harrison Phillips, can't miss him, number 97 in there. And it's 3rd down.
Good, and the one area that they have struggled in a bit is the red area. I think the easiest thing to do in the red area is to run the football. The hard thing to do is to throw it. It's so condensed down there, and I would say the strength of the Green Bay passing offense isn't the most detailed passing offense. They struggle in 3rd and medium, you need to be detailed. They struggle in the red area, sometimes passing, you need to be detailed. So this is not exactly where they want to be.
They can get a first down inside the 1. Love has time, slings it near side, got a little way to go. It's not going to get it done. Got it out there to Luke Musgrave. Now we'll see if Matt LaFleur wants to go for it here. On a 4th and 3.
Looks like he's going for it, KB. No.
Line change, Tom.
Yep. Run him out. Get 3 on the board.
He thought about it.
But you know what? I always loved going on the road and feeling like I could go down. And even if we didn't score a touchdown, getting points on the board, settling everything down, and playing with the lead, it just puts a little more pressure on the home team when they feel like they're behind. So I like this call by Coach LaFleur.
Let's try to get on the board. Brandon McManus been really good since Green Bay signed him. They've gone through kickers at a high rate, but McManus has stabilized the position, and this one from 22 is good. So the Packers' first points of the day make it 3-zip here in the first.
All field goals so far in the 2 late window games. We'll get you back to Dolphins and Browns when they come out of a TV timeout in just a moment. Let's talk about the stakes involved in the Green Bay-Minnesota game. So Minnesota can clinch the #1 seed in the NFC by winning out. It's a tall order, obviously a tough one today against the Green Bay Packers, and then next week they are at Detroit to take on the Lions. If Minnesota loses this game today, that would allow the Lions to clinch the #1 seed and home field advantage throughout the NFC playoffs. Tomorrow night on Monday Night Football, the Lions are at the 49ers. Back to live action, we'll tell you about the Green Bay stakes in just a bit.
10:56 to go in the first half. Huntley fakes the handoff, fires over the middle to Tyreek Hill at the 45. Hill's got the first down. Tyler Huntley has come out 8 out of 10 and 14 more yards to his total.
And Tyreek Hill just running a dig here. Again, the ball is right on time as soon as he's out of his break and into space away from Martin Emerson Jr. The ball is right where it needs to be. You give Tyler Huntley credit. Now, a lot of people don't remember maybe back in 2022 when he started a significant part of the season for Ninja Lamar Jackson. He went to the Pro Bowl, so he's got the talent to be a quarterback in this league.
Hill already with 4 catches for 64 yards, surpassing his total from all of last week, as Washington's able to stay on his feet, but still taken down for a big loss on the play. Isaiah McGuire with the tackle, and it's a loss of 11.
Yeah, this to me, Jason, is one of those moments you get a little too cute once you get close to midfield. Instead of taking a shot, you try to throw in a trick play. But just like penetration we were talking about on the other side, someone gets that deep into the backfield, it blows all that up. Grant Delpit, keep calling his name.
Isaiah McGuire has come on of late. Had a strip sack last week against Joe Burrow. Second and long, Huntley dancing away. He's got some room to run and slides down just shy of the 40. A 7-yard pickup for Huntley against this Cleveland defense so far.
And this is an attacking style defense led by Miles.
Quarterbacks, and Justin Jefferson was out. Meanwhile, you know what LaFleur has done. 5 playoffs in his 6 years. Green Bay has their first lead in this rivalry this year. It's Chandler out of the out across the 20. He gets absolutely belted that time by Zane Anderson, and now a little slow to get up as Anderson after that hit, so they'll check on him.
In his second year as defensive coordinator, his defense setting up for 3rd and 14. A short pass to Achane. Uses a couple of blockers and still going. And tackled at the 47-yard line by Ronnie.
Right there, and that's a big-time collision. So I respect these guys on this special teams that just run down there so fast and try to square them up. So glad to see he's out walking off the field.
Yeah, and they're thin in the secondary today. We told you no Jair Alexander again. No Evan Williams, a starting safety. And Anderson, who got his first start last week and played really, really well. And they'll check him, and hopefully he's okay.
4-5. 180. What's up?
Here's Jones. Looking for a little seam. And fighting hard, and it gets flipped over by Bullard. Out of the 28 he goes. Well, it is the second game. He played against Green Bay that first time, but you talked about, you'd experienced it. You went back to New England. What's he feeling today going against his former mates?
Well, there's just a different sense of emotion when you come back to a place where you've been.
Ron Torbert has been busy this afternoon.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness by the receiving team, number 31. Blocked after giving a valid fair catch signal. The penalty is half the distance. First time Miami. Timeout on the field.
Mike Ford Jr. is called for the.
Why did you let me go?
Yeah.
Why did you let me get out of that building? I think his ability to run through contact, and he's not the biggest guy, but he's got a great burst and a great lean with his body right there. So he's just a powerful runner. He does so many things in the pass game. I wouldn't be surprised if he has 20, 25 touches today.
Has a chance to break his all-time career high in rushing. He has a big game today, too.
So what's up?
25 seconds of the first quarter. Jones again, right side. Not much there. Maybe a yard that time. TJ Slayton said enough of that. And now some trash talk in the secondary. The officials get in and intervene. Justin Jefferson in the middle of that. They'll pull him away.
Right to the ball. Trying to steal some plays right here. And this is something that Kevin O'Connell, you know, being at the Rams and with McVay, he understands these tempos, puts a lot of pressure on the defense.
Not in time that time. Again, to the end of this first quarter. Fun first quarter. Packers 3-zip.
So, Sauce, tell us.
Both games in a TV timeout. Let's do Forward Progress, presented by Visa. You want to talk about a team that went forward all day today. It was Mike Evans, Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the divisional matchup against Carolina, and it was all Tampa Bay. 48-14 the final score. Look at Baker Mayfield's line. This was one of Baker Mayfield's greatest games in the NFL. 27 of 32, 359 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, no turnovers, and Baker and the Bucs still alive for the NFC South division title. They need to win out, and they need to have Atlanta lose 1 game of their remaining 2. Falcons play the Commanders later tonight on Sunday Night Football. Falcons are on the road, and they are an underdog. That was Forward Progress presented by Visa, and Baker at the podium after the win.
How determined were you guys to make sure that this game didn't look like the one in Carolina a few weeks ago?
Yeah, I mean, it was about starting fast, and it was sloppy ball on the offensive side of the things in Carolina. So we wanted to make sure we corrected that, and I thought our guys did just that. Just a little bit, a few hiccups here and there. We'll look back on the tape and figure that out. But for the most part, everybody was dialed in.
Mike Evans now less than 100 yards away from another 1,000-yard season. It's got to be pleasing to you on top of all this win heading into next week.
Yeah, obviously Mike's a huge part of this offense, and the record's pretty important for us to get, for him to achieve it, but for us to make sure it happens. And so, yeah, having it right there in front of us and not having to force things. Obviously, when he's in the game, he's a huge part of that, and he creates the explosive plays in the pass game. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what happens next week.
Maybe you got some good productivity out of your tight ends.
Tagovailoa, even though they're not active, are certainly a big part of what's going on in this ball game.
And I think as a veteran, you feel like it's your role. And if you're here, you're on the sideline, you almost feel like you need to be a coach. And the younger player, or the backup in this case, is looking for that advice. So it just kind of works out perfectly for both of these guys.
Second down and 5. Foreman again, right up the middle. And trying to fight his way for a first down, but Deshaun Hand brings him back. And now 3rd and short coming for
this one too much. Start the second quarter. It is 3-0 Packers. Justin Jefferson without a target so far here today. And we get a whistle, and this play is dead. Gonna move it on back.
Number 74, offense, 5-yard penalty.
Together, not knowing if Tua would be able to play the whole game, one half, or not at all. As Foreman picks up the first down. And this was the last time out. You see Tua and Tyler Huntley going over things. And Huntley told us that Thursday at practice is when he could
play. Is to say, where's Justin Jefferson lining up? And how do we keep him from getting deep into our defense?
4-man rush. Darnold fires it, is caught by Naylor on the cross, and Naylor up to the
harm him, hurt him from being able to keep himself safe and throwing the ball and keep another guy safe as well.
Ford slips one tackle and then barely gets back to the line of scrimmage, and a flag comes out. Zach Sealer made the tackle. Let's see what the penalty is, as Ford is hobbling a little bit.
Yeah, he got hit down low, got undercut a little bit.
Holding thing. Offense number 77. Penalties half the distance to the goal. Repeat first down.
Coach O'Connell's going to figure out a way to get him the ball.
3rd down here. Blitz coming. Darnold sees it, throws first down. Addison wide open. In the Packers territory he goes, down to the 44.
What I like about this is a very decisive delivery.
That's one of those high-low hits where your body gets just stuck because you're getting hit up top and then you're getting hit the other way underneath. Hopefully he's all right, but that doesn't
up on his feet.
Great.
We'll come.
Finding Addison, and again, he's had a tremendous year too. This 1-2 punch, this duo of receivers is really fun for any quarterback. If Jefferson's not open, Addison gets it. If Addison's, for some reason, then Jefferson gets it. If they're both covered, Hawkinson. If not, hand it off to Jones. There's so much they can do with this offense.
This time they will hand it off to Jones. Or pitch it to him, and he gets swarmed immediately. Going to lose a yard. Edger and Cooper. Man, he is a good-looking rookie. And I know sometimes maybe drives the coach a little crazy because he's a little out of position, but he's getting better each week.
Yeah, well, I think early in the season, there was some volatility to his playing. There was great plays, and there were ones that were, let's just say, not so great. But they're looking for more of those type plays where he can diagnose the run, use the athleticism that he has to blow up blocks, to play through blockers, and then make big-time tackles just like he did on that play.
Another blitz. Darnold gets rid of it quickly. Addison again turns it up the field and shoved out of bounds right around the marker. We'll see if they give it to him. Looks like they will. It'll be a first down. Darnold very decisive as the blitz being sent constantly by Jeff Hadley and company.
Yeah, I like that throw. Again, decisiveness from a quarterback. When you see a quarterback catch the ball, look at his receiver, and just drive it, you know he's very confident in what he's seeing. So you got to create a little more indecision if you're the Packers defense to get Sam Darnold to hold on to that ball a little bit longer, or else he just starts dealing all day long. And some of the easier throws, KB, one last thing is, it's just to the outside perimeter part of the field. You see it clean, you let it rip.
The first down, it's Jones again up the middle. Grinds his way for a 3-yard gain. You know, it really is a cool story for Sam Darnold. 7th year in the league for him. Think about this, the second player since the merger with 13 or more wins and 30 or more touchdowns the first year with a team. I mean, a total rejuvenation of his career. They go quick again here. Second down. Has time this time. Loads going deep. Has a man. Naylor. He's got it. Touchdown, Minnesota.
How does someone get that wide open?
Ford is hobbling off. 1st and 19 after the penalty. Thompson Robinson over the middle to Judy. Makes a sliding grab, a couple of yards shy of a first down.
Well, Jalen Naylor had 2 touchdowns or 1 touchdown the previous couple of years. He's got 6 this year. And look at Kevin O'Connell, Josh McCown saying, yeah, you see that little flick of the wrist, and it's 7-3.
Right now, no Kendall Fuller in this one, and Judy just does an excellent job of winning on the inside.
Jerry Jeudy thrived with Jameis Winston, trying to get in some type of rhythm here with Thompson Robinson. As Foreman is able to pick up the first down. Browns looking for some positive momentum with Thompson Robinson as we get an injury update from AJ.
Andrew, we're hearing Browns running back Jerome Ford officially has an ankle injury, and his return for this one is questionable, guys.
All right, AJ, thank you. There goes Ford into the Cleveland locker room. So this is the 23rd drive of the season for Thompson Robinson. The Browns have scored a total of 6 points on those 23 drives. See if they can get something here. Thompson Robinson over the middle again, and he's picked off. Intercepted by Dotson. His 2nd interception since joining Miami.
Right there, Dorian Thompson-Robinson sees the 2 high safeties from the Miami Dolphins and trying to hit this guy right underneath, gets a little greedy on this one and doesn't see the linebacker.
A flag comes out. Let's see what the penalty is. I think it was after the interception, and could be Dotson for taking his helmet off. But turnovers and interceptions continue to plague the Cleveland Browns.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct by Miami, number 11, removing his helmet in the field of play. Penalty is 15 yards from the dead ball spot. It's Miami ball, 1st and 10.
Dotson did not have an interception in the first 4 years of his career. He's got 2 with Miami now.
We're going to see Dotson right here. He's the linebacker, and both these safeties are going to get out and show Dorian Thompson-Robinson like he has it, but Dotson does a really good job of reading the eyes and comes back underneath and makes this interception, and he follows it up with the mistake, but he knows mom's at home and all the family and says, hey, I'm the one that made the play. Now you guys get to see my face, but you can't do that.
Huntley throwing on first down and completes it. Tyreek Hill with another catch. That's his 5th.
Top 8 in the league in explosive plays. They do it so well. Minnesota up early. Now the kickoff. Packers will take it from the 30 back to the touchdown. Obviously, Naylor got wide open, but how did he do it?
He did. They were trying to go tempo here, the Vikings, and that's part of the advantage. Green Bay doesn't have the ability to communicate like they normally would. The ball snapped, and you got Justin Jefferson here on the left, and Naylor occupies the flat safety there, and Naylor gets behind him, and it's an easy read for Darnold just to drop it right over the top. And there you got Jefferson. He's like, hey, I'm here. But no, my boy's open right behind me.
35 penalties for 50 yards against Miami.
Holding. Offense number 72. 10-yard penalty.
And that's their 6th as Teron Armstead picks up the flag. Well, playoff football is in the air as the race.
Jalen Naylor does have a lot of good looks because it's like a great shooter in basketball. If he's getting a lot, well, there's other guys that got to make the shots too. And I think the part of this offense, which continues to develop, and we talked in the open, why are they a 13-2 team? They have a lot of ways to get different guys the ball. They all touch it, they're all productive, and they're very difficult to stop.
There's Jacobs, right side. Jacobs surging forward. Wow, power. He has enough for a first down. He took Harrison Phillips for a ride. By the way, he weighs 310.
He's just a force. I mean, you look at him, he's just this bundle of power, and he always falls forward. There's like this Emmitt Smith aspect to his game where his shoulders are going forward. He's leaning forward. I played with a back, Corey Dillon, that ran the same way. And he just runs through people. Corey, I knew he had a warrior. 2004, we're playing the Cardinals.
And gets this pressure, this push out of the pocket that forces Tyler Huntley to have to get uncomfortable and move and run right into the sack from the other side.
Miami is 0 for 4 on 3rd down today. 3rd and a mile here, and it's blown dead. And the Dolphins can't get out of their own way.
We saw the same type situation.
Full start. Offense number 70. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
On the opening drive of the game, they get a good start to their drive. They get close to midfield, then they just push themselves backwards with mistakes.
What kind of game it's going to be. I was like, who does that?
I know.
What?
Hey, I don't want to make it fancy. I just want to run through his face mask and let him know that every time I touch the ball, I am going to be hunting him down. That is a great style for a back.
But it was interesting because he said, I said, is there a reason for that? And he said, well, actually, if you do that early.
3rd down and a mile. Quick pass to D. Eskridge. And he is tackled at the 26-yard line. Mike Hall.
People breaking tackles and surging his way down to the 43. I mean, look, you're talking about holiday packages. Josh Jacobs is the perfect package, whoever delivers it for you, right? You think about first Packer, 90-plus scrimmage yards in 12 or more games since Amon Green did it. Okay, 14 total touchdowns, most in first season with Green Bay all time. And that's why today they're going to feed him as much as possible as we have an injured player. It's Pat Jones, the edge rusher for Minnesota, and they tend to him.
After the INT, they back up 15 yards, and now they punt from deep in their own end.
You're absolutely right. He didn't trust that Steve McKee and Andy Goldberg would get his face on camera on the sideline.
All right, 2-minute warning there in Cleveland and an injury timeout at the 10-minute mark of the 2nd in Minneapolis. While we've got both games in a stoppage, how about today's best rookie performance presented by Verizon? Got to be honest, guys, we couldn't pick one. There are some great rookies that have come into this 2024 class, so we picked 3 of them today. All 3 of them had 7 catches today. Brock Bowers, the 13th overall selection out of Georgia, 7 catches, 77 yards. He broke Mike Ditka's rookie tight end receiving yards record today. Brian Thomas Jr. out of Jacksonville, 7 catches, 91 yards, and a touchdown. And Malik Neighbors, the 6th overall pick out of LSU, 7 catches for $171 and 2 touchdowns. On the season, all of these guys have more than 1,000 yards receiving. 4 touchdowns for Bowers on the season, 10 for Brian Thomas, 6 for Malik Neighbors, as they are the co-rookie performances of the day presented by Verizon. And after Malik Neighbors got the victory, got the big stat line, he got the spotlight at the winning podium.
but along with Tyrone, you both are like the third duo in a rookie duo in NFL history to gain over 1,000 yards from scrimmage. What does it mean to you to be able to do that with him, with another rookie?
Right. I mean, it's kudos to him and me that we come out here, come out there and practice, do our jobs, and come in the game and contribute to help the team win, and do as much as possible so we can win. Seeing Tyrone, go out every day at practice and do the things that he do, is amazing. Me and him has been uplifting each other through the season. We had stuff at the beginning of the season that didn't go our way, but we stayed down with each other, uplifted each other, and it's paying off.
The touchdown, could you talk about that? Look, did you split the two guys?
Which one?
the one down the right sideline.
They both was on the right sideline. The first one or the second one?
The longer one.
I mean, I turned around, the ball was right there, and then I was just like, I seen both of them coming. I just split both of them because I don't know, that's the only way I could have went. And then after that, I just felt nobody on, and I just kept running.
Whatever.
That's just the way it is sometimes, but hope he's okay.
He was in the tackle box still, that's why it's legal. Here's Love, pressure, throws under direct, knocked away, but a penalty. Murphy thinks it was clean, now we'll see what they call.
Love just standing there against the blitz and firing that ball downfield to Reed. Maybe a little too much contact by Murphy. But I do like Love standing in the pocket under duress and making a good read.
Number 7, defense. Pollard be placed at the spot of foul. Automatic. First down.
They get a rush, and Bernard, really good pass rush, and good switch release, and again, just maybe a little too much contact downfield. That's a good read by Love. When you get pressured, the best place to throw the ball is the middle of the field. Anything that shows up right in front of your vision, and you have a receiver that can get some horizontal separation, is absolutely a good read, solid throw. He's going to need more of that.
Here's Foreman on first down, and Dotson makes the tackle at the front.
Jacobs get behind Brooks, bowling through people. Jacobs down to the 25, running.
Quote-unquote easy part would be to beat the Browns and the Jets, and then you would need all the help. Well, you're getting the help, but they're tied at 3 here against Cleveland. Foreman with some nice running to pick up the first down. Ethan Posick, the center, with a nice block along the way, a gain of 7. Browns have all 3 timeouts with 1:05 on the clock. Thompson Robinson gets rid of it and incomplete.
Brown really fumbled early, trying to make amends. This time nowhere to go. Jalen Redmond comes in there, and for more on that, let's go down to EA.
Talking about body blows, the way Josh Jacobs runs, it was a big conversation this week by Matt LaFleur, and I spoke to his teammate safety Xavier McKinney about it. Said, yeah, it's contagious. It gets us all into mode. He did this when they played together at Alabama.
For Dorian Thompson-Robinson, you can work the entire field and try to get the ball down the field. But for him, make the smart decision. It's okay to check it down and be able to pick up yards there.
Thompson Robinson to the outside. Elijah Moore makes the catch.
Over the middle, has his man open. Cut down short of the first. Murphy with a great tackle on Dobbs. And now it's decision time.
That was a phenomenal play by Murphy. It wasn't even his guy.
Maybe they break a tackle. You only need 12 yards or so to get into field goal range. So a throw to the sideline is minimal. You picked up half a yard.
I think field goal range with Hopkins, though, is a question mark, as he has been really struggling. 3rd and 10. Thompson Robinson to Strong. And let's see where they spot him.
Looks like man-to-man. Dobbs is his best option.
Get the play off. Love looking, throwing, incomplete. Tried to get it to Jaden Reed, a little too in front, and the Vikings take over. So a 4th and 2, failed to convert. Minnesota's D gets the hold.
After this from the Home Depot.
And so they go to a commercial break at the halfway mark of the second quarter. Low-scoring games here in the late afternoon window. 45 seconds left, and now obviously Cleveland and Miami playing the field position and clock management game. How aggressive does Cleveland want to be? 4th and 1, field goal range available to them, or do they want to push forward and try for that touchdown to take a stronger lead before the half? We'll bring you right back to Cleveland in just a moment. It's a quick 30-second timeout for the Miami Dolphins, who started 2-6 on the year, but they're still hanging around and alive as we speak in the AFC playoff picture.
Foreman takes the handoff. Foreman hitting the backfield and then falls forward, and this all comes down to the spot.
They have him short, I think. You see the line judge right there. No matter what Foreman's putting the ball up after.
38-year-old Calais Campbell made the initial contact, and the call on the field is that Foreman gets stopped short.
Runner was ruled short of the line of the game. It's first down Miami.
And this is just a terrific job, the left side of that defensive line of just being stout. And then Calais Campbell coming from the backside of the play right here to get in there and make that tackle. A swim move on the guard and gets inside. That's just knowing the situation, watching film, knowing he's probably on the backside of that play, and he makes that initial contact. Foreman tries to drive forward, but they get him down right before he gets that first down.
So Miami has 2 timeouts to work with. Huntley over the middle, and it is picked off. Martin Emerson with a flag down. Emerson still going, and let's see if Emerson will be called for interference.
Well, he climbed on the back of Jonnu Smith to get to this football. In some ways, the DB also has the right to go get the football.
Pass interference. Defense number 23. Spot foul. Automatic foul.
And I think the reason this gets called is because Martin Emerson gets his hands and arms all over Jonnu's neck. Oh, just right in his grill. Picked that off with his right hand only, which was pretty impressive. But because he went through, technically through.
Vikings go fullback here with Ham. They're going to hand it off that time to Akers. Ham, not much there. Kind of interesting that early in the day.
The other team. We could talk about
Darnold playing well. Has
First down and 10. Huntley, and that pass complete by Washington, gets down to the 30, and Mike McDaniel will call his final timeout with 16 seconds to go. Armstead on the injury report with a knee that's really bothered him all the way going back to training camp. But Armstead is not out there right now, and Paul is manning left. Tackle.
Yeah.
Multiple flags fly. Yards over his head.
Jefferson the ball. Just called a dagger concept or an indigo. Runs vertical.
Interference, number 25 defense.
Yeah, that's pretty clear.
First down.
And he just sails the ball over his head.
Inbounds. They're going to have to hurry with 10 seconds to go. They got to get lined up quickly and try to spike it. 5 seconds left. Huntley under center. Spikes it with 1 second on the clock. Wow.
Tyreek Hill almost got caught on the wrong side of the ball. He couldn't get on the other side trying to go through the Cleveland Browns defense, but
you practice that all the time, and when it comes up, that fast execution of telling the guys on the field, you have to run directly off. The guys run everything that has to go on, getting lined up, and they executed it to perfection right.
180! Listen, high. Use your head. Can. 5-6, 5-6, lure zone. Triple stop.
Akers just smashed down initially there. Well done. There's Cooper again on the tackle. We're hear that cadence. It's so cool from Darnold.
Cleveland could ice him if they want. They won't. Sanders to give Miami the lead, and it is good. 25 consecutive field goals made for Jason Sanders. That extends his franchise record. And at the half, Miami has it.
So interesting. Inside the huddle. 3rd and 6 here.
Looks like protection. Better throw it deep.
They get the snap off. He's protected again. Darnold fires. It is caught for a first down. Naylor again, and another dart from Sam Darnold.
Some really high-level quarterbacking right here. Darnold thinks that he's getting pressure, so he cans, and what he's canning to there, changing the play from maybe a 5- or 6-man protection to a 7-man protection. Green Bay drops out, so he realizes he's got time to throw and then finds Naylor right there in the zone. And this is just a chess game. It's a little cat and mouse game all the time. What are they doing versus what do we want to do? Offenses always want to run good plays into good looks.
Here's Akers going to get a carry right side. Has some room. Akers breaking through and finally steps out of bounds. But down to the 10, 1st and 10 for Minnesota. Maybe 1st and goal. See where they put it.
Seen a lot of toss plays already early in the game. A lot of those to Aaron Jones, but this one to Akers. And they want to test the perimeter of this defense. And when you can open up those perimeter runs, a lot of things that open up inside as well. So test the perimeter. And then once they start overplaying it, you got all the cutbacks back inside.
I mean, you got a 17-yard penalty and then a 16-yard and a 16-yard big chunk plays for Minnesota here. 1st and goal it is.
One-on-one down here.
Darnold looking back the other way, going to throw it out there to nobody. Akers was out there, ball a little in front, and it's 2nd and goal.
Peeking over there at Justin Jefferson a little bit, and then said, no, I don't like that matchup, as the corner kind of bailed, and he's going to kind of feather it back over to his halfback and doesn't make a very good throw. But good call by Hafley. Again, part of what defenses always want to do is occupy the mind space of the quarterback. When the ball's snapped, quarterback gets the ball in his hands, they don't want him to be decisive. They want him to second-guess everything. That's what good defenses do.
Aaron Jones back in the game. First play of the drive for him here. Little pop pass coming near side. Madison had a rushing touchdown the first game against the Packers. This time those stops short.
Different aspects. They've shown. Now they got to make a great stop here on 3rd down. This is a big challenge for them.
We're gonna go.
There's Jefferson.
Arnold looking that way. Throwing to the corner, and it's incomplete. Jefferson had him in mind, but a little too high with Nixon on the coverage, and now the field goal team comes out.
And part of what Coach Hafley wanted to do in this game was be a little more aggressive. I don't want to play as much zone. At some point, we've got to get up and challenge these receivers to get open and make Sam Darnold make some tight window throws into sticky coverage, and that's exactly what that was there.
So Green Bay eschewed the field goal, got stopped on 4th down, and then Minnesota takes it down the field, try a 25-yarder themselves for Will Reichert. who's missed from 57 today. This one a lot shorter at 25, and he's got it. 10-3. Minnesota adds to their lead, and we'll be right back after these messages.
So they'll take a quick timeout here because 2:16 remaining. They'll wait to take their full break at the 2-minute warning. Go back to the scoreboard here. Halftime between the Dolphins and the Browns. Miami trying to keep their playoff hopes mathematically alive. Basically, Miami needs to win out, and they need Denver to lose to Kansas City in Week 18. Of course, Kansas City may or may not be playing their starters, with the Chiefs already having sewn up the 1 seed in the AFC playoffs. Elsewhere, the Denver Broncos can just win and get in. One more game against Kansas City. The Broncos come out victorious. The Broncos have claimed the last wild card spot. Cincinnati needs to win their last game and have Denver lose to KC and have Miami lose one of their 2 remaining games, including the one that's at the half right now.
Plenty of time. We got all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning here for this next possession.
I think, KB, both these teams do. They thrive when they get explosive plays, and neither of them have been really able to generate them that much. They're trying, certainly, Minnesota's offense. Green Bay's tried a few downfield throws, but have not connected. So
why don't we take at the headline? Here is delivering the headlines, brought to you by DoorDash. What do we got from earlier? Well, here's what we have. The Bengals with a dramatic win yesterday. They stay alive. They're in the playoff hunt. The Rams are very close to an NFC West title. With some help, they could even get it by the time this weekend's over. And Saquon Barkley, he's 101 rush yards away from breaking Eric Dickerson's single-season record. He's in the 2,000-yard club. Incredible. Now the question is, will he play next week, right? The Eagles, will they have a need to play him? But, man, it'll be fun to see him go for it.
I hope he does. When you're trying to do something historic in the NFL, that's been, I mean, forever. This defines careers. I would love to see him go for it.
Same. See if he can do it, but that's for another day. Right now it's Jacobs who runs his way for a 3-yard gain, runs right into Harrison Phillips that time. You talked about explosive plays. They are built on Josh Jacobs and the explosive plays, but haven't had those today. They're 3rd in the league in explosive, but Minnesota's done a nice job to kind of quiet that down. As we hit the 2-minute warning from Minneapolis, where the Vikings have a 10-3 lead.
And we hope to never let you down either, Rick Astley. Let's do In the Bag, presented by Wingstop. The Philadelphia Eagles had this thing in the bag. It started early, and then they just poured it on the Dallas Cowboys. C.J. Gardner-Johnson with a pick-6 in the first quarter to open up the scoring. From there, they went to their receiving game. Devontae Smith, 6 catches for $120 and 2 touchdowns. You know Saquon Barkley wanted in on this. His first division championship in his NFL career. He went for $167 on the ground. Tanner McKee, the 3rd-string quarterback, had to come in with Kenny Pickett out with an injury. He threw 2 touchdown passes. The Eagles beat the Cowboys, and the Eagles clinch the NFC East championship. It was in the bag, presented by Wingstop. For what it's worth, the Eagles still have a shot at the #1 seed in the NFC. Basically, they need Green Bay to beat Minnesota in the game that's being played right now. Then they need Minnesota to beat Detroit next week in the season finale. If that all happens, and if Philadelphia is able to win their final game of the season, comes against the New York Giants, that would make the Eagles the #1 seed and give them home field advantage and the precious bye that comes with it in the NFC playoff picture. As for Saquon Barkley, he passed 2,000. Eric Dickerson's in sight, but the win and the division championship was what was on his mind.
2,000-yard mark mean to you?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Just being a fan of the game and the running back position, to reach a milestone and put myself up there with 8 other backs that I respect, and some of them I grew up watching, definitely means a lot. But at the same time, I wouldn't be able to do that with this team. And like I said, you can't be great without the greatness of others, and I'm just happy I was able to be a part of the team and be able to reach a milestone like that. The way I look at it, if it's in God's plan, then it is. If I'm not overly trying to go get it. I'm not scared of it. Like I would love to, but at the end of the day, if also we got bigger things that we're focusing on, and we're able to clinch the division right here. And whether it's we play next week or not and rest, I'm fine with that too, because I didn't come here and sign here just.
Yep, that's right. He came here to win championships, and they've got a division title in their back pocket. He is 101 yards away from NFL history. We'll see if he plays. If the Eagles have reason to play their starters in Week 18, we'll figure that all out by the end of Monday Night Football tomorrow night. All right, subside of the 2-minute warning. Let's go back live to U.S. Bank Stadium. The Green Bay Packers trying to close the first half with a score.
Find a little seam there between the pass rush, and he's not a guy that's known to run too much. He definitely moves in the pocket to throw, but nice job just getting out of that kind of heavy rush.
They're going to run it, get that first down. Jacobs, of course, 45. Penalty flag flies, though, so hang on. See if this one's going to stand or not. It looks like it's not.
In such a good position.
Illegal formation. Number 13 covered up another eligible receiver. 5-yard penalty. Replay third down.
There's nothing worse than alignment penalties in situations like that, especially on 3rd and 1. Finally, you're going up against a really good defense. In Minnesota, you get it to 3rd and 1, and then you don't even line up right. That's just unacceptable, trying to go on the road and beat a good team.
Well, now it becomes a lot more harder, or a lot more challenging. 3rd and 5 now after the penalty.
This is where this defense thrives. So many exotic pressures. See if they dial one up here.
4-man rush this time. Love standing in, taking a shot, going down from Melton into double coverage, incomplete. That was never open. Melton was covered from the get-go there on 4th down, and Green Bay will punt it away, and now Minnesota with all 3 timeouts.
Oh, just it's that 3rd and 1 penalty that just kills you in that situation. You go 3rd and 1, you got an easy handoff to Jacobs. Instead, they back you up 3rd and 6, and now Love's firing it into double coverage. You have 0% chance of hitting that throw.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, Packers' 3rd most explosive plays in the league. Tom, they've got 1 10-yard plus run today. That's it. Minnesota's D has done a fantastic job there. Now wheeling the punt away. It's Powell. He loses the ball. Powell able to get back on it and save it just in the nick of time. Oof. Vikings get away with one there as they will keep the football with 1:16 to go in the half. Speaking of the half, what's coming up at the break? Kurt Menefee.
We might still be a couple of days away from New Year's Eve, but 2 teams can celebrate with a toast today. Coming up on the Verizon halftime, the Eagles clinch the NFC East, and the Bills claim the number 2 seed in the AFC. We'll have highlights and the updated playoff picture for you. In the meantime, cheers to you, Kevin and Tom.
Well, Happy New Year to you, Kurt, and of course everyone at home watching here today, this NFC North battle. A couple teams already in the playoffs. Minnesota can get the number 1 seed if they win today and beat Detroit next week. Packers are in the playoffs right now. Kind of a big litmus test for them. Vikings all 3 timeouts. See what they can do. Darnold, let's go middle. Hockenson in stride. Down the seam for a huge gain. Oh, beauty of a play as Darnold to Hockenson connects to get the drive going.
Yeah, you're looking for those chunks. Where you can get them are down the seams in the middle of the field and a throw to the perimeter of the field. This time, with a 2-high defense, the open part is the middle. Darnold reads it and throws an absolute A+ throw to Hockenson down the middle.
28 yards on that play. Quick throw far side of the field. There's a connection out there to Jefferson for his 2nd catch. Into Green Bay territory.
We'll take a timeout right here. You got 3 left.
And not doing it.
Wasting a lot of time.
Wow, they are wasting a lot of time here.
Go, timeout.
Oh, wow. Under 30 seconds now. Darnold, 4-man rush. Tried to take a shot downfield, not there, dumps it off to Hockenson. Now you got to take a timeout. Because that'll get the first down, but only 19 seconds left in the half.
Yeah. Well, at this point, you're just playing for a field goal. 19 seconds, 2 timeouts. So you need about another 8 or 9 yards to feel really good about the field goal attempt. But if you're the Vikings, you're up 10-3. You're feeling pretty good about how things have gone this game. The defense is playing really well.
Yeah.
I'm totally cool with, hey, we're basically gonna get a field goal, get an opportunity. Yeah, 35 seconds right there. And at that point, to me, with 3 timeouts, the general rule I always used was If you had 3 timeouts, between 1 minute and 2 minutes left, you use 1 timeout. Between 30 seconds and a minute left, you use another timeout, and you saved 1 for the field goal. So when I see 3 timeouts under 30 seconds, I'm like, you're not really using the time very wisely at that point. Or the timeouts, excuse me.
No, for sure. Well, 19 seconds remain. Standing in, looking, and now he's going to be dropped by Carl Brooks. The first sack of the day, and that for sure knocks him out of field goal range with 13 seconds left.
Well, they've done such a good job in protection today. Sam may have a little sense of comfort that at some point you got to get rid of the ball. He's held onto the ball quite a bit this season, and he's taken a lot of sacks. I think almost 46 sacks this season alone. So you get into these 2-minute situations and maybe a false sense of comfort throughout the first half because he's held on a little bit and the protection is held up, but not in this instance.
So here's what you're looking at. 1 timeout left, 13 seconds. Realistically, they need 10 yards for a chance. Just the 57-yarder earlier. His long this year is chance. They'll call their final timeout. They'll have an opportunity for a field goal after that connection to Hawkinson. With that timeout, we'll be right back after this message from State Farm.
Home finale for the Cleveland Browns. They'll be on the road week 18 in Baltimore as the Ravens try to lock up the division. Jerome Ford is back in at running back, a good sign after going out with that ankle injury earlier. 3rd and 6, Thompson Robinson, it is dropped. Jerry Jeudy's had a tough day at the office. That would have moved the chains on 3rd down.
Yeah, that's his second
55-yard field goal here by Will Reichard. Rookie had some injury issues early in the year with a quad injury. And had a nice rookie season. Obviously, he said missed one from 57 earlier. And now
Green Bay
would just make him think about it. I mean, he is a rookie. Does the icing the kicker thing, does it still work? Is it still a thing? I'm not sure. What do you think?
So far, this game film will not be sent to Canton anytime soon. Bounces at the 25 and out of bounds at the 27-yard line. Timeout on the field, Miami ball when we come back.
Passing against a very improved Green Bay defense, and they've done a lot to take Justin Jefferson away. So he's just found Hawkinson, he's found Naylor. Addison's had a good half. So even without Justin Jefferson producing like his normal self, I know you fantasy football owners are a little disappointed in the championships right now, but they got a chance to take a 2-score lead with this.
Reichard kick is up, and it is no good, but there's a flag on the play, so hold on. Clock hits 0, but it can't end on the defensive penalty if that's what it is. And it sure looks like it, judging by LaFleur's reaction.
It's not offsides. Can read lips.
Offside, number 56. Defense was lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty results in a first down. We'll extend the half for 1 additional play.
Wow, that's a gift. They call it on Edger and Cooper. That was a missed field goal from 55, and now you get another chance and move it 5 yards closer. Let's see.
There's it right there.
Boy, oh boy. He's crawling up. Mike Pereira.
It is tight.
What do you think on this? It looks ultra close.
It certainly does, but unless you have a shot right down the line, you really cannot tell. So,
wow. Well, let's see if the Vikings can capitalize now from 50 out. Reichard, and now the whistle blows to Green Bay, calling another timeout. They did to ice him again. Oh, my goodness. Little gamesmanship.
He doesn't want to go to... Oh, he's got 2 left. No, he can't tell multiple ones. Just make him think about it. But again, frustrating those alignment errors that don't even give you a chance to succeed.
Well, this is interesting. Mike, I got to hold on, Tom, but you can't call 2 timeouts on the same play. So, Mike, the penalty, theoretically, this is actually the same play, right?
No, it's not, because a play ran. I mean, a play ran. Even though there was a penalty on the play, it's still considered as a play that ran.
So he's allowed to take this
Second
timeout.
charge timeout.
Yeah, there you go.
Green Bay, a 30-second timeout.
So because that's what it looked like they were saying to LaFleur, but that was, they corrected it. Matt LaFleur saying
6-3 here in the third quarter. Two big injuries of note for the Browns. Linebacker Jordan Hicks, he's sidelined right now being evaluated for a head injury. And corner Denzel Ward has a right shoulder injury, and he's out for the remainder of this one, guys.
Wow, two key defenders for Kevin Stefanski's club. Let's see if Miami can take advantage. On first down, Huntley, and he's got Tyreek Hill for a first down. And then two flags come out after Hill is tackled at the 40-yard line. A gain of 13.
So it's a 10-point lead for Minnesota at the break. We take a look at the first half stats brought to you by Allstate.
Personal foul, face mask. Deep defense, number 23. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
So Martin Emerson earlier called for defensive pass interference, now called for a face mask. So with the 13-yard gain, it's a 28-yard change of field position for the Dolphins.
Yeah, a little bit out of control going into the contact point, so your hands are flailing. You don't know exactly what you're grabbing. But back to that Tyler Huntley throw. Again, another on-time, on-target pitch and catch to Tyreek Hill.
Huntley back to the air, and he's got a first down to Malik Washington. So Tyler Huntley is now 15 out of 18 on the day, and he's got the Dolphins driving early in the third quarter.
And no Denzel Ward, and now these first two plays, now throwing the ball at Cam Mitchell, who's in place of Denzel Ward. No Hicks, ball going over the middle of the field for this Miami Dolphins offense, something that they excel at and exactly where they want to get the ball.
And give the Dolphins offensive line credit. They've done a good job so far against Myles Garrett. Mostert, nowhere to go. Devin Bush, the first to get there for this Cleveland defense.
And Andrew, you mentioned Myles Garrett. They did the same thing with Nick Bosa a week ago for San Francisco. Played against the Las Vegas Raiders. Were able to really keep Max Crosby at bay as well. And a lot of that has to do with just who this offense is in general. They're built on throwing that ball as soon as you get it at the quarterback position. So they don't allow those premier defensive ends a chance to get home because the quarterback is getting the ball out of his hands so fast.
Rookie Jalen Wright is next to Huntley in the backfield. Huntley throws to the outside. Another catch for Tyreek Hill. That's his 7th today as Emerson makes the tackle, and now it's third down.
And Tiki, something that was interesting, Mike McDaniel talked about Tyreek practicing aggressively. What does that mean for a guy on offense?
Well, we had to get clarity what he meant. And because as a star that he is, you would expect him to be aggressive. But he was really talking about how he catches the football and not being indecisive with his hands. Am I underhand catching this? Am I overhand catching this? But attacking the ball, and if you get a drop that way, it's okay. Just don't be passive and get lazy. Actually, like we've seen Jerry Jeudy on the other side of the ball.
Third down and 8. Huntley fires. He's got a first down. Catch is made by River Craycraft, his first grab today, and it goes for 16.
Again, timing here for Tyler Huntley. Gets back to his back foot, lets this thing go on time, right into the pocket between the 8 and the 5 for River Craycraft. He takes a little bit of a hit, but you accept that for a big catch and reception.
Just his third catch of the season. He began the year on injured reserve with a shoulder injury he suffered in the preseason. Jeff Wilson enters as the running back. Huntley rolling right. He's going to keep it himself at the 10, 5, cuts it up to the end zone, and he is, no signal yet, touchdown! Snoop scores, and the Dolphins have the first touchdown today.
What a great run by Tyler Huntley. I mean, you can see him as he's getting to the sideline. This is the play pass. They haven't run the ball effectively, but is still using play action. He fakes the pump fake there. Then he starts directing traffic, telling his tight end Hill to block for him, and then he just scoots through Oh, the little half-hearted tackle attempt and gets into the end zone. Great job by Snoop.
So Hundley, who spent his entire offseason here in Cleveland, the fourth quarterback from the Browns, did not make the team. Scores against his old mates, and the extra point by Sanders is good. So a big drive by Miami. Tyler Hundley's second rushing score of the year, and the Dolphins go up by 10.
Dolphins trying to stay alive. Cincinnati scoreboard watching. The Rams scoreboard watching. We'll tell you more about that in just a bit. Up next, it's the drive of the day presented by Mercedes-Benz. Could have picked any number of Buffalo Bills touchdown drives. We'll pick the very first one here. In their division matchup against the Jets, the Bills with a dominant performance right from the jump. Third offensive play, that was Josh Allen to Khalil Shakir. Then he goes to Mac Hollins, middle of the field. That's a 23-yard gain and a first down deep into Jets territory. A couple plays later, just outside the red zone, Allen ad-libbing. Hollins again. Sixth first down on the drive. They had a defensive pass interference penalty that got him down to the 1-yard line. Josh Allen pushes his way forward with a little help from his friends. That's a 70-play, 12-yard opening game touchdown drive for the Bills. They rolled the Jets, did not look back from there. 40-14, the final score. The Bills are 13-3. Buffalo clinches the number 2 seed in the AFC playoffs. That was the drive of the day presented by Mercedes-Benz. As for the winning quarterback, who has accounted for 41 offensive touchdowns this year, Josh Allen on the W.
That was awesome. Playing on short fields, it makes the game a lot easier, I'll tell you that. Our defense, man, they played lights out today. They had juice, they had energy. And then offensively, I thought we ran the ball well, and couple really, really big plays, especially there in the third quarter. Would love to get off to a faster start, you know, and sustain a couple more drives and a couple penalties that hurt us. So a lot to learn from, but we'll look at it tomorrow and keep moving forward.
Hey, Josh, you went 8-0 at home during the regular season. You have players, coaches, but how much juice can you get from this environment?
Oh, it's awesome. That's as much as a team stat as a fan-based stat, too. The energy, I don't think people understand a delay of game or a false start. Like, those 5 yards make such a difference, you know, and we can feed off what our fans are giving us, and they've been the best in the league this year. And going back to since I've gotten here, they've been fantastic, and I truly believe we have the best fans in the world.
You don't talk about your stats very often, but they put up 40 touchdowns 5 straight years. The crowd cheered. It looked like you acknowledged the crowd. Does that mean something to you? It's never been done before, 5 straight years with 40?
I mean, I think it's going back to high school, right? Our coach, Coach Magnuson, was always yelling, "What's the job of offense? It's to score." So it's a good job that we're scoring. It's kind of all that it means. But I know the crowd was giving me a lot of love today, so I just wanted to reciprocate it a little bit there and tip the cap to them.
And he also has 3 carries for 20 yards and the score.
Well, now after that touchdown, there's a little bit more pressure on Dorian Thompson-Robinson because this game, as the Dolphins are starting to put up points, we heard Stefanski at halftime say, hey, we have to find a way to finish some of these drives. A turnover in the first half and then a turnover on downs. On fourth down, they have to find a way to manufacture some offense.
DTR. And he'll throw this one away. Now, it's very interesting what's going on with Calais Campbell, as he has discussed with General Manager Chris Greer the possibility of being released after Miami is eliminated from playoff contention, so that if indeed this is his final year, he can latch on with a playoff team and, as he told us, chase a ring. We met with Calais last night. He said there's so much uncertainty over the next 24 hours. Jonathan Jones on the NFL Today said the Dolphins would release Campbell if they lose today. But if they win, they're going to have a chance in Week 18 to make the playoffs. As Thompson-Robinson is able to get away from Calais Campbell, he told us it's a unique situation, very grateful that Miami is willing to work with him. But this is a situation that, as Calais said, he's been around football for 17 years. hasn't really seen something quite like this. How do you guys wrap your mind around it?
And you could feel how indifferent he was about it, talking about being a leader and a captain in this locker room. It would be extremely hard to leave his guys, but we know how short our careers are, and you want to maximize it as much as possible. Very unorthodox, but I understand him wanting to leave and chase that ring.
False start. Offense, number 55. 5-yard penalty. It's third down.
The difference is Calais Campbell is not having a short career. He's 38 years old. And we know that he still has game left in him. We've called his name multiple times today. You just saw him in the backfield on that previous play. And so if the Miami Dolphins win this game, there's no doubt he's going to be a Miami Dolphin and try to get them into the postseason in Week 18, even though, as we all said, it'll be a point of discussion.
Thompson Robinson in trouble, and he is taken down, except he throws it away before going to the ground. It was Campbell who nearly had the sack, and Thompson Robinson just chucked it to the stands on his way down.
This seems like an in-the-grasp situation, if you ask me.
Flag is down.
They're going to call the intentional grounding.
Yeah. 38 years old. And still impacting this game in so many ways, both on the field and in the locker room for Miami.
Intentional grounding. Offense, number 17. The quarterback was not outside the pocket. Threw the ball into an area with no eligible receiver. Just foul. Loss of down. Fourth down.
That's a non-sack sack for Calais Campbell. The effect is the same, just not the statistic.
38 years old, his 17th year in the league. He's missed a total of 15 games in 17 years. And for the second time today, Miami puts Tyreek Hill back deep to return the punt. O'Horquez, the left-footed punter. And a good punt toward the sideline. Tyreek Hill was out of bounds. So not able to return it after a 55-yard boot. Calais Campbell, what an impact on this Miami team, and still a chance to get him to the playoffs.
Yeah, Calais, big fella, enjoying his work there in the defensive backfield, or the offensive backfield of the Cleveland Browns. Welcome, everyone, back inside of the NFL Red Zone studios here. Scott Hansen, thrilled to be taking you through Week 17 in the National Football League's regular season, the last Sunday of 2024. Been a good year. Look forward to 2025 as well. We're following all the scores, all the playoff possibilities. The Los Angeles Rams and the Seattle Seahawks are following NFL Red Zone today, because as we began the day by virtue of the Rams' win late last night on NFL Network's final game of the triple header on Saturday football, the Rams were in position to win the NFC West if they could clinch the strength of victory tiebreaker over the Seattle Seahawks. The way they could do that is if any of the following three wins were to occur. Buffalo with a win, which actually happened. So now they need 2 wins from the following teams: Cleveland, Minnesota, Washington, and San Francisco. Cleveland and Minnesota currently playing right now. Minnesota currently leading. Cleveland currently trailing. If 2 of those teams win this weekend, then the Los Angeles Rams are the champions of the NFC West. We're going to give you the full playoff picture before we sign off the air today. However, once we do sign off the air today on NFL Red Zone, want to remind you, you can flip over to NFL Network. Chris Rose and the gang have you covered with NFL Game Day highlights. Chris checks in from the studio with an update. Hey, Chris.
Scott Hansen, it is good to see you yet again. Hey, everybody, you a little confused about who's in, who's out in the playoff chase, tiebreaker scenarios? Hop on over to NFL Network once the Red Zone is all done. Join us for this little show. It is Game Day Highlights coming your way at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. As for the Philadelphia Eagles, we knew that they had punched their playoff ticket trying to win the NFC East. No Jalen Hurts, and then his replacement, Kenny Pickett, out in the second half with a rib injury. So Tanner McKee, welcome to the NFL. A.J. Brown, that's his first TD talk. What are you doing? Don't throw that away, he tells the fan afterward, I got you. I'm going to give you a signed autographed jersey. We'll show you on the show whether or not that actually came to fruition. As for Saquon Barkley, officially became the 9th member of the 2,000-yard rushing club. Hurdles his way into that. He's 101 yards shy of Eric Dickerson's single-season rushing record. The Eagles are division champions. Once again, we'll tell you who's in and out in the playoff chase. The show is Game Day Highlights. We will see you then.
Mostert on first down. And a big hit by Mostert as he went right at Martin Emerson. And Mostert goes for 8 yards.
Love running backs to get behind their shoulder pads and finish forward. Hey, Mostert supplanted for a lot of this run game by
He's being evaluated, Kevin, for a concussion right now.
And he's playing really well the last few games, too. Thanks, Aaron. So here is Aaron Jones flipping out to the right. We go downstairs to Tom.
Mostert. And coming up short of a first down. No gain on the play. It'll be 3rd down and short.
Browns got to be able to get off the field and get this ball back to their offense to continue to give themselves a chance in this game. I think if the Dolphins go down and are able to pick up this first down, this drive, it's going to be very hard for this Browns offense where we haven't seen much of anything from them today.
Miami 1 for 6 on 3rd down today. Tyreek Hill in motion. Huntley looking his way, now in trouble. Huntley trying to escape, he cannot. And guess who? Myles Garrett with the sack on his 29th birthday. His 13th sack of the season.
Myles Garrett, when you leave him one-on-one in a one-on-one type of situation, you're just asking for a disaster. The Miami Dolphins go empty here, so the rookie, Patrick Paul, is on an island, and he gets cut underneath really quickly by Myles Garrett.
Got Jordan Addison in the backfield this time. Darnold throws on the run. Jones. That's going to be enough for a first down.
Tell you, I just love that unique creativity. Again, hard to tell at home, but they rushed to the line of scrimmage. They forced the defense to line up really quickly, and then they run 4 guys to one side of the field. They got their running back. Look how they rush to the line. Now the defense, like, where they line up, you got a halfback out here. You got a receiver in the backfield. It's just a lot for the defense to sort out. Remember I said earlier in the game, you got to steal some 3rd downs? Yeah. They just stole another one.
On the play fake. Arnold steps away from pressure first, knocked down across his body. That was Brooks who got there, had a sack earlier in the game.
And they were trying to take a shot down the field, KB. You know, which they're trying to get these explosive plays, and they're just, this defense by Green Bay is not giving them up. They're playing everything top down. You call that, you put an umbrella on the defense. Coach Hafley's defense has been so good the last 5 or 6 weeks about eliminating those downfield explosive plays. So I would expect them to continue to do that. That's been so good during this winning stretch. Looks like Nixon might be blitzing.
One of their best blitzers, he is. Darnold sees it, gets rid of it to Addison, tries to get it on the edge, but Pollard did a nice job to get out there and make that tackle. You know, it's interesting, we're talking to Darnold about his season. He said, you know,
to give this offense a spark and kind of loosen up this Dolphins defense.
He has 2 rushes for 4 yards. He keeps it here. Good call, McCourty, and there's the first down. He told us on Friday there are things I can add to this offense with my legs. That's the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, we've seen this multiple times from young quarterbacks.
To get the ball, because when he gets it now, he can do something in space with it. There's Jefferson.
3rd and 7. Blitz coming. Darnold sees it, throws it. Carr, Naylor again. He's had a big day. Down to the 35. And a 3rd and 7 conversion.
They continue to find ways outside of Jefferson to move the ball. You got Naylor on the backside of the play. And you see McKinney right here in the middle. He's kind of spying the left. Look at his vision is that way. So if Darnold sees that, he's got Naylor coming in behind it. So it's just a good read by Darnold. Kind of an average throw, but I will accept that.
on these third downs.
It's a completion nonetheless.
That's right. We'll take it. Move the sticks.
Naylor's got more catches today than the previous 6 games combined. He's got 5 catches, 81 yards, and the touchdown. And this play is blown dead.
Play of game, number 14, offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
I'm moving back.
Holding. Defense number 90. 5-yard penalty is added to the end of the run. Results in an automatic first down.
Penalty on Deshaun Hand. Here in Cleveland alongside Tiki Barber, Jason.
I mean, Ohio State, Michigan State can both lose.
Darnold, far side of the field. Jefferson makes the catch and turns upfield inside the 35. He goes. Going to pick up about 6 yards on that connect.
And Denver loses next week. They are in. First down and 10. Thompson Robinson tripped up by Calais Campbell. He is everywhere.
There's no way that guy is 38. You see how fast he got off.
Quite the rushing. He's only got 32 yards today.
Yeah.
So even though they've tried to run it, they haven't gained a lot. But what I like is they're finding other guys to contribute when their main guys aren't getting the ball.
Big throw here. Boy, Nixon almost got a hand on it. Now Jefferson's got room to go. Jefferson dancing around people right around the 20 inside the
160th career game, 4th most among defensive linemen in NFL history. Thompson Robinson in trouble again. Ball comes out, and the Dolphins have it. Deshaun Hand recovers the fumble. Agba, the former Brown, knocked it free, and Hand gets his hands on it.
I like that, Andrew, but as soon as the Cleveland Browns get any kind of momentum, Emmanuel Ogbah gets into the backfield, makes a strip, gets a turnover for the Miami Dolphins, who are right in position now to go score again.
Darnold, some pressure, senses, throws, goes in, caught! Touchdown Vikings, it's Addison.
There is so much I like about this. Starting with the protection, we saw in the first half, they're building a wall for Darnold. He looks left, then he comes back right. Look at the route. Addison, this is a little okey-doke. Gets him just to Pollard to settle his feet. And that starts again, the protection, because when you run that type of route, where you run up, you stop, you do a little pirouette, and then you take it deep, you need a lot of time. Give that line a lot of credit for that touchdown.
It's 20 unanswered for the Vikings. Second touchdown pass today for Sam Darnold. This is Addison after the okey-doke. Hauls it in. Darnold's having a big-time day. And the Vikings looking for their 14th win, up 20-3.
And both games go to break. We do the Sunday night preview. Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. A big game for Atlanta and Washington is Sunday night football matchup from the nation's capital. Let you know that Terry McLaurin has 6 touchdowns in his last 4 games. His quarterback, Jaden Daniels, has over 21 completions in each of his last 5 games. The Falcons' Bijan Robinson had an 80-plus rushing yards in 6 of his last 7. DraftKings Sportsbook is the #1 place to bet touchdowns this season, and this week, new customers can bet $5 and pocket $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Download the app and use promo code REDZONE when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. NFC playoff picture. Here's the way it stacks up for the 2 teams participating in Sunday night football. The Washington Commanders have the easiest path. If the Commanders beat the Falcons on Sunday night football, Washington will clinch a wild card spot in the NFC. Atlanta, if they can win, will push things forward to Week 18. Atlanta and Tampa Bay, the last 2 teams alive for the NFC South Championship. Seattle needs to win and get some help. The Rams are looking for help as well. The Rams need Minnesota to hold off the Green Bay Packers here in the second half and then get one more win out of either the Cleveland Browns, who are trailing right now, or the Washington Commanders tonight, or the San Francisco 49ers, and then L.A. will be the division champs of the NFC West.
It's a broken record, but it keeps happening.
It keeps happening. They came into the league 31st in turnovers in the National Football League, and they've gotten 2 more today, as Andrew said. It just creates frustration on part of everybody, from head coach to quarterback, certainly offensive coordinator.
Second down and 4. Dolphins on the ground with Mostert, and he's slammed down. Jawan Briggs and Myles Garrett on the tackle. How about an NFL Today update? Back to New York with Bill Cowher.
Yeah, Andrew, a big NFC North matchup. It's going to be Jordan Addison taking this 18-yard pass from Sam Darnold, his second on the day. Minnesota up 20-3, middle of the third quarter. Back to you, Andrew.
Wow, Vikings continue to impress, Coach. Thank you very much. Remember the potential showdown next week in Week 18 against the Detroit Lions. Meanwhile, Miami has it 3rd and 5 from the Cleveland 40. Huntley, pressure coming. Garrett is chasing him. Huntley trying to get away. Huntley, and he dives towards the first down line. We'll have to see where they spot him. It can't be a good feeling when Myles Garrett is chasing you from behind. I think that made Huntley run a little faster.
It did, but he was also not pulling away from him. Myles Garrett is, I mean, first of all, his biceps are the biggest things I've ever seen on a defensive end. And here he is catching the quarterback. Gets his hand on him almost. He touched him.
He's short of a first down. It's 4th and 1, and Mike McDaniel has the offense on the field. It would be a 54-yard field goal from here. And now a stoppage and a challenge flag thrown by McDaniel. He wants to challenge the spot and the line to gain by Huntley.
Or he's trying to buy some more time to think of another play if he didn't like the one that he called.
I wouldn't do that. You could potentially waste a timeout.
He's explaining exactly what Tyler Huntley did, of why he thinks it was a first down pickup on that 3rd down scramble.
This has not been Mike McDaniel's forte in his career. He is 4 of 16. Just 25% on his red flag.
Green Bay second down.
That doesn't help.
Yeah, KB, in the open, you asked me, what does Coach LaFleur want to see? Can his team respond to a very good football team in the road? How does the offense, defense come in here in a playoff-type atmosphere? Yeah. And I don't think he's very happy with what he's seen today.
I'd say their offense has been so good. They're averaging 35 points or 33 points a game last 5 games. 3 today. 2nd and 11 here. Here's Jacobs. Run through about 8 Vikings to get a yard that Jonathan Bernard.
And at that point, I don't think there is something there to overturn that, something really 100% conclusive to flip the ruling on the field. To me, it looks like that ball is crossing the sideline just short of the line to gain, and these are awful hard to overturn unless it's something really, really, missed in an egregious fashion.
All right, Gene, we're still waiting the call from Ron Torbert. If McDaniel is wrong.
Well, pressure, in trouble. Tip throws, incomplete. Byron Murphy, terrific coverage again.
This short. For me, I don't think there's going to be anything in that replay that now tells them, no, he definitely was able to extend that ball and reach it far enough past that marker.
After review, the ruling on the field that the runner is short of the line to gain stands is called. And he will be charged with a timeout. The ball will be spotted at the 35.5-yard line, the 35.5-yard line. It'll be 4th down.
So Mike McDaniel now 1 for 4 on challenges this year and 4 for 17 in his career.
Be interesting to see what this 4th down play call is. You saw Mike McDaniel on the sideline giving
looked like handoff instructions to Tyreek Hill. Doubt they would do a trick play or in this short yardage situation. Keep it simple.
4th and inches. They pitch it to Achane, running right, and he is stopped. Devin Bush in the backfield.
Well, I stand corrected. They did try a trick play.
When you look at this, I think this is the issue with the Dolphins offense. You see some of the high power plays and the speed on the edge and those different things. But right now, 4th and 1, and instead of trying to run downhill and trusting the offensive lineman and somebody to be able to make a block to pick up a first down, they're pitching it on the outside, and give Devin Bush a ton of credit. Beating the block on the outside, getting up the field, and making a tackle for a loss. But you want to see your offense hand the ball off and run downhill and pick up the first down.
True, but if that is blocked correctly, it's successful.
Every play, if it's blocked correctly, it's successful.
Akins picks up the first down. And go back to that play as well. If you watched the game last week, Miami and San Francisco, Jeff Wilson was used in short yardage situations. And after the game, Mike McDaniel said, I really like using Wilson in short yardage situations. He was not on the field on 4th and inches.
And both of those plays were downhill runs where he's picking up 6 yards in that situation. And that's the type of runner he is. Achane, not as much of a big body guy to run between those tackles.
Right, they're trying to push Achane to the edges most of the time.
2:40 to go, 3rd quarter. Browns offense trying to find something. They've been quiet all afternoon long. Thompson Robinson swings one to Foreman, who dropped it. And if that was behind the line of scrimmage, no. They're saying incomplete. And they're saying it was a forward pass. Deontay Foreman could not make the catch.
Let's take another look at this. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, that actually looks like a backwards pass from that angle. The whistle blew multiple times. So obvious recovery is not.
Mike McDaniel throws the flag again. He's challenging this play. What we don't know is if there was a clear recovery at the end of that play.
I think Agba eventually was the last.
Good opportunity to throw it here.
They will pitch it out. Akers gets belted a couple times. Why don't we take a look at today's next gen?
Miami has challenged the ruling on the previous play that the pass was forward. The previous play is under review.
Mike McDaniel's like Pedro Serrano with these challenge flags. He's going down swinging if he's going down. Gene, you're with us. What do you see?
You know what? I'm impressed by Coach McDaniels. He just continues to keep going after it. On this one, fellas, I think this one.
I love it. I see you bouncing on your feet. I know. You're ready to throw it again. You're excited. 2nd down. 4-man rush. Carr gets jacked this time. And it's intercepted. Picked off by Carrington Valentine. Room to run. Valentine cuts back. He lost the ball. Green Bay saves it somehow. It was Brooks that got on it. What a crazy play. Darnold got hammered on that throw. But Carrington Valentine, boy, the Packers need that. Their first turnover of the day.
Oh, man, a 17-point lead. And then you try to thread the needle right here, and you just can't make that throw. Sam's done so well in this game, taking care of the ball. And he's got Valentine back there.
Stands his call. It's an incomplete forward pass. Miami will be charged with his 2nd time out of the half and his 2nd challenge. Miami is out of challenges for the remainder of the game.
Well, that's not a good use of challenges or timeouts from Mike McDaniel.
0 for 2 today, 4 for 18 in his career.
It's your go-to guy right there.
They give it to the go-to guy. It's Jacobs dancing up the middle and spinning his way down to about the 12. Tell you what, after the return, it's a heck of a job to recover that fumble by Carl Brooks.
Yeah, because Valentine, look at that ball, is just away from
Second down and 10 for the Browns. Miami has left the door open for Cleveland. They just have not been able to walk through it. Here's Strong trying to walk through it. He's got the first down. Nudged out of bounds by Jordan Poyer. And a gain of 18.
Blocked the game-winning field goal in Chicago to get them a win, so he's had some big plays. Jacobs lines up as a wide receiver at the top of your screen on a second down. Love looks the other way, coming back near side, catch is made, Dobbs falling forward. It's a 1st and goal for the Packers.
Dobbs is a very good man coverage receiver. We saw him kind of gilly lock him up on the last one. Here they are back at it. This time it's just a little out cut. And he does a good job. Love, very decisive. Throws the ball with a lot of velocity and gives Dobbs a chance to turn that ball back up there.
Green Bay going quick, trying to turn the table.
Time of possession, but they trail by 10. Second down and 10. Thompson Robinson to the outside.
Jacobs up the gut, and he's down to about the 1.5. Phillips and Cashman.
To have 15 to 20 mile per hour winds, you definitely feel those gusts picking up down here on the field. So something to keep an eye out on for sure.
Yeah, no doubt that was in the forecast. Has not been much of a factor, but certainly picking up. We can feel it here in the booth as well. On 3rd down and 4. Thompson Robinson, pressure's coming, gets rid of it. Judy's got it for a first down. And out of bounds at the 15-yard line. Great.
You're down 20-3. Hey, guys, what kind of toughness are we going to show? I'm going to give that ball to our back. That offensive line's got to know. We're going right through you guys. Show me what you got.
Jacobs again, left side. Touchdown, Green Bay. Seven straight games with a rushing touchdown for Josh Jacobs.
In the red zone, 1st down and 10. Quick pass, Judy again, and he is stuffed and slammed by Jordan Brooks. And a flag comes out. Wow. Mike McDaniel does not agree. Here's another look.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense, number 20. Penalties half the distance to the goal from the end of the play. Automatic first.
I'm an offensive player, and that is not unnecessary roughness. He didn't lift him. He just brought him down to the ground, kind of on top of himself.
And it wasn't late. Now, there's a penalty if you pick a guy up kind of old school wrestling and almost suplex him in a sense. That wasn't that by Brooks, and I'm with you, Tiki. That's a tackle. Like, your job as a defender is to bring the guy to the ground.
Right.
And he didn't do it after the whistle. I thought that was a good defensive play from Jordan Brooks.
Yeah, if you take that kind of tackle out of the game, what sport are we playing?
The 9th penalty today against Miami for 80 yards, with the wind really starting to whip here in Cleveland. 1st and goal for the Browns. Foreman at the 5 and down at the 4-yard line. Tyrell Dodson makes the tackle. That's the final play of the 3rd quarter. Browns down 10, but on the doorstep on CBS.
That's the end of the 3rd quarter. We'll bookmark it and get you right back to Cleveland when they start their goal line drive in the 4th. Time now for the Home Team Spotlight, presented by Lowe's. Well, for the first time this year, the New York Giants qualify for the Home Team Spotlight. The Giants were winless at home coming into today, their home season finale. They were the underdogs to the Indianapolis Colts, who were fighting for their playoff lives, but the G-men stood up and played a solid game from start to finish. Ended up being a shootout. victory for the New York Giants. They avoided their first winless home season since the 1970s. Drew Lock had 309 yards passing and 4 touchdowns. Malik Neighbors, the excellent first-round rookie, with 2 of those touchdown catches. And the New York Giants take it 45-33, the final score. That is your home team spotlight presented by Lowe's. All right, Cleveland and the Dolphins still in a TV timeout at the end of the third quarter. Here's your kickoff as we have a 10-point game in the battle in the NFC North.
But you said they're not really, talked about much.
No, they're not. I mean, you take a look at the playoff picture, right? And look, there's a lot of things that are already decided, but some things up for grabs. Here's the deal. The Rams have the upper hand. They play Seattle next week, but with a strength of schedule thing, they could win with a couple teams winning by tomorrow night, okay? And then you look at the wild card. Washington, if they beat Atlanta tonight, they win that final wild card spot. The NFC South is completely up for grabs. The Bucs won today. Falcons play tonight, but Atlanta has the tiebreaker there because they beat Tampa twice. So it kind of lays it out where we are in the NFC.
Good. Ace.
Here's Aaron Jones up the middle. Jones going to pick up 4 yards on that first down carry. So now we see how Minnesota responds. You're right, though, about, they got the chip on the shoulder. No one's kind of buying Minnesota. How do they respond here?
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for them coming off that to Darnold to show everyone, hey, guys, put that ball in my hands when you need it. I'll make good decisions.
It's time to get rid of it. Aaron Jones makes the catch and has a first down. Finds the outlet. Former Packer doing his thing. Moves the chains. Picked up 7.
I absolutely love his contributions to this team. And today it's been only 36 yards on the ground, but he's an outlet in the passing game. And Darnold, I'm certain, knows where he's at on every single play. He's got great hands, great body control. That's a great catch and effort to get that first down.
Dallas.
Jefferson with a block. A little shake, and then Bullard takes him down.
Remember, Foreman fumbled at the goal line last week in Cincinnati, but Jerome Ford bothered by the ankle injury, so it's Foreman in here on 2nd and goal. Play fake. Thompson Robinson rolling, looking to throw, and will throw it away. 3rd and goal.
Well defended by Miami here on the play action. Dorian Thompson-Robinson comes this naked bootleg, and there's nowhere for him to throw the ball.
4-man rush. Darnold, flag flies. Jones is wide open, multiple flags now. He's got a first down into Green Bay territory down to the 40, but let's see what these penalties are all about.
Yeah, looks like they're
break the huddle with 11.
I'll let you know what the flag was. Here comes 3rd and goal in Cleveland.
Jamari Thrash, the wide receiver, is to the left of Thompson Robinson. He goes in motion on 3rd and goal. They run it with Foreman, and Foreman gets a yard on the play. 4th and goal for Cleveland.
Got to go for it. I'm assuming the run.
It wasn't his first. It was his last.
We'll let you know what they decide to do on 4th down. It was illegal use of the hands against Green Bay. Automatic first down, Vikings.
Good.
Fake. Darnold loading up, rips it to Addison, holds it in at the 20.
It's only a 2-score game, so you do need a field goal and a touchdown, so you could just kick the field goal here.
4th and goal. Thompson Robinson to the end zone. 18 combined penalties. This will be number 19 if it's accepted.
During the return, holding by the return team, number 33. 10-yard penalty, Miami's ball, first down.
11:05 to go. Miami football when we come back.
When you order Domino's
Both
online,
games go to commercial break. We got to go back one more time to this A.J. Brown in excitement, throwing the ball into the stands to give the fan a souvenir, but then he realizes on the sideline, hey, that was Tanner McKee, the young quarterback's first NFL touchdown pass. He's like, my bad, I got to get that football back. Well, he ultimately did, and he said, I'll take care of you. The fan in the black sweatshirt right there gives the football back. He's talking with Big Dom, one of the sideline personnel for the Philadelphia Eagles. That was all during the game. After the game, Mike Garafolo, NFL Media's, went over to the sidelines and took this video with his cell phone camera of A.J. Brown taking apparently off his game jersey and giving it to the fan who graciously gave the football back. So, hey, a game-worn jersey on a day when the Eagles clinched the NFC East. Fair trade, as they say. E-A-G-L-E-S W-I-N.
Has a first down from now, but there's a penalty flag, so hang on. Tom, the Packers today.
Illegal formation offense. Number 50 was not on the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
They've had a couple of those today. Tom was going to say Green Bay, not a single play of 20 yards the entire day. Their longest play was an 80-yard pass to Tucker Kraft.
Yeah, well, and this offense has essentially lived on those explosive plays all season long. It's just an offense that doesn't have this quite detailed intermediate pass game. They rely on running the ball, screen plays, and a lot of explosive plays. But when a team is eliminating this explosive plays, it's challenging them to move the ball down the field and get anything done.
Love in trouble. Hit as he throws and is incomplete. Ivan Pace came with the pressure first, got some help from Grenard, and now it's third and long.
Well, in this case, there's not going to be any chance with this overload pressure. Pace just comes clean. That was Grenard in there as well. Again, they rely, and they do get a lot of pressures, this defense. You go on the road, you play against a team that blitzes a lot. They have a lot of hybrid players. Got to be really good in these blitz pickup protections, and they were not there.
Five-man rush. Love in trouble, and he is sacked.
First down and 10 for Miami. Mostert. And we have not seen a lot of Achane here in the second half.
We haven't, and we've seen more of Mostert. We saw a little bit of Jeff Wilson as well. And I think for McDaniel, looking at this game and the way that the Cleveland Browns have played it, early on in the game, we saw some of those, especially that first drive, outside runs to Achane, and the Browns have completely shut it down. So maybe you're trying to run a little bit more in between the tackles and trying to use the skill set of Mostert and Wilson.
Achane yards and 2 receptions for 13 yards. Huntley gets away from McGuire. He'll keep it himself. Calling out a block and goes out of bounds with the first down. So Tyler Huntley continues to be effective with an 11-yard gain.
And when he was in Baltimore, you saw him do a lot of this as well. Obviously, that's how their offense was designed a little bit. But you see the pressure immediately in his face, so he has no choice but to try to escape. And he gets around the corner easily and picks up the first down.
We talked to Huntley late last night after the Bengals beat the Broncos, and he said he was in a quarterback meeting. Somebody ran in and said, guys, Bengals just won. He said the whole room went nuts. They know what was at stake. Is Huntley trying to elude another tackle and just sings it over the middle, and it's caught. Caught by Mostert on the play, as Huntley refused to go to the ground.
How did he know that was Raheem Mostert? He got spun around and just fired that thing blindly.
McGuire could not bring him to the ground.
The Bengals go from, the Browns go from getting a sack to than picking up 2 yards.
2nd down and 7. Huntley trying to step up in the pocket and taken down. And Myles Garrett, if he gets credit for that sack, it would be his 14th of the year. And this is a stat that he pointed out on Hard Knocks. First in NFL history with 4 straight years of at least 14 sacks. And it is his.
You saw the dance. He knew it. And you see him right there, one-on-one with Paul, and he's able to win. And you see the hand placement of just being able to use him and get to Huntley right there. Myles Garrett is just an unbelievable player.
Unbelievable accomplishment by Myles Garrett on 3rd and 8. Huntley trying to step up, gets away. Huntley picks up the first down. Huntley still going. And Tyler Huntley to the 46-yard line. Number 18 runs for 18, and the drive continues for the Dolphins.
Tyler Huntley continues to make the right play in the right moment, and the guys around him are doing a fantastic job. I want you guys to watch Jeff Wilson right there, the running back, and what he does on the snap, and he picks up Grant Delpit right in the hole and just drops him off right there, and Huntley does the rest with his legs and picks up a huge first down.
I don't know what he was doing. Why would you do that to him? I'm very sensitive about me, baby.
You're going to hand it off here to Ty Taylor.
First down and 10. Mostert and Cameron Thomas gets in the backfield. First time we've called his name today.
You don't want to see we are going on the road against a really good team, tough environment. Well, if you're going on judging on the score, they're not in the same environment. They're not in the same league today. Now Darnold looking to add on over the middle. Jefferson in stride. Uh-oh. Justin Jefferson down to the 30.
Current streak that they've been on. They started 2-6. The last.
Huntley again, and this time not able to get away. Thomas
right where he is. Look at the vision, and just look at that ball spiral. That's decisive. Right in stride. Now let's party. Put that ball in his hands and let the fun begin.
Hey, where's up? It's at high.
Maybe run to the left. Oh, back to the right.
Chandler tries to get to the edge. Can't take it. It's a good block from Madison again out there, and a nice run to start. But I want to go back to Love.
Far he has, but for this Browns defense, you got to get off the field right here on this 3rd and long and get the ball back to the offense.
1 on the play clock. Huntley just gets the snap. Garrett's coming again, and there's a flag down. This is going to be a hold. Garrett was basically tackled while he was trying to get another sack.
Holding. Offense number 52.
You dig yourself a very deep hole at this point.
Chandler getting some run on this drive and literally running it for a first down. Now I go to Kevin O'Connell when we talked to him this week, and he said, you know, I feel like everyone just thought, oh, the Vikings are a cute story, pat them on the back, you know, nice to see you. I think for those across America that maybe hadn't seen him yet, they're like, whoa, this team is legit.
I think that the point that Kevin has made is the sense of connectedness this team has and how much they play for each other. This isn't about every man for themselves. We've seen so many plays today where guys are doing dirty work so other guys can eat.
Chandler has nowhere to go. And look at this Vikings team and think, Tom, what was expected for them, right? All aboard the Vikings bandwagon, because in the preseason, their win under over was 6.5 wins. 6.5. And they got 13, looking for 14 right now, right? Second best start in team history. They were 14-1 in '98. So all aboard the Vikings bandwagon. They're, I think, still accepting folks that want to jump on. Still time. And they can clinch the North and a #1 seed with a win today and next week at Detroit.
Hey, quick zoom.
And we get a whistle and a timeout. Well, join Fox Sports in giving the opportunity this holiday season by supporting nonprofit partner Purple.
And real quick, before we get the next snap in Cleveland, want to let you know that once the Cleveland and Miami game goes final, Green Bay and Minnesota will be the last game standing. We will ask you to go flip over and check and see if your local Fox affiliate is carrying the conclusion of the Packers and Vikings. If you have NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube TV, you can see that on its own separate stream. International NFL Red Zone audience, keep it right here. You will see the conclusion of both of these games. But that's still about 5 minutes of game clock from now once Cleveland and Miami goes final.
Because they got something special going on here.
Tampa, though, in deep trouble and make that quick top for Edgerrin Cooper, 9th tackle of the game. And it'll bring up.
Well, you saw that the Cleveland Browns have 98 yards to go to get themselves their first touchdown of the day. That's the reason why. How about dropping a punt and not even needing your team to cover it there? That was Jake Bailey. Cleveland has to go 98 yards. We'll keep you posted.
Sometimes you are a little bit delayed in the national recognition by a year. And that's just the way it works in the NFL. No one's really paying attention until you really are something. They are something.
Darnell high, tipped and incomplete.
Short. Strong picks up the first down, but you go back.
Get them on motion. You spring your best receiver free, and that's got to be right between the 1 and the 8. I know I've graded a lot of throws this year. That is a D throw.
Have you given one an F? I don't know that I recall an F. You're very kind.
At that point, we cut to commercial when I see yes.
Kick is another one off the post. Reichert's missed 2 field goals today. That one from 43. So it stays a 17-point lead.
45 games in a Browns uniform for Jordan Poyer. And, of course, 7 years with the Bills and now in his first season with Miami. Second down and 10. Thompson Robinson throws it to nobody. But going back to Poyer, never forget this. In 2016 against the Titans, he took a big hit on an illegal blindside block. He lacerated his kidney on the play, and there was a chance that his football career was over. He did not come back and play that season, as we have another penalty here coming out late.
It's going to be intentional grounding. Calais Campbell got right up to the referee, said there's nobody over there. There's confusion from the Browns pass catchers. Both Jerry Jeudy and Pierre Strong were on the same side of the ball.
Offense number 17. Quarterback was under pressure in the pocket, threw the ball where there was no eligible receiver. So lost it down at the foul. Third down.
Third time today, Thompson Robinson's been called for intentional grounding. But just to put a capper on the Poyer story, I give him a lot of credit. He's been through a lot with the injury off the field. He's overcome some challenges. He's gone on to have a wonderful pro career here in the NFL.
Absolutely. I remember standing on the sideline of that game. Antonio Andrews was a guy that made the hit on Poyer that game, and how scary it was for all of us just as NFL players of seeing him go through that. And to your point, he's been fantastic as a safety in this league throughout his career.
Third down.
All right, so Ron Torbert has been as busy as Gene Steratore was this week. And now it's third down and 20 with 4:28 to go. Thompson Robinson looking and now settles underneath that. This is tight end Akins, who's had a nice day, but stopped well short of a first down. With 4:15 to go, and I think Kevin Stefanski's just going to go for it.
I mean, you have to at this point. It's fourth down, and it's manageable. Just got to come up with the right play with empty formation here.
Fourth down and 5. Thompson Robinson to the outside. It's caught by Woods, but short of a first down.
Talk about an unsung hero. It's certainly been him. One of the brightest guys in the league. So his Vikings up big. Packers need something to beat it fast, and that certainly isn't going to get it done. His love.
It's just Dorian Thompson-Robinson's inexperience, realizing that on 4th down and 6, you got to at least get the ball to the sticks. He's getting off to his check down way too soon. I know that that's the available throw, and you got to trust Michael Woods to break a tackle, but it's way too soon to get to that check down on 4th down and 6.
And that's where he ends up showing up. He was so good for so long.
Yeah, Smith in his 13th year at 35 years old, still bringing it in the back end. 2nd and 10, Green Bay. Blitz coming. Love escapes. Now in trouble. Down he goes. Cashman was there, had some help too. Grenard again, and it's 3rd and long.
Yeah, dealing with this kind of relentless pressure, and who's coming? Cashman's the actually when he's off the ball. They bring Metellus from the outside, and then Grenard again with Cashman to clean it up. So you're dealing with guys that are on the line of scrimmage that are sacking the quarterback, guys that are off the line of scrimmage. You just never know who's coming. Is a big-time challenge in pass protection, and again for Jordan Love to figure out where the open guys are in these zones.
Love over the middle, caught. That's good catch in traffic.
The way they want, and they're finding ways to win down the stretch.
Huntley throwing on 2nd and 9. Tyreek Hill has another catch. Gets away at the 10, and Hill down to the 6-yard line. 9 targets today for Hill. 9
explosive players he's missed today, so Melton's going to need to contribute here as well.
Love is a man open as Kraft makes the catch. Inside the 20 he goes. And Tucker Kraft, that's her longest play.
Then does what Tyreek Hill does. Make people miss, create extra yardage.
Browns call their 2nd timeout. As you see, Hill knows he was down in bounds. Another look at...
Don't get a reroute. It's too easy for Jordan Love on that one.
Jacobs right side. Good space. Jacobs penalty flag though behind the line. And Jacobs still fighting his way into the end zone. But let's see if this is going to stand up. Wow, what an effort.
Holding, number 75, offense, 10-yard penalty, remains 1st down.
But it's coming back.
Yeah, they've had some really untimely penalties which have cost them points. That one on Sean Ryan, who's just covering up pace.
Jeff Wilson, the running back, he takes the handoff. And some pushback there led by Isaiah McGuire and that Browns defense.
Cow. I don't like seeing that ball too loose away from the body, but this is the hold. Takes him to the ground. A good call by the referee. He really didn't need it either.
Get it out to Wilson. Some blocks upfield for Wilson. Staying in bounds. A good effort on that 1st and 20. And put him down at the 16, make it the 15-yard line.
Yeah, and I do like that play call when you have that long yardage situation, and you know Coach Flores.
A lot of conversations, and Myles Garrett earlier this week said he wants to be involved. He wants to know what the plan is, particularly at quarterback.
2nd and goal. Huntley throwing. That one's caught by Jonnu Smith. Touchdown! And on that touchdown, he ties the Miami Dolphins franchise record for most touchdowns in a season by a tight end. 7th for Jonnu Smith, the same as Keith Jackson and Anthony Fasano.
What an unbelievable year Jonnu Smith has had. He's already got the team records for receptions and yards for a tight end, so he went for the trifecta tonight.
And he went to the right team in free agency. Jonnu Smith, the way he's played this year reminds me of the Tennessee Titans.
3rd and 6. Love. Pressure comes near side. Pass is caught. Where do they mark it? It's right there at the sticks as Dobbs brought it in. Looks to be a 1st down. It is.
I love that throw. That's a very decisive throw and one of the harder throws for a quarterback to make, all the way to the perimeter of the field. Want to see more of that from Jordan Love here in the last 6 minutes of the game.
Wilson up the gut. Down to 5 he goes.
Again, there's not, down 17. Obviously, it's a long shot here. There's definitely some things that need to break their way, but they can't take too much time at the line of scrimmage at this point. They've got to play fast, execute in the passing game.
Wilson going to walk in, touchdown. And so the Packers aren't done yet.
Well, there's actually one thing that Vikings defense has not given up much of, which is rushing touchdowns. I think they're just playing pass. Gilmore doesn't have his eyes on it, and Wilson just kind of walks it in. It's Harrison Smith a little bit late to react. They're going for 2.
I'm going to go for 2 here, which is interesting.
I don't understand this.
Love throws, and we're going to convert it to Dobbs. Well, it's a 9-point game. It's still a 2-possession game. I don't know if that got you much, but it gets them a little bit closer. I know that.
Yeah, it could have cost you a lot had you not gotten it. But I guess, you know, the ability to survey the field from the right to the left, and Dobbs covered initially by Gilmore, but then just uncovers late. Again, Dobbs has made some plays too as well. And what are you always looking for? You're looking for, when you're in a dogfight, who can I really count on? And I think Dobbs has made a bunch of good plays today going up against Gilmore. It's one of the great corners that this league has had in the last 10 to 12 years.
Tom, consider this, right? So the Packers are still alive here. But just remember earlier.
But he did wish him good luck in advance of this one tonight. Akins to the 35. NFL Today update. Here's Bill Cowher.
Yeah, taking points off the board. I don't always love those 4th down decisions and 4th and 2s. Let's go for it. There's a 64% chance. Analytics say go. I want to steal some, you know, margins of victory. But to me, it's like you're on the road. Put
15 to go and counting here. Foreman. And dragged down by Emmanuel Ogbah. Well, this is the first time that our crew has called a Browns game this year, and we just want to...
essentially where I think a lot of those should go. In that, you know, I wouldn't actually put them in the turnover column, but that's what they essentially are.
So 9-point game, 6:12 left.
The age of 68 after battling cancer. Couldn't be a better man, a man who meant a lot.
Chandler's going to take it. Gets out across the 22, the 21. Well, the NFL playoffs right around the corner. Don't miss the fuss.
First down and 10. Here's Pierre Strong. And there's a good chance that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. And we have a stoppage now as there's an injured Brown down on the field. It is the running back, Pierre Strong.
49 yards for Sam Darnold. That's pretty solid day in the biggest game of the year this far.
Play fake here. Some pressure. Gets hit as he throws. Ball is out loose. It's on the turf. Green Bay's going to take it up.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been no signal yet. As Aaron Mosby hit him, Packers say they have it.
Ruling on the field is a fumble.
Oh.
Recovered by the defense.
Everyone was kind of nonchalant going to get that.
Going to be close. Oh, I don't know. That is so close.
Well, the hand, if it's coming forward, it's an incomplete, and
it looks like it's slightly coming forward. What do you think, Mike?
I think it's incomplete. Your focus is not on the arm, the hand, and it has started forward to me before it gets.
Review, it's an incomplete pass. It'll be second down.
Love these expedited reviews, by the way, so we don't have to wait 2 minutes to get the answer we all thought it was.
it's so good, right? Like, why waste time? And that was clearly, to Mike's explanation, hand was coming forward. But I tell you, everyone was there was not an incomplete signal on the field. Everyone just kind of watched it. It was weird.
Yeah, and what I don't like about that is Sam Darnold holding the ball so long in the pocket. He's got a 9-point lead at this point, 6 minutes. You just can't turn the ball over. Coach is putting you in a position to say, hey, we're going to let you throw it, make good decisions, get rid of the ball if it's not there.
Akers gets a carry. Well, look at Sam Darnold. He talked about his career day. 349 yards, 3 touchdowns. Does have the 1 interception, but, you know, he's made good decisions. He made some really good throws. That one your favorite to Hawkinson, but this is pretty good, too.
Yep. Some high-level difficulty throws. He's threaded the needle in some zones.
This was the third-year running back out of South Dakota State. Led the FCS in rushing yards as a senior. And now they'll wind the clock, and now we have the 2-minute warning.
He's got a 3rd down and 5 here. Hit, throw. Oh, come on! Justin Jefferson, you gotta be kidding. There's a penalty, so hang on 1 second.
Holding, number 74. Offense, 10-yard penalty.
That was Randy Moss-esque right there. The ball's basically behind his head.
Oh, my goodness.
With 1 arm. He makes it look so routine. We're like so accustomed to see this guy make these type of catches. That is absolutely ridiculous. A-plus throw, A-plus catch.
And it doesn't count.
But a D-hold. No.
It's the greatest catch that never existed in NFL history.
Oh. By the way, and so quiet, 7 receptions, you know, get these volume-based catches up, but that would have been spectacular.
Now 3rd and 15. Packers need this stop with 4:51 to go. They send 4 on the rush. Darnold in trouble. Rolls high, and it's incomplete. That was dangerous. Wow. Derek Stokes was there with coverage on Addison, and Green Bay does what they needed to do. They'll get the ball back.
Yeah, and he's got Addison right here at that curl route. That ball's got to come out on time, but he's kind of shuffling in the pocket. Doesn't have a chance to really zip it, and just too close for my comfort, KB. Couple of those plays, almost the strip sack, almost that one. 9-point lead, turnovers. Just they can kill you, certainly in these games, but as you get into the playoffs, got to be better decision maker under duress.
And we get penalties here.
Neutral zone infraction, number 94. Defense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Well, it's the first 3 and out all day. You see the penalty on Brooks, so we'll make it a 4th and 10. First 3 and out all day for Minnesota. And you're right. Those, you know, couple of balls that were pretty close to being in duress there, right? But yeah, there's still time here in Green Bay. Short kick, Reed. Oh, fair catch. Wow, kind of surprised.
Out of space.
He had room to run. But he called a fair catch, and so with 4:37 left, we'll see Jordan Love. And what can
today? 20-3 in favor of the Dolphins at the 2-minute warning.
I was waiting for the ooh yeah, Andrew.
Macho man.
Macho fan.
2nd and 8. And that is Akins with his 6th catch of the afternoon.
So the clock will wind here in Cleveland. I want to remind you, once the Packers and Vikings is the last game standing, we'll ask you to flip over to your local Fox affiliate here in the United States to see if they're carrying the conclusion of Green Bay and Minnesota as Jordan Love faces the pass rush and gets dropped for another quarterback sack by the Minnesota defense. Jerry Jeudy with a catch, and he gets out of bounds to stop the clock at 1:25. You can see both of these games if you have NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube TV. Each game will have its own stream. International NFL Red Zone viewers, keep it right here. You'll see the conclusion of both of these games. And for everyone else, keep it right here for the touchdown montage presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
And somewhat reasonable. You know, Jaden Reed.
Take another step in our own development as a franchise of figuring out how to finish season strong.
Thompson Robinson has a completion. That's the tight end of Whitehart. As Tyrell Dotson makes the tackle. The Browns are
Pass rush decision making. Expect them to dial up a blitz here.
They do blitz. Love is protected, though. Throws over the middle. There's Dobbs. Down to the 41. Romeo Dobbs delivering, and the Packers keep it going.
Yeah, continue to move. 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Casually watching this, you'd say, where has this been all day? Jerry Jeudy making a great catch after a couple drops earlier in this game, but the Miami defense and Anthony Weaver aren't bringing the same type of pressure.
Easy for Love to find him there.
Another blitz picked up. Near side Dobbs again. Another first down. Team high 7 catches for Green Bay. With 3:33 to go in the game, down by 9.
Yeah, in a good situation here. Question is what
12th catch on 19 targets he's had today.
Clock continues to.
Another blitz. Love, float one for Dobbs. Oh, just through the fingertips. Shaq Griffin was there, but Dobbs had him.
Yeah, I don't know if Griffin may have just got a fingertip on that ball. Good release. Man, that is twitchy right there. Getting outside. No, he didn't get a finger on it. Just about 6 inches too far.
From Deshaun Watson, who's out with obviously an Achilles injury, but Jameis Winston and Dorian Thompson-Robinson and Bailey Zappi, they're all very different, so it makes it challenging from a play calling standpoint.
Off the hands and incomplete.
Mike was in the A-gap.
And a penalty.
Neutral zone infraction, number 61, defense. 5-yard penalty, second down.
It's in the preseason, and Alex Van Pelt was their offensive coordinator, who was here in Cleveland a season ago. So a lot of similarities between both offenses. So it will be interesting. Jameis Winston obviously had his opportunity, turned the ball over too much, and now it's been Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who as well has turned the ball over.
4th down and 6. Thompson-Robinson and nobody home.
Loves adjusting the protection here.
Another blitz. Love fires in the middle. It is complete. Just short of a first down, I believe. It's Bo Melton making the catch with 3:20 and counting. Exactly as you're talking about, trying to get on the board for that 2-minute warning without using a time.
Ask you to flip over to your local Fox affiliate. Check and see if the remainder of the Green Bay, Minnesota game is being carried right there. International audience, keep it right here. The final of the Minnesota Green Bay game will be seen. And for those of you with Sunday Ticket on YouTube TV, flip over to its independent stream for the conclusion of the Packers and Vikings. And for everyone else, as we say goodbye to 2024 and bring in 2025, welcome back inside of the NFL Red Zone studios, everyone. Fun day of action. Told you it was kind of a light inventory of games. Just 6 games early, 2 games late. Big winners today. Philadelphia. The Eagles win and clinch the NFC East. They will have a home playoff game, at least one home playoff game in South Philadelphia in January. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Miami Dolphins, both get wins, both stay alive in their respective playoff pictures. The Los Angeles Rams get a little bit closer to the NFC West championship by virtue of the Buffalo Bills win, what could be a Minnesota Vikings win, still to be determined, and then Washington and San Francisco, if either of those win tonight and tomorrow night on Sunday night and Monday Night Football, the Rams will lock up the NFC West. We also saw some great plays, which we'll revisit right now as we take a look at the top 5 bundle presented by State Farm.
Darnold, some pressure, senses, throws, Guerendo, caught! Touchdown Vikings, it's Addison.
They're building a wall for Darnold. He looks left, then he comes back right. Look at the route. Addison, his little okey-doke. When you run that type of route, you need a lot of time. Give that line a lot of credit for that touchdown.
Here's a guy coming right in. That's Shavers. Look at him with that burst. Taking it the distance for another Bills touchdown. Shavers' first career reception goes 69 yards at a touchdown.
Throwback from Miller to Rattler. Looking deep. Looking end zone. Foster Moreau touchdown. Trickery to the score.
The Harlem Globetrotters must be in town, but watch Kendre Miller. That's one of the most important throws of this play. And then you get Rattler. A lot of times you throw it to the guy on the near side coming towards you, but they decide to throw it to the hometown hero here, Foster Moreau.
Second half kickoff is taken out by Smith-Marset. Still going. Amir Smith-Marset, New Jersey native, takes it all the way for a Giants touchdown. 100 yards.
Watch how fast Amir hits the hole. As soon as he sees the block, he goes. Nobody touches him. Gay has no chance of trying to stop him, and he prances into the end zone.
Oh, there is a bird on the field. Quack, quack. And Hacker has it blocked. Tampa Bay's got it. Scoop and score.
Was that the Buccaneers' duck decoy defense? You have him out there, and here comes, is that Tryon Shoyinka? It was.